Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to qualifying day at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend. I hope all you guys are doing well and are as excited as I am for what's going to be, maybe not at the very front of the field, but after the, say, top three positions, it's going to be a very close and very exciting qualifying session later today in Jeddah. Of course, we've got plenty to get into in this stream that I'm doing today. Going to be live for the next, 6.5 hours? Yeah, we've got so much to get into. Firstly, obviously, we'll be previewing qualifying, and I'll get into some data from practice 2 to give myself and you guys as well a good idea of generally what the pace is looking like so far this weekend, and most likely what to expect at this Grand Prix or in qualifying today. And then, of course, after that, as you can see the timer on the top left of your screen, practice 3 underway in just under 90 minutes from now. That's an hour-long session. And then after that, we'll be doing a watch-along for the F2 sprint race, which hopefully should be interesting. And it definitely has a bit of a mixed-up grid. And then once we're done with that, obviously, we'll be fully focusing on qualifying for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and that will take us all the way through till 6:30 my time, UK time. So yeah, we've got plenty to get into, and hopefully you guys can join me for maybe not all of it. I don't expect you guys to, be around for absolutely everything today, but yeah, if you guys could be around for most of it, that'd be great. And great to see you all in the chat, no matter what time it is, your part of the world and where you're watching from. Hope you're all having as best a day as possible. And yeah, I hope you'll join me in the definitely the most exciting parts of the day, especially later on for qualifying. But as I said, firstly, we are going to get into the qualifying preview for, say, the next hour and 20 minutes, maybe at most. And then we'll start focusing on practice 3. Which, practice 3 isn't the most representative session because it takes place in the day, but, it is something to still watch and cover, which, of course, we will do. But yeah, let me hide the timer on the screen, because I'm now going to get into some data. I will make sure to get back on screen in like 10-15 minutes or so don't worry, I will get it back on screen as soon as possible. Yeah, let's get into the data, and we'll start with the results of practice 2 yesterday. So, Max Verstappen was quickest by 0.2 of a second on a 1:29.6 ahead of Fernando Alonso. Perez in 3rd, Ocon very impressively in 4th, with Russell 5th, Gasly 6th, and then Stroll in 7th, Hülkenberg 8th, and the 2 Ferraris 9th and 10th. As I'll get on to in a moment though, that is not a true representation of their pace. They are going to be a lot quicker in qualifying today. There is no doubt about that. And then the rest of the field, it was Hamilton in 11th, Norris 12th, and then Tsunoda, Albon, Magnussen, Zhou, De Vries, Sargent, Piastri, and Bottas. But let's get into that all-important sector time data, because it does give us an indication as to maybe certain teams and those certain teams that are holding back a bit more than other teams. Teams like Ferrari, for example. Yeah, let's get into it. So Sector 1 is all about downforce, really. And I'd say this is the sector from Practice 2, which tells us the most about generally how things are looking so far this weekend. So Verstappen and Red Bull, the quickest in Sector 1, just about over the Aston Martin. Not really a surprise. The Red Bull you would expect in the fast corners in the first sector to be the best car. The Aston Martin looking great, good to see. I've got to say though, the most surprising thing, looking at the Sector 1 times, is the pace of the Alpine and also the AlphaTauri. The AlphaTauri very slow in Sector 2 and Sector 3, as I'll show in a moment. But yeah, in Sector 1, the AlphaTauri car looks pretty good, which is interesting. But yeah, the Alpine looks very good as well. And they're definitely going to be a possible surprise element, I would say, in qualifying. I as I'll get onto with my final qualifying prediction in a moment, I don't think they're going to be, qualifying 5th or 6th like they were, I think, at this Grand Prix last year. But compared to Mercedes, they're going to be pretty close. And with, say, Lance Stroll in the second Aston Martin as well. So Alpine are definitely in there. I just don't think they'll be absolutely, say, 5th, 6th, 7th on the grid, as I'll get to in a moment. The most impressive thing for Alpine is that they were a 10th quicker than the Mercedes car in the first sector. And I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. So, yeah, Alpine, I think, showing at this Grand Prix certainly a lot more of their potential. And I think I can start to see now why Alpine were hyping their car up a bit during the off season and in pre-season as well, because they've definitely got a good car. I mean, obviously not as good as the Aston Martin, and I still don't think overall as good as the Mercedes car, but it is a good car nonetheless, and it's definitely better than all of the other cars behind, the Haas, Alfa Romeo, McLaren, AlphaTauri, Williams. Yeah, it's a good car, the Alpine. Mercedes, struggling quite a bit in that first sector. Pretty much, or nearly 0.2 of a second slower than the Aston Martin and the Red Bull in the first sector. That is just simply not good enough. The McLaren of Norris, you'd probably would be hoping that the McLaren would be at least 0.1 of a second quicker than that, and be quicker than the AlphaTauri in the first sector. But yeah, I think the McLaren, as I talked about from Bahrain, it's really struggling in high-speed corners and just at high speed in general. And that's why the McLaren, even in the first sector, not lapping as quickly as maybe it should be. And then you've got Charles Leclerc in P7 in the Ferrari. Now, as I'll get onto with the Sector 2 and Sector 3 times from the Ferrari team, I think you can clearly see in the Sector 2 and Sector 3 times that Ferrari are definitely not using as much power from their engine as they could and as they will be in qualifying later today. But in the first sector, even if you are running with less power, you're not going to see a massive difference, or really a difference at all, in that first sector. So for them to be 1/3 of a second off in that first sector is quite alarming for me. And I think that's the area they need to improve on for today, is the first sector. Because in Sector 2 and Sector 3, I have no doubt they'll be right there with Red Bull, if not a tad quicker at the absolute best. It's this first sector, though, that's costing them, because they're just way too slow, even compared to Aston Martin, to be absolutely quicker today than Aston Martin over a single lap. So yeah, that is the issue, I think, for Ferrari in terms of pure pace, is the first sector. They just don't have the speed, and that is going to be, if they don't improve upon that today, that's going to be a big issue for them, and it's going to see them probably not able to compete with the Red Bulls, because they'll be losing too much time in the first sector and give themselves too much work to do in Sector 2 and Sector 3, where they should be stronger. The only other thing to remark upon with this first sector times is I am a bit surprised at the lack of pace from the Haas in the first sector, because, I mean, we saw in the middle sector in Bahrain, the Haas was pretty good. I think it was one of the top 5 cars. And that was, the middle sector in Bahrain has, 2, 3 fast corners, and is, in certain areas a bit quick. And yeah, I would have expected the Haas to be at least 1/10 quicker than it was, maybe 1/10.5 quicker. So yeah, the Haas not lapping great in the first sector. The pace, though, still looks decent from Haas, as I'll get onto in a moment. And then Alfa Romeo, and not really surprisingly, Williams, the slowest team in the first sector, because their car is, I would say, very similar in its characteristics to the Williams of, say, 2014, 2015. It is an absolute monster in a straight line, but in the corners, leaves a lot to be desired. The Sector 2 times, let's get on to them now. So, I gotta say, surprising that Aston Martin are so quick in the middle sector. I would have expected Red Bull to be quicker. But yeah, Alonso was almost a tenth of a second quicker. I think when we see qualifying, I think Red Bull will be definitely quicker than Aston Martin still, because I think Red Bull are not showing as much of what they can do in qualifying, of course, later today. And, I mean, we saw this in Bahrain. Aston Martin were definitely pushing a bit harder in practice than Red Bull were. So yeah, Red Bull, I think, will definitely still be quicker in the middle sector, but Aston Martin will still be relatively close on pace. Russell in the Mercedes, gotta say, 0.2 of a second down on Alonso. That's a bit surprising that he is, lacking that sort of pace. I would have expected the Mercedes to be, a tenth and a half closer than that. Yeah, that is surprising, the lack of pace from the Mercedes there, because at the end of the day, the second sector mostly is flat out, and obviously Mercedes and Aston Martin, they have the same engines, so you would expect them to be relatively on the same pace. So for Mercedes to be 0.2 of a second down is, yeah, quite surprising and a bit alarming, if you ask me, from them. Haas lapping a lot better in the second sector, I think, showing the strength there of the Ferrari power unit. Alpine not showing as well in the more power-dominant Sector 2 compared to Sector 1. You can see that Alex Albon, once it becomes more full throttle, the Williams really, coming into its own and showing some great pace. And Albon is a dark horse today for a very good result. Definitely watch out for him later today. Charles Leclerc in 7th, and as you can see, 0.3 of a second slower than Alonso and the Aston Martin. And like I said, that is not going to be the case in qualifying. The Ferrari-powered teams are faster, in the or down the straights, and Ferrari, as a works team, should be as quick, if not quicker, than Aston Martin in the middle sector. So, yeah, they are definitely Ferrari not pushing as hard from what we saw in practice too, as, say, Red Bull are and Aston Martin are. And the reason that is, I think, is because they've got clear reliability issues. I mean, you've seen, Leclerc's got a 10th place penalty already in race 2 for this weekend. And they've, had to take on already new power unit elements and all of that stuff. So, reliability is really bad right now for the Ferrari team, and to compensate for that, they're having to only really use full power when they absolutely have to. And obviously in practice, you don't have to. So, yeah, Ferrari, I think, definitely will be much faster in the middle sector. No surprise that McLaren's so slow in the middle sector. And McLaren have got probably one of the 2 worst cars on the grid here, I would say, at least in qualifying trim. In the race, it would probably be different, but yeah, in qualifying trim, McLaren's car pretty bad. I gotta say, though, I am surprised at how bad the Alfa Romeo has been, because obviously they're a Ferrari-powered team as well, and they've been pretty consistently slow all weekend, so I'm not sure what's going on at Alfa Romeo. And also AlphaTauri, I'm not quite sure why they're so slow in the middle sector. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for them to be so quick in the first sector, and then in the middle sector, for them to be so slow, because remember, the AlphaTauri, car, it's a Red Bull powertrain car, and normally in the speed traps, AlphaTauri are doing a pretty good speed, so it doesn't really make any sense for them to be that slow, especially compared to the Williams or the Alpine or the Haas. So yeah, don't quite understand what was going on there with Tsunoda. But yeah, from the middle sector, I think Red Bull have probably got the best car in that sector, followed by, I still think, Ferrari, and then Aston Martin, then Mercedes, and then right after that, it should be a close fight between, in the middle sector at least, Haas, Alpine, probably Williams as well. And then the final sector times, Red Bull clearly the quicker team in this final sector. got to say, very impressive speed from the Haas of Hulkenberg. And yeah, the Haas is going to be definitely a car to look out for today. Because if one of the drivers can pull off, a really special lap, then I think, honestly, it's possible they could get a Q3 appearance once again in 2023, and possibly higher than what they got in Bahrain, which was obviously P10 on the grid. So yeah, watch out for Haas. They're going to be, I think, pretty quick in qualifying. Maybe not quick enough to be quicker overall than Alpine, but it's going to be, it's going to be a close fight there. Mercedes, I would say, lapping at the speed that you would expect them to be at in the final sector. Slightly quicker than the Aston Martin, but basically at the same pace of the Aston Martin. Really, Mercedes should be doing that in the second sector as well. I think Mercedes also are not quite showing as much of what they've got. We saw this in practice not last weekend, but the last Grand Prix weekend, that Mercedes were not pushing as hard in practice, and then obviously in qualifying showed a lot more and had I wouldn't say a good result, but a decent result in the end of 6th and 7th, and they were very close to being on the third row of the grid, which I don't think people were expecting in Bahrain. So yeah, I think we'll see a slight bit more from Mercedes, but I think overall Aston Martin are probably quicker than them, not just probably in race trim, but qualifying trim as well. Alpine lapping well again, but again, I don't think Alpine will be able to match the pace of Mercedes and Aston Martin. I think they'll still be back end of the top 10. Carlos Sainz, about quarter of a second slower than the Red Bull of Perez. Again, a Ferrari not using as much power as they can. I expect them to be pretty much level with Red Bull in that final sector. And then the Williams lapping good. The McLaren very poor in that final sector. Just like the AlphaTauri. The Alfa Romeo looking a bit better. But in terms of the pecking order going into qualifying, in my view, it's Red Bull quickest, Ferrari second, Aston Martin third, Mercedes just about fourth, and then Alpine fifth, Haas in sixth, and then I would go... I'd probably go Williams 7th, and then Williams 7th, and then probably Alfa Romeo 8th, McLaren 9th, AlphaTauri 10th. Now, my predictions that I'll get onto in a second, I'm not, with my predictions literally going 2 by 2 for the field. I have got a couple surprises and couple of, interesting predictions, but that's generally what I think the pecking order is for qualifying today. Red Bull, definitely the favourites for pole position today. There's no doubt about that. Ferrari, even though they were saving a bit on power yesterday, I still think in that first sector they're losing just a bit too much lap time to be close enough to seriously get pole position. And remember, of course, Charles Leclerc does have a 10-place grid penalty. So, Ferrari, I think their chances of victory this weekend are slim to none, I'm afraid. But let's get into my final predictions for qualifying. So, I am going for a Red Bull front row, just like in Bahrain. Verstappen on pole, Perez second. Leclerc will be a third of a second back in third, just ahead of Alonso. Sainz will be in fifth, with Russell sixth. Stroll will split the Mercedes. Stroll is still struggling a bit with his qualifying speed, as we've seen over the years. And obviously he's not 100% yet from his wrist issue. So, I think Stroll will be 7th. Hamilton, I've gone 8th because he's not really done that great so far this weekend. And it looks like he's struggling a bit more compared to his teammate. And, of course, we saw last year he struggled a bit as well. So, I think Hamilton will be, in qualifying at least, the second Mercedes. But I don't think that will necessarily be the case tomorrow. And then the two Alpines of Ocon and Gasly will complete the top 10. But as you can see there on the gaps on the far right, it will be pretty close. Alpine will be able, if they can pull out some absolutely stonking laps, they will be able to out-qualify Mercedes. But in the end, because Russell and Hamilton are just too good for Ocon and Gasly, I think the two Alpines will end up 9th and 10th. And then for the rest of the field, I think you'll have the two Haases then, 11th and 12th, Hülkenberg and Magnussen. Norris 13th. The reason I've gone for him in 13th, even though I think McLaren have got probably the second worst car in qualifying trim, is because it's Lando Norris. And in qualifying, he is special. And we've seen many times him finish in a position in qualifying that the car doesn't really deserve to be in, necessarily. So yeah, Norris, I think, will be just in 13th. Ahead of Albon in 14th. Bottas in 15th. Piastri will have a slightly better qualifying today and be 16th, with Sargent 17th, and then Tsunoda 18th, Zhou 19th, and Nick De Vries 20th. I'm pretty sure AlphaTauri have got the worst car here. And as I'll get onto later with AlphaTauri, it's not looking good at that team. There is trouble in paradise in AlphaTauri. I'll come back to this, and I'll just get the timer back on screen. We've got how many minutes to go? I think we've got an hour and 9 minutes to go, something like that. Yeah, there you go. So still quite a bit of time to go until we get into practice 3. Make sure, guys, to let me know in the chat what you think of of the performance so far from the teams, and what your expectations are for qualifying. And actually, I'll do a poll in the chat quickly to see what you guys think. Thank you, by the way, for the $5 super chat, Turbo, who asks, Ligier, Mugen, Honda still the fastest today? Not quite. But cheers for the super chat. Yeah, I'll just do a quick poll. Who do you think will be on pole today? And I'll do the usual options I've done so far this year: Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and Alonso. And there you go. So make sure to vote in that poll, guys. My prediction is Max Verstappen. Let me know whether you agree or disagree in that poll, and I'll end the result of that poll, say, in an hour from now, right before we get into practice 3. But let me just go team by team and get into a bit more why I think they'll end up in the positions that I predicted them to finish in for qualifying. And of course, we'll start with Red Bull Racing, and yeah, their car looks absolutely brilliant. In the first sector, it is on rails. Middle sector and final sector, it looks very comfortable. And obviously, the straight line speed looks really good as well, as usual from this team. Ferrari are going to show a lot more pace today, so it's not like Red Bull are going to be 5-6 tenths of a second clear of everyone else, at least. Leclerc is still going to get, I'd say, about a third of a second away from them. And maybe Leclerc will surprise me and get even closer. So it's not going to be a, just an easy session where they, very, very comfortably get the front row. But I think they have overall got the best car. Not just for qualifying, but for the race as well. And if they do get a 1-2 in qualifying, guys, obviously with Leclerc's penalty, even if he was to get on pole, if the Red Bulls ended up second and third, it would still be a 1-2 for them on the grid for the race. Yeah, if they are in that position for the race, they will get a 1-2 as well, because the Red Bull car is by far, right now, the best car in race trim, and is the best car in Formula 1, quite clearly. I thought it would be a bit closer, I've got to be honest, in practice, and I thought Ferrari definitely in that first sector would be a bit closer to Red Bull, but this Red Bull car is just brilliant, absolutely brilliant machine, and yeah, they're going to be on the front row. I think the only other thing to look out for is whether Sergio Perez can replicate the brilliance of 12 months ago, where of course he was on pole position here in Saudi Arabia with a brilliant lap where he outqualified his teammate and just about the two Ferraris as well. So yeah, we'll watch out for that because it is a possibility. Max is not, this is not his absolute best circuit, and Checo has been in the last couple of years here pretty quick. So yeah, we'll see how he can do in fair against Max Verstappen. I mean, you saw with my predicted gaps, I think it'll be about a tenth of a second between the two. And then in the race, Max should comfortably win from Checo. But yeah, I think it's going to be a 1-2. The only threat for them for the race is if Carlos Sainz somehow and very surprisingly has an amazing qualifying session and is able to get onto at least the front row of the grid. And that's all they really need to protect against. I mean, maybe some people may say Fernando Alonso, but like I said earlier, I don't think Alonso will be contending with the Red Bulls today. I think Red Bull have got definitely a bit more pace in hand than Aston Martin, and Red Bull have not shown as much as what Aston Martin have so far. So yeah, Red Bull, they'll be fine on the front row, and they'll win the race 1-2 as well. The Ferrari team, yeah, not great for them. Obviously, Leclerc's got a 10-place grid penalty for the race. They've had to change multiple things on the power unit side, I think for both cars or just one car. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, reliability does not look good for this team. And yeah, they've got a lot more to show us performance-wise. They are going to be still pretty quick in qualifying, but not pole position level. I don't think that is unfortunately possible from the Ferrari team. The best I can see is third and fourth, really, in qualifying for them. But I think it'll be third and fifth because the Aston Martin of Alonso looking a bit quicker compared to the Ferraris, I think, so far this weekend than I expected. So, yeah. Obviously, with Leclerc's penalty, if it ends up the way I predicted, Leclerc will then start 13th. Lucky for some. And then it would be Sainz fourth on the grid behind Alonso third. So yeah, that would be not good for the Ferrari team because then they would have a massive job on their hands to try and get the podium because you should expect the Aston Martin to be quicker in the race, even though the I wouldn't say lack of tyre wear around this track, but the less tyre wear we tend to get around this circuit compared to what we had in Bahrain will definitely help the Ferrari team, but I don't think it'll help them enough. But yeah, Ferrari just simply don't have enough of a car at the moment to fight with Red Bull. Yeah, that's just, I think, pretty clear to see. I think in terms of, certain sectors of a circuit where it's pretty much flat out, yeah, they're in qualifying at least on equal footing. But once you start getting into the corners, the Red Bull is just on another planet compared to the Ferrari, and that's the sad truth. And to be honest, this season I can't really see, especially with the exodus going on at this team in the aero department as well, I don't really see Ferrari improving on that during this season. And remember, this season, Ferrari only get, 17% more time in the wind tunnel than Red Bull will have this season, which is not that much. I mean, they're not going to be able to really make a massive difference with that Ferrari. And we've seen, how many times over the last nearly, not 20 years, but the last 15 years, where Ferrari just don't improve their car during the course of a season. It normally starts well and then just tapers off towards the end. So, yeah. Obviously I'm trying to preview just qualifying here for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, but with Ferrari, I feel as though I need to look more at the season ahead, because I think this is really going to be a tough season for them. A really tough season. I mean, they didn't get a podium in Bahrain when they probably should have. This weekend, I doubt they'll get a podium because of Leclerc's penalty. I mean, obviously they will get a podium this season, but at least to start the season, they're not going to get too many of them. And it's going to take quite an effort, I think, for Ferrari to win a race even this season, because Red Bull have got the complete car. They've got a car that at high speed is good enough. It's not the absolute best, maybe, but it's good enough. And then in the corners, Red Bull have the best car by a country mile, really. So how do Ferrari beat Red Bull this season? I just, yeah, it's hard to see, really. I think if they are going to win a race this season, it's probably going to be more down to bad luck bad luck for others and luck for the Ferrari team. It's not looking good. Not looking good at all. And Ferrari have, obviously after finishing second in the championship last season, they have got a big fight on their hands to finish there this season. And given their pace at the minute and just how things are already falling apart after, I mean, we're not even 2 races fully in to the season. I mean, even finishing in the top 3 of the championship is going to be hard for them. I know Mercedes are having their struggles as well, but Mercedes, we know, are probably going to improve quite a bit. Certainly by, a few races into the season. And towards the second half of the season, especially, Mercedes should be a lot better. So, Ferrari are not in a good position at all. And I think there's definitely a decent chance that Ferrari could end up 4th in the championship this year, which would be, given Mercedes and how they've started the season, I think that would be an absolute disaster for them. I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily a disaster for next season because they would be able to have a bit more wind tunnel time than, say, Red Bull, but Red Bull at the minute look unstoppable. And Ferrari are just a mess once again in Formula 1. And I know some people out there might be quick to say, well, what has Fred Vasseur, the new team boss, really done? Well, he's not, I don't think, really been able to have an effect on this team yet. I think what you're seeing at the minute is really the echoes of the Bonotto regime, and still that carrying over into 2023. So, it's going to take for Ferrari to get back in a more positive, upward trajectory. It's going to take at least a year, I think, for us to see that, to be honest. Anyway, let's go on to the Mercedes team to continue the doom and gloom. Mercedes look, just meh, just bang average, really. I think they will be quicker than Alpine in qualifying. I don't think they're going to be slower than them. I think Mercedes have definitely got more pace in hand than they showed in practice too. And obviously, let's remember that Mercedes have a much better driver lineup than Alpine do. So once we get to Q3, I'm sure the Mercedes drivers will be able to bang in the laps and get still decent positions for the race to secure, hopefully for them, a decent result considering how bad their car is right now. But their car so far this weekend just doesn't really look that great. They've brought a couple upgrades here, I think, to trim some drag from the car, but it doesn't really seem to have worked so far. In the middle sector, like I showed earlier, they're losing too much time to Aston Martin, like 0.2 of a second. They've got to improve in that middle sector. The first sector, they're losing, I think, as well, like a 0.2 of a second. But that's not really a surprise. I mean, we saw that in Bahrain, that in the corners, Mercedes were definitely slower than Red Bull and Aston Martin. So, that's not really anything new from what we've seen so far in 2023. But it's that middle sector they need to improve on if they're going to definitely be ahead of Alpine and not be too far away from Aston Martin. I mean, I don't think they're going to be a million miles away from Aston Martin. Alonso, I think, if he does qualify 4th like I predict, Mercedes should be really no more than a quarter of a second to a third of a second away from the Aston Martin of Alonso. If they're, half a second off, then that is really quite embarrassing for the Mercedes team. They shouldn't be anywhere near that far off. In Bahrain, let's remember, Mercedes were right on the pace of Aston Martin in qualifying. So, yeah, they shouldn't be too far away from them. And I still think if they were to end up in the positions I predict they'll finish, which is 6th and 8th, that's not that bad, considering the struggles they're having with their car. With Leclerc's penalty, that would become 5th and 7th, and then they would have a decent chance of a, 15 to 20 point finish from the race, and that could probably keep them ahead of Ferrari in the championship and keep them not too far away from Aston Martin in 2nd. So, yeah, that'd be, I think, a good damage limitation for them up until, obviously, they bring their basically new car, whether that comes at Baku, which I'd still be surprised if it comes at that track, because obviously Azerbaijan Grand Prix will be a sprint weekend. I still think it's more likely to be Imola, but we'll see. But yeah, Mercedes, like I said, I think they'll be quicker than Alpine. Not massively quicker, but just about. They'll be around about the pace of Lance Stroll and the second Aston Martin, but they won't be as quick as Alonso, and definitely will not have the pace of Ferrari. And if they can just try and, be 6th, 7th, 8th on the grid with both cars, I think that would be decent enough. And then if they could have, good enough race pace tomorrow, then they could still get, considering how bad the car is, a decent result from the Grand Prix. For Aston Martin, finally, the final front-running team. Aston Martin, they have looked very quick, a lot quicker than I thought they would. I didn't think they'd be as close to Red Bull, to be honest. In practice, I thought it'd be probably a couple tenths of a second slower than they have been. But yeah, they look good. I don't think, again, they will be as quick as Ferrari, because I think they've got a lot more pace Ferrari to show. But with Alonso, at least, they should be quicker than Mercedes. And compared to Mercedes, they look like they've pulled out, compared to Bahrain, say, at least a couple tenths of a second compared to the Mercedes team, which is good, because in Bahrain, obviously, they were in qualifying level on pace, and then for the first half of the race, Aston Martin, I'd probably say, was quicker, but not massively quicker than what Mercedes was doing. It's good to see Aston Martin have made a bit more progression, I guess. But yeah, they're definitely not going to be fighting with Red Bull. That's not going to happen at all. I think what they need to aim for with Alonso, who is going to be, of course, the quickest Aston Martin today, is for Alonso to be, ahead of Carlos Sainz and the Mercedes cars, and of course Stroll and the Alpines. And then, if Leclerc is ahead of him in qualifying, then obviously Alonso will most likely start 3rd on the grid. And then, I think Alonso then has a very good likely chance of then finishing on the podium. I don't think Aston Martin are going to win the race this weekend. I still don't think they've got quite the pace to do that. But I think a podium, given their pace so far this weekend, and coupled with Charles Leclerc's penalty, looks pretty likely. Alonso, I think, will be 4th on the grid, just slower than Leclerc, but just ahead will Alonso be of Carlos Sainz, who hasn't looked that great, I've got to say, this weekend. Lance Stroll, so far this weekend, has looked about a third of a second off the pace of his teammate. And I think he'll be around about where the Mercedes cars will be. And I've got Stroll, I think, splitting the two Mercedes cars in P7. And that would be still a decent result for Stroll, because with Leclerc's penalty, that would be 6th on the grid. And then if Aston Martin have got, loads more pace in the race, then Stroll could probably finish 5th or even 4th, maybe, if Ferrari are really struggling with Sainz. So, that would be a good result for Stroll and a good result for Aston Martin. But, Aston Martin looking great again. And unless we get a mental race tomorrow, or even a mental qualifying session today, I would be very surprised if Aston Martin come away from this Grand Prix weekend not being second in the championship. I think they'll be still second in the championship, but probably quite a few more points further away from Mercedes and Ferrari behind. But Aston Martin looking quick, but they won't be, sadly, fighting for pole position. But before I go into, guys, the midfield teams, we've got just over, 45 minutes to go until Practice 3 gets underway. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And don't forget to hit the notifications bell as well to keep up with the content. Of course, tomorrow I will be live for an F2 feature race watch-along and then a race preview and race watch-along, of course, for the F1 race and a reaction to the race afterwards. And we do qualifying and watch-alongs for every F1 Grand Prix weekend in a season, and that's what we'll be doing this season. So make sure to subscribe. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button. Let's try and get the likes up, if we can, to say 40 likes by the time we get to Practice 3, which again is just over 45 minutes from now. And yeah, great to see so many of you here. I think I've had another super chat. Yeah, I have. Let me just read it out quick. From Turbo GSR for another $5, who says, or asks, does Mercedes still plan on having Paulie Five Fingers to rest as super sub for Hamilton so they have a chance for the W this weekend? Yeah. Maybe. I mean, with De Vries gone from the Mercedes team and Stoffel Van Dorn gone. I mean, I'm not sure where Mick Schumacher is, but I'm pretty sure Mick won't want to relive any memories from this circuit. So maybe Paul will step in if Lewis is like, nah, don't fancy it this weekend. But yeah, let me have a quick look at the poll to see what's going on there. And yeah, as expected in terms of the results so far. Yeah, make sure to keep voting in that poll, guys, at the top of the chat. Because, yeah, I want to see what you guys have to say in regards to qualifying. And, of course, I'll end the poll right before we get into Practice 3. But let's now go through the midfield teams. And we'll go into Alpine now. Alpine look, yeah, pretty quick. And I think now have finally shown what their potential is in 2023, which is, I mean, they're still, I would say, the 5th fastest team, but they are not too far away from, say, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Mercedes. They're not too far away at all in qualifying trim and maybe even race trim. Of course, we'll see tomorrow how that will play out. But Alpine, yeah, have definitely got a good car. I think at best, if, let's say, Ocon or Gasly pulls out an absolute stonking lap, I think the best I could see from them is like a 7th on the grid. I don't think I could, see them in the top 6 or anything. I think that would be just a little too far for the Alpine team. But I've got them still 9th and 10th on the grid. I still don't think they'll be as quick as Mercedes, because I think Mercedes will just have the pace in the end, just about over Alpine. And like I said when I was on to Mercedes, I think Mercedes, have got much better driver lineup, and they'll the two drivers, they'll produce the laps necessary to be ahead on the grid. So yeah, Alpine, I mean, 9th and 10th on the grid wouldn't be that bad necessarily, because I mean, with Leclerc's penalty, they'd be, 8th and 9th. And if they've got good race pace, like I'm hearing they might have, then, yeah, they might have a chance at quite a few points in the race. And, of course, in Bahrain, they only scored 2 points, when really they should have scored probably 4 points at least, if not 5, given their pace. And, obviously, what happened with Ocon was a complete disaster in Bahrain. But yeah, the car is quick. It's definitely the quickest car from the midfield pack. Maybe after this weekend, I won't even class Alpine as a midfield team because, if they're fighting with Ferrari and Mercedes, I might need to include them as a front-running-ish team as well. But, yeah, looks good. Both drivers look super quick, as I expected. Both drivers do enjoy this circuit quite a bit. They've both been very fast here in the last couple years. And yeah, they'll both be in the top 10. I'm pretty sure of that. I think anything less than a double Q3 appearance for Alpine would be a disaster for them, given how quick the drivers are and how good the car does look here. So yeah, look out for Alpine. If there's going to be a surprise in qualifying, it's going to be them that provide it. Next up, we'll go on to the McLaren team. And yeah, McLaren, as expected, look pretty slow. Even in the first sector, where the corners are, really on this circuit, you'd expect them to be a bit quicker through there. But even in that sector, they're not that quick. And yeah, like I said, from Bahrain, this car they've got right now overall just isn't very good. In the corners, it's, I wouldn't say bad, but it's average probably at best. And then yeah, obviously down the straights and in the high-speed sections where you're pretty much flat out, it's one of the worst cars on the grid. As we saw even this time last season, McLaren still, sadly, haven't made any progress. Of course, they've got a big upgrade coming at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix in Baku, which we hope really steps up McLaren's performance to a good level. And I still think with this McLaren car, or maybe not this McLaren car, but with McLaren in 2023, I don't think it's necessarily has to be all doom and gloom for them, because if those upgrades coming at Baku, if they improve this car by, 3/4 of a second or a second per lap, then McLaren might not be that far away, or will probably be on the pace then of, say, Alpine, who are, the fifth best team right now, if they were to have an upgrade at Baku that improved their car by that amount, or at least had the potential to improve their car by that amount. So, yeah, if you're a McLaren fan, I wouldn't be, giving up on this season necessarily, because McLaren's prospects for the season could drastically change, I think, once we get to Baku, for sure. But for this weekend, yeah, McLaren have got one of the slowest cars here. I still think Lando Norris will be, like I predicted, 13th on the grid, because it's Lando Norris, and in qualifying he is just unbelievable. We saw that in Bahrain, 11th on the grid in a McLaren car that was definitely not as good as that. And I think Piastri will be slightly better than what we saw in Bahrain. He does enjoy this circuit, I think, better than Bahrain. So, yeah, Piastri will be closer to Norris and have a better position, but I think he'll still get knocked out in Q1. But really, both McLarens are definitely at risk, as we saw in Bahrain, of getting knocked out in Q1. Lando only got through to Q2 in Bahrain because he set his lap time, his best lap time in Q1 before Logan did his, and obviously they ended up with the same lap time. So it's definitely a possibility that McLaren, could end up with both cars out in Q1. I think this time last year they were 12th and 13th on the grid, was it? The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. I mean, if they got that again this weekend, that would be a great result for them. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite that good for the McLaren team. And we'll try and whisk through the final few teams. Alfa Romeo, yeah, don't look that quick to me. Or not just to me, they just don't look that quick at all. In all of the sectors, they're lapping pretty slowly. They look definitely quite a bit slower than Alpine and probably Haas as well. And probably slower than Williams, you'd have to say. So yeah, I don't really understand what's going on with Alfa Romeo. I mean, in Bahrain, they were in qualifying decently quick. And then in the race, they had a pretty good pace. But yeah, so far here, we've seen nothing from them. They've looked, pretty bad. maybe we'll see quite a bit more performance today. I certainly hope so. But, yeah, I think they're going to be right down there, Alfa Romeo. Unfortunately, with teams like McLaren, Williams, and AlphaTauri, because I just haven't seen any indication that Alfa Romeo are going to be, say, up there with Haas F1, you know, trying to nip their way into Q3, like they were, say, in Bahrain. So, yeah, not looking good for Alfa Romeo. I still think Valtteri Bottas, even though he was behind Zhou in practice 2, I think Valtteri will be ahead of Zhou in qualifying. Valtteri has been pretty fast here in the last couple Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So Bottas, I think, will probably just about nip himself into Q2, but Zhou will be knocked out in Q1. But if they do end up with the result I predicted for them, of I think 15th and 19th on the grid, then I really hope they've got a much better race car, because, yeah, it would be, you know, considering how good Bahrain was for them and how good of a start to the season it was, and of course, currently they are 5th in the championship after that first race, it would be quite a disaster for them to, you know, to end up finishing in, not just outside of the points, but way outside of the points. That would be quite a disaster for them. But we'll see if they've got any improvements they can make. Haas F1 look to be, in qualifying at least, the 6th best team. I would say they're only slightly slower than Alpine. I think the difference, though, really between Alpine and Haas is that Alpine are quite a bit quicker in the first sector, as we saw with the Sector 1 times for Practice 2. And I think that is really the difference between Alpine and Haas this weekend. In Sector 2 and Sector 3, Haas look to be a tad quicker, but it's still pretty much equal between the two. But it's really the first sector that is making the difference, especially for the Alpine team. And that's why Alpine will be ahead of Haas on the grid, because Alpine have got just quite a bit more, I think, downforce on their car, and Haas relying a bit too much on the strength of the Ferrari power unit. But it will see them still have a decent qualifying. I've got them P11 and P12 on the grid for today, which would be decent. I mean, they would, with Leclerc's penalty, probably start 10th and 11th if Leclerc does qualify 3rd or lower. So, yeah, that'd be a pretty good effort, I think, for Haas. And given that tyre wear isn't as big of an issue this weekend, and the Ferrari-powered teams should be pretty quick here, you'd think Haas would have a better chance of a points finish here than they did have in Bahrain. I'm just hoping we don't see a massive drop-off like we saw in Bahrain from this team, because what we saw in Bahrain was, yeah, quite bad, to be honest. But, yeah, they should be better, I think, with their race pace this weekend. But they will be, I think, quite comfortably 6th best and ahead of McLaren, Williams, Alfa Romeo, and AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri, they've got probably the worst car here. What doesn't make any sense, though, is that from practice 2, they were so quick in the first sector, you know, quicker than Haas by, I think, 0.2 of a second, quicker than McLaren by a decent amount. And I think Tsunoda was, I think, 5th quickest in the first sector, or AlphaTauri rather, were the 5th quickest team in the first sector in practice 2 yesterday. But then in the second and final sector, they were the worst team by not a massive margin, but by a decent margin, and they were massively slow compared to teams like Haas and Alpine in the second and final sector. So either they are holding back a lot on what they can actually do, or this AlphaTauri car is just very, very poor. Maybe it's a bit of both. We'll see. But I think, yeah, they're the slowest team today. I've got them, I think, 18th and 20th on the grid. Nick De Vries has never raced around here before, I believe. So, yeah, I think he will struggle this weekend. And if AlphaTauri are going to get anything from this race, then I think Tsunoda is going to be the one who's going to be delivering for the team. But yeah, AlphaTauri, their car looks pretty, just not dreadful, but just in terms of the lap times, just not very good at all. And their only hope, again, is Yuki Tsunoda. And one final thing to mention with the AlphaTauri team is that I saw yesterday an interview with the AlphaTauri team principal, Franz Tost, who has come out and said that he doesn't trust his engineers anymore. Because according to the engineers coming into this season, the AlphaTauri car was supposed to be a step up on what they had last season. And obviously it's not. This AlphaTauri car is pretty much what they had last season, if not a slight step backwards. Obviously losing Gasly, who is quite a bit faster than Tsunoda and De Vries, was definitely a bad thing for the AlphaTauri team. But yeah, that is quite remarkable to hear. But you don't hear team principals coming out and saying, I don't trust my engineers anymore. That is very bad and sounds like quite a bit of trouble going on at AlphaTauri. And to be honest, looking at the general pace of this season and the driver lineup AlphaTauri have got, I think there's a pretty decent chance AlphaTauri will finish last in the championship this season, because their car doesn't really seem to have a clear strength. It's just a pretty drab car. At least the Williams is very quick down the straights, and at circuits like this where it's you're on full throttle for quite a bit, Williams can benefit from that quite a lot. But with AlphaTauri, they just don't seem to have really anything here with their car. So yeah, it is quite sad how far they've dropped off AlphaTauri, because 2 years ago they were contending with Alpine for 5th in the championship, and really, I'd say in 2021, AlphaTauri had probably the 5th best car on the grid, after the top 4, obviously, of Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren and Ferrari. So it is, quite a shame that that they've dropped off this much. Obviously, losing Gasly, who is quite a bit faster than Tsunoda and De Vries, is a big loss. But yeah, I would have expected them to not drop off to this level. This is quite bad for them. And like I said, there's a decent chance that they will be at the foot of the championship in 2023. And finally, Williams, who of course finished at the foot of the championship, and the team we expected to be at the foot of the championship for this season, and currently they are in P7. And to be honest, with the car they've got, I think they've got a decent chance of finishing, say 7th or 8th in the championship. Their car looks good, and so far this weekend, Alex Albon has looked pretty good. And one thing that is very impressive with Albon and his pace in practice 2, I won't go back to it yet because the timer will reset itself, but he finished up in 14th, not too far away from, Norris and Hamilton, and I think the Ferraris as well. And Albon's best lap time in practice 2 was done on the medium compound tyre rather than the soft compound tyre like everyone else did. He did do a soft tyre run and tried to improve, but he didn't go any quicker. So maybe the Williams just isn't able to get any more pace out of the soft tyre. Maybe they do have secretly quite a bit more speed, but I think Albon is absolutely a dark horse today. And also watch out for Logan Sargent, because he was pretty good in Bahrain, and I'm sure he'll have a decent qualifying. But yeah, Williams, they could have a seriously strong position for the race, and I think they've got a decent chance of having a points finish tomorrow again. And Williams look as though they could be rising up the championship quite a bit in 2023. But yeah, watch out for this guy on screen, Alex Albon. He is another person to watch out for if there's going to be, I'd say, a big surprise this weekend. But those are all the teams, and I'll go back to these slideshow pictures, and I'll now come to you guys in the live chat. So let me know, guys. Keep letting me know what you think is going to happen for qualifying later today. and I'll get to your comments in a moment. I see we're on 41 likes now. Let's try, if we can, and get to 50 likes by the time practice 3 starts, which is another 30 minutes away. But let me read out some comments from you guys in the chat. Bert Hempler says, "Hey Chaz, great to hear an F1 commentator talking stats and figures again. Hope you have a good season. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much for that." Hello to Water DR from USA. Frank Trigg says, "Honda looking for a team to buy, probably the AlphaTauri. Maybe, yeah. Maybe Andretti would look to buy out the AlphaTauri team if Red Bull do decide to sell them. We'll see. But yeah, that team looks as though it's falling apart pretty quickly. Let me try and read some comments a bit further up in the chat, though, from you guys in regards to, say, the front-running teams and drivers. Polish Eddie says, "Let's just all be grateful that Hamilton is not in a dominant rocket ship anymore and that Alonso is back in the front where he belongs." Vinster says, "I was never jealous of Lewis, not jealous of Max now, just want someone to be able to keep up somewhat." Yeah, I don't mind, you know, it. Like, I didn't mind Lewis Hamilton winning, what was it? It was 4 championships in the space of 5 seasons from 2014 to 2018. And the reason I didn't mind it, I mean, I don't mind who wins the championship, period, no matter how it's won, really. Or except for if it's won in, you know, controversial circumstances, of course. But Lewis in those years, 2014, 2015, you know, had Rosberg very close to him, and that was a really good, close, brilliant battle. And then, you know, 2017 and 2018 had Sebastian Vettel as well. I think where it starts to get boring, obviously, is when it's the same person winning without them having any competition. If it's the same person winning, but it goes down nearly, you know, to the absolute wire at the end of the season, then, you know, that's pretty much what we want in Formula One. Dane says, "Controversial opinion on the race. I think Alonso could win tomorrow. Alonso, great start and great tyre management by Aston. He could have a chance to win. Or second, yeah. If he gets a great start, which we know he's capable of, then yeah, it's possible. I mean, actually, one thing from the Bahrain Grand Prix, I mean, technically speaking, the start of his race wasn't good for Fernando. He dropped from 6th down to 7th place, and you know, was hit by Stroll. Quite lucky, I got to say, not to have a puncture or anything like that. But if you actually go back and look at the start, he was up to 5th place by the exit of turn 3, so he did actually gain. Did he gain a position, or was the Mercedes ahead of him? I know the Mercedes weren't ahead of him on the grid, were they? But yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is it wasn't really until turn 4 on the first lap in Bahrain where things really fell apart, where he got overtook by Hamilton, then hit by Stroll, and then Russell passed him after that. So yeah, Alonso definitely capable still of his great starts. Last year on the grid, we had I don't think we had that many great starters on the grid last year at this circuit. The only gain on the grid I remember is, I think, Verstappen passing Sainz, and Verstappen, I think, started 4th on the grid. So, and 4th on the grid is the inside line that is 4th on the grid, or is it the outside line? I can't remember exactly, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to make a great start here in Jeddah, because the run down to turn 1 is so short. It's one of the shortest on the calendar. So it's pretty hard to make up positions on the first lap. Astro Stebus is thinking penalties. How utterly pathetic does the cost cap breach penalty for Red Bull look now? Clearly, it has had next to no impact. Well, it's not supposed to have an impact now. It's supposed to have an impact for the second half of the season. Obviously, the FIA and nobody could forecast that Red Bull would start this season with such an amazing car. But yeah, in the second half of the season, Red Bull will, their gap to the rest will not be as big, and it will become more exciting. And I think, with 2023, don't give up on it just yet. I mean, are we going to get a championship battle to the very end of the season? No, we're not. But second half of the season, I think we will get closer racing for the victories. I think that's definitely going to happen. Red Bull, I think what their plan is to develop their car really until the British Grand Prix, which is, I mean, it's not their home race officially, but with their base in Milton Keynes, which is literally just down the road from the Silverstone track. And I know that because when I went to Silverstone a few years ago for the WEC race, I stayed in Milton Keynes, and it is literally, 20, 30 minutes away, I think. Because of how close it is, I think they'll bring probably one last big upgrade to that race and then probably just call it quits from that point on and hope that the car is good enough from that point on to still win loads of races, which it probably will be, and secure the championship. So, yeah. Second half of the season, things will definitely get more exciting. Mercedes, they'll bring their new car soon. If it does improve their performance, quite a lot, that'll definitely make things better. And of course, second half of the season, I expect them to bring a couple upgrades. Aston Martin as well, let's remember, they've got 37% more wind tunnel time, which is, I think, 120 more wind tunnel runs than Red Bull will be allowed this season. So, yeah, second half of this season, things will, trust me, will get a lot more exciting. Let's find some of the comments here. Good to see Nib in the chat. Opulent says everyone else still has time in wind tunnel this year. Side pod upgrade will change the game for all teams. I mean, we saw that last season with, I think, McLaren. They changed their side pod mid-season last year. And their car improved by about half a second a lap. And it made their car a lot more capable of fighting with Alpine. And then Alpine, they made their side pod pretty much like the Red Bull one. And we saw how good their car was last year and how good it is this year. Obviously, we saw the Aston Martin improve a lot last year because they went for the Red Bull side pod. I think, and I said this, I think, when I did my, I think I did a stream last week talking about the incredible rise of Aston Martin. And there is actually a video, guys, on my channel where I, go through the amazing rise they've had in the last year. So make sure to go check that out on the channel. I think it's only like 20 minutes long. I think I said in that, either in that video or the stream it came from, that it's going to be similar this next 2 or 3 years to the blown diffuser era, where Red Bull, with what they were doing with their diffusers, and what they were doing is what caused Red Bull to be so much quicker than any other team on the grid. Eventually, every team on the grid in 2011 copied them and had basically the same or similar type of thing going on at the diffuser part of the car. And with these cars, I see the same thing happening, or at least I think the same thing really should happen. That by, say, next year or the year after, every team on the grid will have a similar, if not almost the same side pod as what Red Bull have got. Because it's the best design, the best concept for these regulations, pretty clearly. Find some of the comments here if I can. Hakan, do you think Alonso can win the race? Probably not. I think third is most likely. Maybe if he pulls out a brilliant performance, second. could be possible. But yeah, third, I think, is most likely going to be the result for Fernando. Would be nice to have strong teams fighting for the championship after the Mercedes era. True. I mean, I still think there is a possibility that we can get, still a title battle, say, before the new regulation change in 2026. But, yeah. Red Bull, I will admit, Red Bull at the minute, they do look incredibly quick. There is no doubt about that. They look like they're on another planet, really. But I don't think that I don't think it's absolutely definitely going to be the case that Red Bull are that good until the end of 2025. Because like I said, second half of this season, the amount of time that, say, Mercedes and Aston Martin are losing to Red Bull, I think they'll make up a decent portion of that in the second half of the season. And then hopefully for the start of next season, they'll be, say, a bit closer to Red Bull than they were at the start of this season. And so on and so forth. That's my hope, at least. But we'll see. Let's try and put some other comments here in the chat if I can. And let's see. A couple people reacting to someone's comment. I don't know whose, to do with Verstappen. Oh, right, I found it now. So Astro Stevo said, Lewis has driven bad cars, Max not so much. Yeah, I'm not sure about that hot take. That's that's an interesting one. I mean, I wouldn't say Max has driven bad cars. He's just not driven as many good cars as Lewis has. I think that's how I would say it. Anyway, I am just going to quickly, guys, before I come to any more comments, I'm going to change the title to the Practice 3 Watchalong, and then I'm going to post a link of the stream out a couple times. So I'll be back to you guys in the chat very, very soon. But yeah, I mean, Max has been in F1 now for what, 8 years. Lewis's 8th year in F1 was, I think, 2015, and Hamilton, by the end of 2015, was a 3-time world champion. And Verstappen would be a 3-time champion, or is going to be a 3-time champion at the end of this season. But yeah, Max definitely has raced, I think, worse cars than what Lewis had, for sure. Come join us here to watch along the final practice session before qualifying in Jeddah. And I'll just post the link out on Twitter. By the way, great to see already so many of you guys watching. Already 165 people. Normally it takes a bit of time to build up to that. And good to see. We're on a good amount of likes as well. Again, let's try and get to, say, about 50 likes by the time we start Practice 3. Come join us here to watch along FP3 before qualifying in Jeddah, and I'll just do a couple hashtags, and then we'll get back to your comments, guys, in the chat. Yeah, make sure to keep your comments coming. And also, of course, remember to keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat if you have not already. Right. Let's come back to see what you guys are saying. When did Hamilton have bad cars? 2009, definitely. And then probably... the thing is, what do you classify as a bad car? Because I still think if your car is one of the top 3 best on the grid for that season, I don't think that's a bad car. Because, you know, Lewis in, say, 2010, 2011, his car was probably 2nd or 3rd best on the grid. It was quite a bit slower than the Red Bull car, but it wasn't a bad car. So, yeah. I'd probably say the only bad car he's driven is the 2009 one. And then with Max, you'd have to say, what, the Toro Rosso in 2015 and early 2016. So, yeah, funnily enough, their careers have been not absolutely similar, but similar in certain ways, in that they've only had pretty much a year in a bad car, or a car that's not top 3 on the grid. And by their 8th year in F1, they're both going to be 3-time world champions, pretty much. So, yeah. I mean, I would say Lewis's first 3 championships definitely are of better quality than Max's, but yeah, I wouldn't say Max is had great cars or anything. Nib says the thing with Lewis at McLaren, he has never had bad cars, but just the reliability was poor. And well, one year he couldn't stop crashing into Massa. Yeah, the McLaren. I think 2012 it was a good car, but yeah, reliability was poor towards the end of that season. I mean, if you look at Hamilton's career, I think he's probably only had the absolute best car on the grid. Probably how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably about 7 times in his career. 6 of those being a Mercedes car, and then I'd probably say the only McLaren that was the best on the grid was probably the 2012 McLaren over the course of the season. The reason, obviously, the McLaren didn't win the championship is because the team did not get the most out of the car. They, made a lot of mistakes, and also their development program was pretty bad for the McLaren car. They didn't develop it in the way they should have. Because I remember, I think it was like Valencia time or something. They just stopped bringing developments, and they, I think they waited a few races too long and gave away a bit too many points in the middle of the season to Ferrari and Red Bull. Lewis certainly didn't always have the fastest car, or vice versa. Yeah, he hasn't always had the best car. Say 2007, it was pretty much equal, his car with the Ferrari. 2008, I don't think the McLaren was as good as the Ferrari that year. And then 09, 2010, 2011, 2013, he didn't have a car to fight for the championship, really. And then obviously last season and 2018, I'd still say Mercedes that year did not have the overall best car. And that's what makes, for me, 2018 such an impressive title win. Because he had to fight so incredibly hard to win that championship and had to produce so many great performances to get the job done against, still a great driver in Sebastian Vettel and a very fast Ferrari car, which it was in 2018. And looking at Lewis's career, I would say his most valuable championships to me would be 2014, 2017 and 2018. Those are the 3 most valuable championships where he proved why he is so great in those years, because he really did make the difference in those particular seasons compared to the main rival he was fighting against. Nib says, thing is, previous V6 era, it was easier to win races when not having the absolute best car. Well, it or at least felt that way at the time. Yeah, well, it's because back then there was no real differences in the engines, of course, because the development of the V8s, I think, was frozen from like 2008 on. So there was no differences, really. I mean, the only reason the Red Bull car back then was so slow down the straights was because it was set up that way, not because the Renault V8 was, bad or anything. It's because the Red Bull car was just set up to be to optimize its downforce as much as possible. But I think, compared to the reason the V6 era, it's harder to win a race in a car that isn't the absolute best is because you have the added element of the power unit, and less reliability than you had in the V8 era, and also as we've seen plenty of times down the years in the V6 era, if you don't have enough power from the engine, then you don't have a chance really. But back in the V8 era, it was really just about how much downforce have you got on your car, and also how well can you look after your tyres. That was really all about it, and then obviously having a good enough driver to execute when it mattered. But right, I'll read out probably a couple more comments, and then we'll get on to the end of the poll results, and then what do you call it? And then we'll get into practice 3, which starts very soon. Michael Gideon says, if Max is on the same path as Lewis, does this mean we can look forward to him freezing his dog's sperm, designing ugly clothes, and getting fights with the FIA over piercings? Probably not. He's probably got the most opposite personality to Lewis, I would say, that you could probably have. All hail the V8 era. Yeah. I mean, even though Red Bull dominated that era, the races back then were definitely more interesting. I mean, even in the year where Vettel, I think 2011, where Vettel dominated it, he was on pole like for every race almost that season. There were so many great races that year, despite him winning so much. So, yeah, I think that's what that's why that era was so great, even though it wasn't maybe the most unpredictable. And then obviously you've got the, pre-2009 regs where we obviously had V8s, where we had McLaren versus Ferrari years, Alonso versus Schumacher. That was all pretty great. And I'd say, to be honest, I mean, we've had some great moments in the last few years in F1, but I would say the V8 era, which was 2006 to 2013, is probably the most exciting era in the history of Formula One. The amount of things that happened in that 7 years, exciting moments, great moments, championship battles, quality of drivers. Yeah, it was just an unbelievable time to be a Formula One fan. Unfortunately, I became an F1 fan at the back end of the V8 era from end of 2011 on. But if you are new to Formula One, say it as Germany 2011, that I still go back and watch that race. It's such a fun race. And it didn't need a safety car or rain or anything like that. It was just pure brilliant racing. I think between Hamilton, Alonso, and Webber for the win. I love that race so much. It's a favourite of mine for sure. But yeah, if you're new to F1 and you've only started watching in the last 4 or 5 years and you've not seen races from the V8 era, go back and watch races from between 2006 and 2013. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Some of them are just brilliant from start to finish. And I can definitely recommend the 2012 season as a season that you should pay a lot of attention to. Polish Eddie says, Max would have won 2021 by at least 50 points, if not for terrible luck and Lewis having the best luck. You just cling onto the Michael Massey thing, just sad. I'm not I'm not clinging on to that. I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, I made a video, I think the day after the Abu Dhabi controversy, which I know certain people didn't like in the F1 community, where I said that I believed Max Verstappen deserved to win the championship in 2021 because he was better that year. And I made the point that without the Silverstone crash that was obviously caused by Lewis and the Hungary start crash where Max, lost so many points there and still finishing the points, but he could have ended up with about 15 to 20 more points there had that not happened. Max probably would have had the championship wrapped up before probably the final 2 races of that season had it not been for that. So, yeah, I think Max was better in 2021. There is no doubt about that. But, there's no doubt about that in my mind. Other people, I'm sure, will disagree. But, the way the championship ended, we have to say, clearly it was wrong the way it ended. Max did win unfairly, but, I don't think if you look at the season overall, I think Max was the best driver. I'm talking to Platty, not you, Chaz. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think Max. I'm not following because I know a lot of people on like Twitter, especially, they'll push the narrative that like Max was like, he was only in the position he wasn't in the championship of 2021 because Red Bull had like a much better car, which is not necessarily true from 2021. And that the only reason Max won the championship was purely not just because of the final race, but because of FIA corruption, because they also, mention the Saudi Arabian race in 2021 and the Brazilian or the Sao Paulo race in 2021. I mean, I agree with them with Abu Dhabi and Sao Paulo. What happened there was a joke, but if you go and look at 2021 from an objective standpoint, the Red Bull, it was quick. It was very quick that season. I'm not denying that. But it was not this massively dominant car that a certain fan base or certain members of that fan base like to make out. It really wasn't. I mean, I think in the first 4 races of that season, I remember Mercedes had pole 3 times out of the first 4 races. And I think won 3 of the first 4 races as well. 2 of them they won on pure pace, and one of the others was more like more just on strategy, and also great defense from Hamilton. And then mid-season Red Bull improved quite a bit, and were definitely very quick in the middle of the season. But then really from the summer break on, if you go look at 2021, Mercedes from say. Yeah, from the end of the summer break on, Mercedes were quite clearly the better team and had the better car. But anyway, practice 3, about to get underway. Let's not dredge up 2021. And actually, quickly, I'll end the poll in the chat. And let's see what you guys had to say. 318 votes, thank you guys so much. The question I asked was, who do you think will be on pole today? And you guys voted for Max Verstappen. 64% of the vote he got. And then Alonso in second, Leclerc third, and Perez in P4. And yeah, I'd have to agree with the person that won the vote. I think Verstappen is pretty comfortably going to be on pole. Anyway, let's get rid of this countdown and get on to this. We'll see my watch-along screen. And obviously, practice 3, hour-long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 59-minute mark. And obviously get the positions moving around and get them in the correct positions during the session itself. Looks as though it's going to be a bit of a slow start, though, to practice 3, because Red Bull have not got Perez's car complete together. Hamilton is not even in the garage yet. I think he's just entering the garage. Ocon not even in his car. So, yeah, it's not going to be a flying start to practice 3. looks to be quite a bit cooler though today in Jeddah. The sun isn't out like it was yesterday, so yeah, track temperature going to be quite a bit cooler in this session and probably today overall than it would have been yesterday. And we've got about 35 seconds or just over 35 seconds to go until third practice begins. And Sassenag, I think it is, says, no more fights, let the cars fight with each other. Indeed. I mean, I know Twitter is it's a really toxic and just awful place, really. I mean, there are, some good areas of Twitter for sure, but it is really toxic online, especially in the F1 community. But one thing I am so bored of seeing, and if anyone has a Twitter account, you'll know this. Whenever you open Twitter and I think on the For You tab, it'll display things that from other accounts, posts from other accounts that are things you should like, F1 related stuff. A lot of the F1 related stuff I see are people still complaining about 2021. These people are not going to stop. I guarantee in like 2 years from now, they'll still be complaining about Abu Dhabi 2021 and Saudi Arabia 2021. It's like, just get over it. I know obviously what happened was bad. I get that. But these people are never going to get over it. And it's just, like 2021 never ended if you're on a F1 Twitter. As Karun Chantok, the pit lane reporter for Sky this weekend, currently taking the camera down the pit lane to look at some cars. The session has started, by the way, but they're not showing the timer on screen right now, so I'll get it on screen when I know, how long there is actually to go in practice 3. But the session has started. And first car on track is Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. And we've got, I think, 59 minutes almost to go. Let me try and see if I can sync up the timer. And there you go. And actually, no, that's wrong. It's actually a minute late, so I'll sync it up at the 57-minute mark instead. But yeah, Lance Stroll, first car on circuit, and he did pretty well yesterday. He was 7th, and he was a bit closer to Alonso on pace than he was in Bahrain. Bahrain, on average, it was half a second a lap he was losing to Fernando. And yesterday it was a third of a second, so he's getting better, getting fitter, and at the Australian Grand Prix, he will be back to 100%. And I expect Aston Martin, certainly in Melbourne, to be pretty quick. And I'd be very surprised in Melbourne if Aston Martin are not clearly the second best team. Because I think that track will suit that car really well. Stroll is an Alonso that he's on track as well. So only the 2 Aston Martins on the circuit. And there you go. 57 minutes to go in practice 3. And I'll obviously let you know when lap times start getting set. F1 Twitter was fun pre-2018. There's Nib. Yeah, I had a Twitter account before 2018, but I can't remember what the F1 community was even like back then because of what it's like now. It's it's been the way it is now. It's been that way really since like midway through 2018 that I can remember. And yeah, it's been the same since. It's just got worse and worse. I mean, you could say maybe it's because of the Drive to Survive crowd or the newer people coming into F1. I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily because of people brought in by Drive to Survive. I think what it is there are younger and younger people now watching Formula One, which is a good thing, of course. We want that. But it's made the F1 community overall a lot less adult, obviously, and mature. And that's where all the madness and toxicity online comes from, I think. And also, some of the people in the community are just, I wouldn't say bad people, but they're definitely unhealthy mentally. And that definitely doesn't help. But Aston Martin still out on track. I think one of them came back into the pit lane and did just a tour through the pits. Lando Norris there in his McLaren garage, I think, is just getting his helmet on and overalls on, ready to get out there. He'll obviously be desperate to fast forward to Baku, where McLaren will have basically, you'd think, given what they've been talking about, a bit of a new car in Baku, but we'll see them improve. Max Verstappen into his Red Bull, getting seat belted in. Bit rare to see Verstappen in the car so early on practice 3. Normally, Red Bull don't come out until like 20, 25 minutes in the session. So, yeah, a bit surprising that. There's the Cam looking back at Joe in his cockpit. And, yeah, he's not been super quick this weekend. But to be honest, it's been more Alfa Romeo who have not been that quick. As Alonso coming back into the pits, just like Stroll has. And once again, I think just doing some installation stuff probably. And I think both Astons on the hard compound tyre, which I think we'll see used. Well, will we see it used in the Grand Prix? Yeah, probably mostly. I think we will see the soft compound tyre, but not that much. I'm expecting F1 tomorrow in the race to be starting pretty much on the medium compound tyre, which I think is quite comfortably the best tyre to start on for this race. Then after that, of course, we'll see. But the only issue with this weekend and if you were to go from medium to hard, is the hard compound tyre here is the C2 and the medium is the C3. And the C3 is a lot faster than the hard tyre. I think at least a second quicker. So yeah, it just might be a bit tough to get that tyre working and get it, get good lap times out of it. As Pierre Gasly is getting belted into his Alpine. And if I was Red Bull, to be honest, talking about strategy, if I was them, I would probably start the race on the medium and then go, I don't know, 30 to 35 laps into the race, say if there's no safety car, and then probably put on a set of soft tyres to finish. I think that's probably the best strategy you could do for this Grand Prix. It's definitely going to be a one-stop race on Sunday because tyre wear isn't that big of an issue here. And the asphalt as well is not that rough, not as rough as it is in Bahrain. So, yeah, definitely be a one-stop race, but it's just, with most people probably starting on the medium, I think, what tyre will they then go on to? Will it be soft or hard? Be interesting to see. As you're right, everything changed with social media so prevalent. I mean, the me watching Formula One on a very, very regular basis, before I was even regularly doing this and on social media, feels like a completely different world, to be honest. Where, I mean, in 2012, 13, 14, 15, I was, and probably 2016 as well, I was watching Formula One, wasn't really on social media. I did have an old channel called Chazza HD. Another channel called Chazza HD, which I used to upload on, but then I switched over to this one. And this channel name used to be Chazza HD F1, but then I had to get rid of the F1 because of trademark issues that was going to hit everyone, I think, in the F1 community, and a lot of people had to take the F1 out of their name. But yeah, before I was like properly doing YouTube on a regular basis and on Twitter and that, it was so much more enjoyable watching Formula One and enjoying Formula One without all of the, social media, Twitter stuff. I mean, I enjoy, obviously, chatting to you guys. You guys are great. You guys are, proper adults. You aren't, super toxic and volatile or anything like that. And I like the audience that I've got here, which, I've looked at my analytics. The audience I've got here is a bit older than, say, other channels will have. More in the 35 to 50-year-old range, which I think is better because those are the people that I would probably rather enjoy my content, to be honest. But yeah, it's just with everything that's gone on Twitter in the F1 community in the last few years, it has definitely made enjoying Formula One a lot less enjoyable than it was, say, 7 or 8 years ago or 10 years ago. I mean, I think I don't think that's just exclusive to Formula One as well. I think this goes for everything, really. I think social media has been great in certain areas, but it's also made things a lot worse and made things a lot less enjoyable in life in general. So, yeah. Change of De Vries power unit, says Nib. We just quickly check Twitter. I'm sure Chris Medland has a tweet saying something. Maybe not. And actually, hold on. So AlphaTauri have said, unfortunately, we've detected an issue with Nick De Vries' car and we're now changing his power unit. As a result, he will not be participating in practice 3. That is an absolute disaster for that team. So we've still not really got any lap times having been done in this session. As back from the ad break from on Sky F1, Lewis Hamilton, I think that was, just coming out of the garage on a set of soft tyres. But yeah, I'll quickly just put De Vries to the bottom. Obviously, won't be participating. And to be honest, AlphaTauri have been probably the slowest team here, so he's probably going to qualify last as well. As Hulkenberg is currently on his first flying lap of the day on a set of medium tyres. As he passes a slow Alfa Romeo there to the inside of the track, as Oscar Piastri has just gone P1 for McLaren. A shame that Piastri doesn't have a car really to fight with this weekend, because he was pretty good here in F2 a couple years ago. And this weekend the McLaren's one of the worst cars for this track, so it is a shame. As Gasly is on a first flying lap of the day on the soft compound tyre. As Hulkenberg comes down to the final corner. The Haas car was the second quickest in the final sector in practice 2 yesterday. So watch out for them in the final sector in qualifying later, as Hulkenberg comes to the line and, no surprise, goes quickest. I've got to say, Hulkenberg's been very good on his return. Q3 in Bahrain was, what was it? He was 8th in practice 2 yesterday and looks to be the quicker Haas driver again. He's had a great return so far. As Gasly Slight bit of a correction in the middle of the final corner, turn 27. Comes to the line and Gasly goes quickest now on a 1:30.7. The quickest time of the weekend so far is a 1:29.6 by Max Verstappen. So that's actually a pretty good first lap time of the day for Gasly. I mean, that's only probably, half a second or just over half a second slower than his best time of the weekend so far in the Alpine. So that's a good start for him. As the two Mercedes are on a flying lap now on the soft tyres. As Verstappen goes second. Ocon goes third. And here comes the Mercedes of Russell, who's done a purple middle sector. Bit of a correction in turn 22. The very fast left-hander that then quickly goes into a right-hander before you come into the meat of the final sector. And then into the final corner, Russell comes. Looks good through there. As Bottas is up to 4th and Zhou is up to 5th. Where does Russell go? Russell goes quickest. Lewis Hamilton, though. Where does he go? Hamilton goes second. So it is Russell in first position, with Lewis Hamilton in second, Gasly third, Verstappen fourth, Ocon fifth. And then you've got Bottas in 6th, with Zhou in 7th place. Hulkenberg 8th, Piastri 9th. And then, Stroll in 10th. And everyone below Lance Stroll in P10, I don't think has really done a proper lap time. Charles Leclerc, though, is about to do his first lap time of the day on the medium tyres. And he comes to the line. And Charles Leclerc does a 1:31.3 and goes up to 5th. I know it's only practice 3, but what is very impressive is Max Verstappen is only a quarter of a second slower than Russell so far. And Russell did his best time on the soft. And Verstappen did his best time on the hard compound tyre. And the hard tyre around this track should be like 1.2 to 1.5 seconds, say, slower at most. I'd probably say at least a second slower than the soft tyre. So clearly showing the Red Bull has a lot more pace than the Mercedes already. As Magnussen is up to 7th. And the lap time Max has done so far is a 1:30.7. So if he did that time he did that lap on the soft tyre, he probably would have done the best lap time of the weekend so far. Straight out of the blocks, yeah, Red Bull looking super quick already. As Alex Albon is on a lap, Nico Hulkenberg is up to 7th. Albon, a dark horse to watch out for. He was very quick yesterday. And the Williams car looks very quick around this circuit. Oscar Piastri is up to 5th. There you go. As Albon, decent so far on this lap. Pierre Gasly has gone quickest now for Alpine. Max Verstappen now goes quickest for Red Bull. Ocon is now 5th for Alpine. And then you got Piastri. Carlos Sainz is now up to P7. Here comes Alex Albon to the line. And Albon goes 6th in the Williams on the soft compound tyre. So let me just quickly do that. There you go. We've got 14 times on the board. Lance Stroll has just gone 12th. Zhou has now gone up to P10. Bottas quickly after him goes 8th. And yeah, I'd still expect, even if Alfa Romeo are really slow, I still expect Bottas to be ahead of Zhou, because Bottas is normally pretty quick around this circuit. And on smoother racetracks, as we've seen in the past, say like Sochi, for example, Valtteri does tend to be very quick at those type of circuits. And I mean, really, over a single lap, Valtteri is a very fast driver, as we saw when he was Lewis Hamilton's teammate. But the only drivers we're waiting for now to set their first times are Alonso, Norris, Tsunoda, Sargent, Perez, and De Vries. De Vries obviously is not going to be doing this session at all. So AlphaTauri's hope is Yuki Tsunoda for now. And yeah, Max Verstappen quickest on a 1:29.8 on the hard tyre. So he could easily do like a late 1:28, if not a mid 1:28. In this session, if he goes out the soft tyre and pushes as hard as he did on that lap. So Red Bull already ominously quick. As Tsunoda, the AlphaTauri that just looks as mid can be, is just about to complete the middle sector as Leclerc goes up to 6th place. And here comes Tsunoda into the final sector. Magnussen is on a better lap, but not a great lap necessarily. Lando Norris is on his first flying lap on a soft tyre, about 6.5 tenths down on Verstappen so far. Norris probably going to go 7th, I would say, with or 7th or 8th with this lap. As Tsunoda goes 15th. Kevin Magnussen improves up to 11th. Lando Norris comes to the line and goes 8th, just ahead of his teammate and just behind Albon. Yeah, Norris, Albon, Piastri, they are all going to be very close to each other in qualifying later. Here comes Gasly on the soft tyre. Like I said, him and Ocon, they are really quick around this track, and the Alpine car looking pretty quick as well. And they are definitely a bit of a dark horse today. As Sainz saying on the radio he's getting a lot of D rating with his engine. Not good. Further complaints yet again about the Ferrari power unit. As Sergio Perez on the soft tyre is nearly a third of a second quicker than Max on his lap so far. But again, Max is best lapped on the hard tyre. And Max goes even quicker on the hard tyre. Now a 29.7. Very impressive start for him. Lance Stroll does a good time on the hard tyre and goes up to P7. And Perez does go quickest by almost 3.5 tenths of a second. But again, he did that time on the soft tyre. Verstappen's done his best on the hard. So Max is, so far in this session, quite clearly got the quickest package. As who else just improved? I think Albon just improved up to 5th place. Hamilton is actually ahead of Russell in 6th place, and then you've got Carlos Sainz up to 9th. So the top 10 right now: Perez, Verstappen, Gasly, Ocon, Albon, Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, Stroll. And then it's Zhou, 11th. Norris, 12th. Piastri, 13th. Bottas, 14th. Magnussen, 15th. Sargent is 16th. And then it's Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Alonso, De Vries. Russell comes to the line. Can he go quickest? Nope. He is 8 tenths of a second down and goes 5th. As Lewis Hamilton looks as though, yeah, he's backed off on whatever lap he was doing. And an Aston Martin there, I think, of... I'm not sure if it was Alonso going past him, but it was an Aston Martin. But some people now coming back into the pits after the first runs there. And... oh, that's why Hamilton backed off. That was that looked like a... is that an Alpine or a Williams? Oh, it's Aston Martin. Yeah. He went into, I don't know what turn that is. Is it turn 16, 17, something like that? And Aston Martin just hovering on the apex. Quite poor, got to say. As Hamilton is now starting a new flying lap as we're, 25 minutes in to practice 3. Nib saying for anyone, hold on, the chat scrolling quite quickly because I think it's catching up. There you go. I think it's caught up now. Finster asks, are you covering F2 yet? I am covering F2. After this session, I am doing a watch along for the F2 sprint race, which starts in how long? I think an hour and 20 minutes from now is the F2 sprint race, and then I'm doing the feature race watch along tomorrow as well. And actually tomorrow the first thing I'm doing is the watch along for the F2 feature race, and then we'll be getting into the F1 stuff. So yeah, full coverage of both races. That won't be the case though in Melbourne. Actually, I've already scheduled a community post outlining my plan of content for April, and due to the timings of the sessions for the Australian and Azerbaijan Grand Prix, there won't be any F2 coverage from me in those weekends because Australia just too early in the morning and I don't want to absolutely kill myself, so I'll just focus on F1. And then Baku, the sessions won't be on a good enough times for me. And also, just to let you know, as Max Verstappen improves his lap time to 29.5 on the hard tyre, I will not be covering the sprint race day in Baku. I will not be streaming on that day. And the reason is because, obviously, the sprint races this season have increased from 3 to 6, and you guys know I don't like sprint races and I don't want to cover all of them, so yeah, I'm going to miss the Baku one, but I will be still covering, the Friday qualifying day in Baku and of course race day. But yeah, F2 coverage in terms of watch-alongs and that won't be coming back after this weekend until probably hold on. Are F2 racing in Miami? Let me just see. No, they're not. So the next time there'll be F2 coverage will be for Imola. I mean, that'll be on at a much better time for me. But yeah, for this weekend, I'll be doing the sprint race and feature race watch along, and the sprint race watch along next up. As Russell improves his time but stays 5th, 1:30.0. Quite a bit quicker, I think, than, or no, not quite a bit quicker than yesterday, but it's about the same lap time, or similar lap time to what they did yesterday. Alpine lapping, I think, a tenth or two quicker than yesterday so far. Red Bull already lapping quicker than yesterday. Ferrari, obviously, I've only used the medium compound tyres so far. As Alex Albon is on another run on the soft tyre. Let's see if he will improve from 6th. And no, backs off. And is he coming into the pit lane? No, he's not. I'm pretty sure he backed off on that lap. Yeah, I think he slowed up in that final corner. Yuki Tsunoda comes to the line and goes 13th. And let me just make sure the order is correct. So your top 10 is Perez, Verstappen, Gasly, Ocon, Russell, Albon, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz. And then it's Norris in 10th. And then you got Stroll 11th. And then Zhou, Tsunoda, Piastri, Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Alonso, De Vries. So there you go. Halfway through the session. And that is your current order. Just want to say quickly again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for even more content like this, because obviously we're doing a qualifying watch along later and a race watch along for tomorrow. And don't forget, if you have not already, to hit the like button We're currently on, 64 likes? Let's try and get up to 70 or 75 likes by the end of practice 3. If we can. As Hulkenberg is about to improve his time from 18th. Stays 18th. On a 1:31.4. Lando Norris, though, on the soft tyres, doing another quick run. Let's see what he can do. And he goes 8th. Pretty good lap there for Lando. I mean, obviously, a lot of other cars can go quite a bit quicker. You know, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Haas. Yeah, some good laps there for Lando. And there's the team principal, Andrea Stella. When I started watching Formula 1 10 years ago, he was Fernando Alonso's race engineer at Ferrari. I never thought 10 years later he would be the team boss of McLaren. And if anyone had said back in 2012 he'd be the team boss of McLaren in 2023, I think everyone, even himself, would have said absolutely no chance. Not in a million, trillion years. As the Mercedes back into the garage, most people in their pits now. As yeah, we're halfway through the session, so we should be getting some even quicker runs soon. Labgura says, "Watch Ferrari turn up the engine in qualifying and blow up." Yeah, I honestly at this point I wouldn't be that surprised. Let's see if we can find some other comments here quick. Whilst we've got a bit of a lull. Polish Eddie says George is just faster and more consistent. Maybe more consistent. In the since they've been teammates really, but I don't think he's faster. I mean, obviously we've only had one race so far, so let's not go too overboard. And in the race in Bahrain, Lewis was definitely faster than his teammate. As there's the ex-Mercedes race strategist James Vowles, Williams team principal, and doing a great job and could lead Williams to a pretty good result this season of maybe an 8th in the Constructors' Championship. As Sky now go to an ad break soon as Ferrari come out on track and I think soft compound tyres. So we'll have to wait a couple of minutes to see what they can do. Another thing I wanted to quickly say was I realised a few days ago that later this year will be the 5-year anniversary of the first, video on this channel and the first, I think, watch-along that I ever did, which was, I think, the second to last weekend of July 2018 for the 2018 German Grand Prix, an infamous Grand Prix, of course, for the what do you call it? The in thing with Hamilton, and also Vettel's accident, which was a massive turning point and really the turning point of the championship that year. So yeah, I am going to do something to celebrate around that time. I think the second to last weekend of July this year is the Hungarian Grand Prix. So yeah, I'm going to try and, because you can now clip parts of streams, what I'm going to probably do is go back through the watch-alongs and clip, say, the best parts of the most exciting, races that we covered and qualifying sessions, and do a best bits for the watch-along, because I've been doing it, for nearly 5 years. Obviously, in 2020, I didn't really do any watch-alongs at all. I missed, I think, 3 or 4 races in 2021, and then I think 3 or 4 races last year as well. But there is plenty of watch-alongs I've done, plenty of content there, and I'm probably going to clip quite a bit from all of those classic streams and we'll see what it sounds like in the end. But yeah, 5-year anniversary of the channel will be coming up in July. A happy anniversary, Chazza. Thank you, love your work. Thanks to Juan Albo says congrats. Yeah, it is amazing to think that I've had this channel for 5 years. I mean, obviously, I had another channel that was, an F1 channel as well before this one. That, in terms of content, wasn't really similar. I did live streams towards the end, but the live streams weren't very good. And they didn't get that many views, and I really just focused on doing recorded videos, and also the content on that old channel was pretty bad compared to what I've done on this channel, what I'm doing currently. So, yeah, it is amazing to think 5 years ago, nearly 5 years ago, is when I started this channel. And I think during the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend, I uploaded my 700th video to the channel. I think it was either the race watch-along or the qualifying watch-along stream for Bahrain was my 700th video 2 weeks ago. So, yeah. Won't be too long until we get to 1,000 videos for the channel, which would be probably end of next season, I'd imagine, for 1,000 videos, or maybe midway through next season for the 1,000th video. As Leclerc did a practice start on the exit of the pit lane, has said on the radio, I lost the first shift. Oh dear. As no improvements of lap times. So back from the ad break now, and it looks as though the Alpines are doing some heavy fueled runs. Very heavy fueled runs, because they're going both very slow, unless they're just warming up for a lap. As they're both on the soft compound tyre. And, well, we'll see with the first sector time if they're doing a proper quick run. As Ocon comes into the first chicane, Pierre Gasly. He's just hit the finish line. He's now coming into the first chicane. And yeah, no idea. We'll see, I guess, in a moment what Alpine are actually doing. Nib saying, I remember that first watch along you did for quali that year, G's. Yeah. Yeah, it was 2018 German Grand Prix. That was the first race weekend that I covered on the channel, and like I said, it was the turning point of the season. And then Nib, obviously, who's in chat, started appearing on the watch-alongs. I think his first appearance was Bahrain 2019, because obviously the first race in 2019 was Australia, and he was obviously at the race. Yeah, his first appearance would be Bahrain. Trying to think if there's any other milestones. And then I think the last... I did a couple watch-alongs in 2020. I think for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. I did a practice 3 and qualifying watch-along, I think, for that weekend. As I was just trying to warm up and get back into doing the content after having a massive mental health crisis. As Pierre Gasly comes to the line and improves his lap time, but stays in third, 129.7 from the Alpine. Gasly looking pretty quick so far this weekend. But yeah, from the end of... I think the last watch-along we did in 2019 was the race watch-along for Abu Dhabi. And then really, I didn't start it up again until the Bahrain Grand Prix of 2021. And then, obviously, 2021, many brilliant moments that season. Also 2019, many brilliant moments that season as well. And yeah, was just brilliant. And like I said, when we get to the anniversary weekend, which would be, again, the Hungarian Grand Prix, I'll try and do a compilation of the best watch-along moments, and then, you know, pick out, say, however many moments I can, and then put it together, and we'll see what it all sounds like. I'm probably going to cringe very hard at it, but yeah, I don't like listening to my own voice. I hate listening to my own voice, if I'm being honest. But yeah, it'd be interesting still to do. As George Russell is on another lap. Lewis Hamilton is on an improved lap so far. He's done a slightly better first sector than Perez, which is interesting. And definitely a lot more like it from the Mercedes in the first sector, because that's really where they were struggling. I think, well, no, not the first sector. It was the middle sector where really they were struggling. Middle sector is good from Hamilton, only a 10th down on Perez. So Lewis is probably going to go up to 4th place, I would say, with this lap. Maybe 3rd, we'll see. As Lewis into the final corner now. And Mercedes' car looks absolutely fine through the final corner. And to the line he comes. And yeah, 4th place, 4/10 of a second down. So the final sector, he lost a lot of time there. But the middle sector looked a lot better from the Mercedes than it did yesterday. Hamilton up to P4. But Hamplos says, you're a champion, Chaz. Was calling for you to be a pro race caller in 2020. You got the talent. Cheers for that. And yeah, obviously cheers for all of your support in, you know, the last, say, 4.5 years. It's, yeah, much appreciated. And obviously, you know, the watch-alongs have been the most enjoyable thing on this channel by far. And we've had some great moments. We've witnessed together some unbelievable races. I'd probably say 2021 was the peak in terms of excitement from the races, and obviously the watch along content then was you know, was brilliant. But yeah, it's hopefully in the future gonna spice up a bit more. I mean, obviously currently I am at university, and once I finish university, who knows what the future of me doing this channel will be. I am definitely, just to confirm, I am definitely going to be doing content on this channel until probably at least the end of 2025. So I'm still going to be doing another 2.5 years of content for sure. Given my plans at the minute, I'm probably going to still be doing content on this channel until the end of 2026, even into 2027. Yeah, there is still plenty of time I'm going to be, you know, giving up for this channel, and still plenty of content I'll be putting forth for this channel. And then I guess once I finish all my university studies, we'll see where the channel is and, you know, what job opportunities I get out of my university degrees, hopefully, that I get. And we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, definitely for the next 2.5 years, I'll be doing this channel still. That is for sure. Sergio Perez has done an improved lap, and he's gone even quicker to a 1:29.1. Only 9/10 of a second that lap, slower than his pole position last year. And these cars will probably improve by a second and a half in qualifying. So yeah, pole position is probably going to be about equal to the 2021 pole position, about a mid 127. As Fernando Alonso is on a quick lap now. He's on the soft compound tyre. He's done an improved first sector. So is Stroll, who is only like 7 seconds behind. Alonso 2/10 down after the first 2 sectors. Fernando probably going to go 3rd, maybe 4th, more likely, with this lap. As Lance looks as though he's probably going to go, I don't know, 5th or 6th. As Hulkenberg has gone all the way up to 5th place. A good pace there from the Haas. And Piastri has gone 6th for McLaren, as Fernando Alonso goes 3rd for Aston Martin, and Lance Stroll goes 5th. So let me just update that. Alonso is up to 3rd. Lance Stroll, where is he? There he is up P5. And, oh, there you go. So, Pierre, not Pierre Gasly, Lewis Hamilton has improved yet again and is now up to 3rd place, just ahead of Fernando Alonso. Here comes Max Verstappen to the line. And what an absolute stonking lap that is. A 1:28.7. That is a brilliant lap time. Almost 4/10 of a second quicker than Perez. 8/10 quicker than Hamilton and Alonso. And that's only half a second slower than pole position at this circuit last year. They're not going to be stopped, are they, today? I really don't see it happening. But yeah, it's Verstappen now, top of the timesheets. Perez 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Alonso 4th, Gasly 5th, Stroll 6th, Hülkenberg 7th. Is a replay of Bottas getting a bit blocked there by the Aston Martin, who was released from the exit of the pit lane. And then, yeah, traffic has been definitely quite an issue around this track. And Piastri has improved again, up to 5th place. Alex Albon is up to 9th. And Zhou Guanyu has just improved up to 8th place in the Alfa Romeo. It's Hülkenberg then 9th, Albon 10th. And then Russell is 11th. With Ocon 12th, Magnussen 13th. And then Sargent in 14th position, with Bottas in 15th. And then Norris, Leclerc, Sainz, Tsunoda, De Vries. As Gasly is on another improved lap, maybe. Not sure he is, to be honest, after that kind of moment at turn 22. As Gasly now down to the final corner he comes. Still looking super quick is Pierre. As he exits the final corner now. Gets as close as really he should to the wall. Does he improve? No. He goes quite a bit slower. 4.5 slower than he did before. But top 10 looks very topsy-turvy. Many cars in the top 10. You've got Red Bull, obviously with both cars. You've got Mercedes in the top 10. Both Aston Martins, a McLaren, an Alpine, Alfa Romeo, a Haas, a Williams. And really, we're waiting on for improvements. I would say Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, maybe Lando Norris as well, improve on what they did earlier. Frank Trigg says by 2026 there'll be no jobs that AI can't do. Well, let's fucking hope not. But I don't think that'll be the case. Eventually there will come a time where AI will be able to do everything, but it's not going to be that soon. It's going to take... I think it's still going to take probably another 20 years to get even remotely close to a position where like even half of the jobs worldwide are done by AI. And I mean only done by AI. So yeah, I don't think we're quite in that position. But definitely in 100 years from now, everything will just be AI controlled, without doubt. As Verstappen has done a purple first sector. He's not done abusing the rest of the field, as Lando Norris is on a better lap. Verstappen 2/10 up on his previous best, and his previous best was stunning. As Norris, jockeying the car slightly on the exit at the final corner, but this should be a better lap. Currently in 16th. Where does he go now? He goes up to 6th place. That's a good lap. just ahead of Piastri again. Max Verstappen comes to the line. How quick does he go? Only a tenth quicker, but still a 1:28.6. And that Red Bull is going to be miles quicker than everyone else later. Unless Ferrari all of a sudden show us something we haven't seen yet from them. Yeah, Norris is up to 6th. Lance Stroll just went 3rd for Aston Martin, which is impressive, ahead of his teammate Alonso. Lewis Hamilton, I can see, is on an outlap. As Alonso is about to complete a flying lap, will Alonso go back ahead of Stroll and up to 3rd? Here he comes. And yes, he does, by only, a few hundredths of a second. A couple hundredths of a second, I think. But Alonso back to 3rd. So Aston Martin, I think still pretty clearly quicker than Mercedes in qualifying, and they probably will be in race trim as well. And yeah, Aston Martin are at worst the 3rd best team in qualifying trim. As Hülkenberg is currently sat in P11. I actually need to update that Russell has gone up to 9th, and that's why Hülkenberg is still actually was in 10th on my screen. But there you go. As Hülkenberg actually comes back into the pit lane. But I wonder if Ferrari are going to come out again. We've got, 9 minutes to go. Just over 9 minutes to go. And yeah, you'd think they want to get in a confidence-boosting run before quali. As Ocon just improves up to 12th. GP didn't warn Max about Norris behind, and they nearly had a crash that you missed. Oh, right, yeah. Definitely missed that. As Magnussen there. Just him slowing down to let another car through. Ferrari saving tyres again. Surely not. Surely not. I mean, no matter what they do later in qualifying, I don't think they can match the pace of Red Bull unless they magically show us something here. As Kevin Magnussen on the soft tyres is coming back into the pit lane. Leclerc and Sainz, though, are now on track on outlaps. And black and white flag for Alonso for failing to follow the race director's instructions. Maybe that's about where he exited the track and re-entered or something like that. Yeah, both Ferraris, by the looks of it, are on the soft tyres. Here we go. Let's see what Ferrari have got. Really? Leclerc you'd expect to be the fastest Ferrari. He needs to be going Leclerc at least 3rd, but needs to be getting, I'd say, raise Ferrari's hopes going into qualifying. He needs to be really going up to 2nd ahead of Perez. Because if he goes slower than Perez, then that's him half a second at best away from Max, which I don't think that gap is going to magically come down in qualifying. Obviously, Leclerc having to limit the damage today because he has a 10-place grid penalty for a 3rd control electronics unit. And is likely, I'd say, to start between 13th and 15th on the grid tomorrow's race. But here we go. Oh no, he's not doing a quick run. He's looks as though he's doing a warm-up lap, possibly. Which we have seen here in the past. Tyres are not that easy to fire up around here. I think we saw that especially in, I think it was in 2021. And that's a big reason why Lewis Hamilton, that weekend, got pole position, was because Mercedes filled him up with enough fuel for the whole session. And then Lewis just did a few laps, got quicker and quicker. And then eventually did a time good enough for pole position. So, qualifying later might not be as simple as just doing one run in Q3, then coming in, and then going out again doing your final run. we might get, say, more than one flying run. Or more than two, sorry, flying runs in Q3 later. But yeah, Leclerc should be starting that lap pretty soon. Sergio Perez is on an out lap. There's Laurent Marquez of Ferrari pit wall. Lots of rumours about him in the last 2 weeks that he is leaving the team, but he is still with the team. Apparently he's had offers from other teams, even the FIA, but yeah, is still at Ferrari for now. As Logan Sargent is up to 14th place, just ahead, or just behind, rather, his teammate of Alex Albon. So Williams looking good at the minute. As Leclerc, here he comes into the final corner. And now begins what is probably going to be his, at least one of his final laps before qualifying. Have Ferrari got the pace to fight for pole position later, as Max Verstappen goes even quicker, now onto a 128.4, and he's only, Max, I think, about a quarter of a second off pole position last year. So this is incredible speed from Verstappen and Red Bull. And Leclerc, let's see what he's doing for the first sector in a moment. The first sector really is where Ferrari are losing out to Red Bull. Red Bull were a third of a second quicker than Ferrari yesterday, and now it's half a second the difference. As Carlos Sainz is about to complete the first sector in the next 7 seconds. Leclerc looks fine through turn 16, 17. And now coming up to middle sector time beam, Sainz has done a slightly better first sector than Leclerc. And Leclerc 8/10 off now for the lap. And had a bit of a rough turn 22 there. I still think in the middle and final sector, the Ferrari can go a lot quicker. I still think they are saving quite a bit of power. But that first sector is really quite alarming. The amount of time they're losing to Red Bull there. As he exits the final corner, Leclerc to the line he comes, and he only goes P10. I'm pretty sure he'll go a lot quicker than that in qualifying, but yeah, that first sector is a big issue for them. Not just compared to Red Bull, but compared to Aston Martin as well, who looked pretty fast in the first sector too. Sainz goes 10th now, ahead of Leclerc. But, yeah, Ferrari 10th and 11th. And they are definitely not going to be fighting for pole position. Nib says, okay, the other teams might be right. Red Bull might not lose a race before the summer break, bearing reliability. Certainly got the feeling. He also says that McLaren are running a higher engine mode. Guess we'll see on Twitter after the session. Yeah, most likely they are. They're not going to be quicker than Alpine and Ferrari and Mercedes, obviously. I think the best you can see from McLaren in qualifying later is probably them sneaking both cars into Q2. But still ending up quite a bit behind the people in the top 10. But I am interested, if they can stay reliable for the race, McLaren, I am interested to see what their race pace is like, because in FP2 in Bahrain, their race pace was as good as Mercedes. And then, obviously, in the race, we didn't get to see what their true pace was like, because Lando had his issues. Piastri broke down after, 13 laps or something. And if they can get a 13th, 14th on the grid, if their race pace is alright, then, yeah, they might not have too bad of a race. As Zhou is trying to improve on 12th place. But, well, he's not actually trying to improve on 12th place because he's quite slow. For 4.5 seconds down nearly on Verstappen. But yeah, Red Bull are going to get pole position later. I am very confident of that. Ferrari will get a lot closer, but I think Ferrari's main fight today is Aston Martin and maybe even one of the Mercedes. If a Mercedes driver can pull out a really special lap. And yeah, that's why Zhou, I think, had to back off because the AlphaTauri there. And Zhou saying, what the fuck is this guy doing, man? Yeah, don't know who that was. It was Tsunoda, actually, yeah, in the AlphaTauri. For some reason, just hovering on the inside of turn 12 it is. Not quite sure what he was doing. As Verstappen on track on another set of soft tyres. Can Max... he's on an outlap, isn't he? And the session's about to finish. I was going to say, can Max do a lap time in practice quicker than pole position last year? But he's not going to be able to do so, thankfully, for the rest of the field. But we are almost at the very end of this session. And Verstappen, yeah, quickest on a 1:28.4. And if he's not on pole position, then I would be flabbergasted. I really, really would. Because that car is on another planet, and Max, coupled with that car, is just impossible to compete with. There's the checkered flag. We'll wait to see everyone cross the line. There's a Ferrari here on a lap. Leclerc's on another flyer. He's done a better first sector this time. What's his middle sector like? Quite a bit better, but still not good enough. Still 6.5 tenths of a second slower than Max in the after the first two sectors. We'll see what Carlos's middle sector is like in a moment. Charles into the final corner. Oh, struggling quite a bit on the front end of that final corner. And Leclerc to the line. Goes 6th, but is 1.1 seconds down on Verstappen. Like I said, Ferrari will up their engine power quite a bit for qualifying, but it won't get them onto pole position given the pace they're showing so far. As Carlos, car horrible for Carlos through the final corner. Rear end all over the place. And the front end as well, really. And Sainz improves his lap time and goes up to P10. But yeah, 6th and 10th for Ferrari. They'll be better than that in qualifying, but they are not going to be contending for pole position. There is no doubt about that. But that is it, guys, for practice 3. Max Verstappen tops the session, 1:28.4, 6 tenths of a second quicker than Perez in second. And Verstappen, almost 1 full second quicker than Alonso in third. So yeah, Red Bull have got, I think, the front row sealed for qualifying later. So yeah, Verstappen first, Perez second, Alonso third, Stroll fourth, Hamilton fifth, Leclerc 6th, Norris 7th, Piastri 8th, Gasly 9th, Sainz 10th, and then Russell, Zhou, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Albon, Sargent, Magnussen, Bottas, Tsunoda, and De Vries did not do a lap time because they had to change his power unit. But there you go, guys. That's practice 3. And I think what I'll do before we start focusing a bit more on Formula 2, I'm just going to quickly update what the lap times are for everyone in practice 3 so you guys can see it on screen. New gearbox for Max. Yeah, I heard that there was some more issues with that in on the downshift yesterday, just like there was in Bahrain, even though it didn't really hurt them in Bahrain because they were still the gap from Max to the next car, Alonso in third, was nearly 40 seconds, so didn't really hurt them, to be honest. I think the great thing for Red Bull is really qualifying is all they need to focus on this season, because as long as they don't get really poor starts, and normally Red Bull at the start of races they do absolutely fine from what I've seen the last couple of years, they'll be able to turn their engine and really conserve their car quite a lot in the races to the point where a reliability failure isn't that likely. So, yeah. as right. So I'll just quickly get the lap times on the screen. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes, guys, and then I will get it up on screen so you guys can clearly see the gaps between everyone. So yeah, Verstappen 0.6 of a second clear of Perez. Perez, I think, will be closer than that in quali. I don't think it'll be that big, but yeah, Perez, I don't think is getting pole position like he did last year. And then you got Aston Martin, 3rd and 4th. Aston Martin, if they can out-qualify Ferrari today, which I still don't think will happen, because I think Ferrari have still got a lot more pace to show compared to Aston Martin. Yeah, if they can somehow out-qualify the Ferrari cars, then that would be really a superb job by the team, because that is not what we expected coming into this weekend. We thought Ferrari would be clearly quicker than Aston Martin, at least in qualifying. And then you obviously got Hamilton in 5th. I still think Mercedes, they can still get a decent result out of this weekend. Their car isn't, not as bad as some people may think. I mean, it's bad, don't get me wrong. It's a lot worse than it should be, but yeah, they're still competitive with, Aston Martin and Ferrari, I would say, to a certain extent. Let me just quickly do the gaps for the top 10. 1.2 seconds, I can tell you, covering the top 10. Very close from Alonso in 3rd to Sainz in 10th. But yeah, it's the Red Bulls that are dominantly out in front. Another thing, when I was talking about, the F1 community on Twitter and all of that, one thing I have started seeing a lot in the last few days, since Bahrain really, is people like, the 2022 regs have failed. Red Bull are dominating and all of that. I mean, yeah, was it part of the plan for a team to be dominating? Obviously not. But, when you do a regulation change and you have your aims for what you want those new set of regulations to do, you're not going to accomplish all of them. I think they've definitely accomplished, that these cars can follow and race a lot better than the cars of like 2021, 2020. I mean, we've clearly seen, I think already by this point of 2023, because of the, budget cap and the sliding scale aero testing thing, with the lower down teams able to use the wind tunnel more than the front running teams, we've seen that, that it's helped the midfield, and we've now got, from last year, Aston Martin and our front running team. And arguably, you could put Alpine kind of, maybe not as good as Aston Martin, but you could probably kind of put Alpine in that realm as well, because they look pretty quick so far this weekend. So, it's helped bring the midfield a lot closer to the front-running teams. I mean, not closer to Red Bull, but definitely Ferrari and Mercedes. And the only bad thing really is that, yeah, we have one team out front at the minute that is super quick and is, going to dominate this season. There's no doubt about that, but they were never going to accomplish all of their goals. Plus, there are still a couple more years after this year where, we could still get really close fights for the championship, and even more teams from the midfield start to get up there with the front runners. But there you go. That is the timings and the gaps for practice 3. So Max 1:28.4, Perez 0.6 down, Alonso almost a second down, and then you can see for the rest, De Vries again did not do a lap time because he he had to put a new power unit in his car. Not him, of course, physically, but yeah. Right. What I am going to do quickly is I'm going to change the title of the stream, because obviously we're done with practice 3 now. And I'll change it back to what it's going to be now for the rest of the stream. Qualifying Watchalong. Spinalot asks, when is qualifying? Qualifying is in 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. The next thing we're focusing on here is the F2 sprint race, which starts in half an hour, I think, from now. Something like that. So, yeah, we'll get to that soon enough. And actually, I think for the time being, we'll go back to this page and let me, hold on, change the text up here. Till F2 sprint. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's let me just quickly check when it absolutely starts. The F2 sprint race. It's either 10 past the hour or quarter past. I just need to have a quick look. And it's 10 past the hour. So yeah, just under 30 minutes time. So let me just get the timer going on my end. So we've got about what? 29, yeah, there you go. About 29 minutes to go now until the F2 sprint race begins. But yeah, make sure, guys, in the chat to let me know in regards to the F1 and, you know, practice 3 that we just saw and what's coming up in qualifying later. Let me know, you know, what do you think is going to happen with qualifying? Are Red Bull definitely going to dominate? Where do you think Ferrari will sit? Can Aston Martin be best of the rest after Red Bull? And how do you think Mercedes and Alpine will do? Let me know in the chat for the next, say, 25 minutes or so. And then we'll start properly getting into the F2 sprint race. And I'll get into, obviously, qualifying yesterday, the results of that, what the starting grid will be. And obviously, we'll look at the championship standings from Bahrain. As we did have the sprint race in Bahrain, which I covered 2 weeks ago. And obviously, the feature race, which I didn't cover, happened the day after. So, yeah, we'll get into that soon enough. But quickly, I'm just going to have a drink because, yeah, I've been going for nearly 3 hours. And I've got to say, just a warning for you guys, I've been very dizzy during this stream. Very dizzy for some reason. Let me just have a drink quick. Now, you guys may be like, oh, you know, don't take unnecessary risks and all of that. I mean, I get that. But normally with me, when this happens, it's one of two things. It's either an ear infection, which normally I get quite a bit. And the second reason it could be is something I don't think I've ever revealed on the channel before. If I did, it was like years ago. But I do have really bad anxiety and panic disorder. And with panic disorder, basically, you get, you know, constant like waves of anxiety that you can't control, and completely out of the blue panic attacks that you can't stop from happening. With me, thankfully, I've had it for a few years now. It's to the point now where I can manage it a lot better than I could like 5 years ago, where I'd be screaming my head off, thinking I'm going to die. But yeah, that's probably what it is, I would say, most likely. One of those two things, so I should be fine. But let's hear what you guys have to say. And I can see we're currently on, what are we on? 89 likes. So if we can try and get, let's try and get to say 100 likes by the time the F2 sprint race begins in 25 minutes. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Stick some raw garlic in your ear. I've never heard that one before. Rank Trig says, I thought Aston would be clear second fastest before this weekend, especially since Ferrari don't know why the control electronics in energy store failed. I think when, I mean, yeah, from a reliability standpoint, yeah, Ferrari, they don't look like the second best team overall here, because even if they've got good pace and quali in the race, I mean, will they last for the race? And obviously their race pace is quite poor as well. But I still thought, even with their reliability troubles, that they'd be able to still be second quickest team in quali, and then they second or third best team in the race as well. So yeah, I expected definitely a bit more pace than we've seen now from the team. Kofi Dixon says, I see the W14 will bounce back in the sprint session. Are you, I'm guessing, talking about the Azerbaijan Grand Prix weekend, maybe? Because obviously, Mercedes are, I think, trying to at least bring their big new upgrade to Baku, and that is the first sprint weekend of the season. I still, I'm not sure they should honestly bring that new upgrade to the sprint weekend in Baku if that's what they're trying to do. I mean, I can understand that, you know, their car's in a very bad place right now and they want to seriously improve as soon as possible, but they're not really going to get good data from the car during the sprint weekend, because all you've got is one practice session, then straight to qualifying, then a second practice session on the Saturday where you're essentially just getting the setup right for the sprint race and the race as well on the Sunday, and then obviously doing the sprint and the race on Sunday. So it'd be better, I think, if they waited until Imola, which is what, the 19th to the 21st of May. I think they'd be better waiting then, because at Imola there's 3 practice sessions where they can get a proper good understanding without massive pressure immediately of, you know, how the car is with, you know, the new side pod, and generate confidence, I think, in a better way. But, you know, if they think they can, you know, bring it to Baku and then suddenly out of the blocks be much quicker in Baku, and then from then on and not need maybe extra practice, then fine. But I just think it'd be better for them if it came to Imola rather than, say, Baku, because that'd be a risk. Especially, you know, the sprint race in Baku is going to be mental, to be honest. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to be covering it because I really don't enjoy the sprint format, but I think they're also trialing enabling DRS after just one lap in the sprint race in Baku. And we could get like lots of crashing and just total madness, really, in that race. And it just doesn't feel like a representative weekend for Mercedes to truly understand the new car if they were to bring it there. But their choice, they can do whatever they want, their car, and if they think it's better doing it that way, then it's their choice. I'm gonna see if there is anything on Twitter I can find in terms of news. The only other thing I've seen is, Verstappen has got a new gearbox, but obviously no penalty for Max. Yeah, just having a look. Can't see that much, to be honest. But yeah, we'll get into the F2 stuff soon enough. Say in about, I don't know, 10 minutes from now, we'll get into what the what qualifying was like yesterday and what the starting grid is for the sprint and championship standings as well, which obviously are very important. What is F2 sprint? Well, it's the sprint race for Formula 2. Not the same rules as the sprint race in Formula 1, mind you. Because the only difference really is that the top 10 in the F2 sprint from qualifying are reversed. So, Victor Martins, who got an absolutely brilliant pole position yesterday, and he was 3/4 of a second quicker than everyone else, just like his teammate Théo Pourchaire was in Bahrain. He will start in P10, and it'll be interesting to see how much progress he makes. Made a decent amount in the Bahrain sprint, and then I think suffered quite a bit in the end with tyre wear, and then started to drop off. But that shouldn't be as big of an issue for the F2 cars today. Looking at the F2 grid, I'd probably say that was it Ralph Boschung, or is that how you pronounce his name? I think it is pretty much. I think he's looking pretty good for the F2 sprint in terms of who could win, because he's second in the championship. Obviously, he won the F2 sprint race in Bahrain. His first F2 win after like 200 races in F2. And he's second in the championship as well. And I think was on the podium in the feature race maybe as well. And yeah, he starts second for the sprint. So yeah, watch out for him. I think Arthur Leclerc, obviously Charles Leclerc's younger brother, I think he's in third or fourth for the starting grid. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting sprint, as it was 2 weeks ago in Bahrain, and as F2 always is a very interesting series. And the reason I'm covering it this season is to obviously cover the gap between practice 3 and qualifying this season at quite a few races when we do these long qualifying day streams. Also because, F2 is very exciting. And I'm sure, doing watch-alongs for them will have great fun. I mean, I had great fun with the Bahrain one. It was a really exciting race. And as well, I think from my knowledge and your guys' knowledge, it's great as to, seeing who the next drivers coming up through the system are. I'd say at the moment, the next most likely driver to be jumping from Formula 2 to Formula 1 is Théo Pourchaire. Obviously top of the championship after the first race, and even though he was massively outqualified by his teammate in yesterday's session, I think Théo is most probably the best driver in the F2 field. Victor Martins, though, who I think was F3 champion last season, is a very good driver and is probably the best driver in the Alpine Academy. I know Nib might not want to hear that because of, you got Jack Doohan, obviously, as well, who is, very good. I think Doohan has got a good starting position for the sprint of like 4th or 5th. But I think, Victor is probably the best driver from the Alpine Academy right now. Certainly the person with the best talent that I've seen. So, Théo Pourchaire, Martins, obviously Doohan is a good driver. We saw, though, some great drives in what do you call it, in Bahrain. I think was it Zayn Maloney, who is a Red Bull Academy driver, who's actually third in the F2 standings after the first weekend. He had a great weekend in Bahrain, so look out for him. The man on pole for the sprint, I think, is another Red Bull Academy driver. Is it Jack Crawford? I think it is. Who wasn't amazing in Bahrain, but did decently well. But yeah, it's I think it's good that we're doing F2 stuff now because again, it'll give us a good idea as to who genuinely is good and should be in Formula One in the future. But yeah, if Théo Pourchaire, who is currently top of the standings, if he delivers the season I think he's capable of, then I think most likely, unless Zhou Guanyu produces an amazing season in the Alfa Romeo, I think Théo will probably replace Zhou for 2024, or at least that's what should happen, unless Zhou can improve quite a bit. And then you never know if Victor Martins or even Doohan has a great F2 season. If Ocon and Gasly have a massive falling out, say Hamilton and Alonso style from 2007, then maybe one of those two can be the Alpine next year. But to be honest, Alpine, they've not really used their academy very well. They've had plenty of really talented drivers in their academy, but they've not really utilised it very well, as we know from Oscar Piastri. Frank Triggs, Formula 2, the drivers make the most difference rather than the cars. Yeah, it's like IndyCar, isn't it? The cars are pretty much the same. Obviously, certain teams get better stuff out of the cars. Obviously, certain teams on the F2 grid are more, they have more backing, resources, stuff like that. But it is, the cars are pretty much similar. And it is really then down to the drivers. And that's what's great about F2 is you get to see truly who the best drivers are in the F2 field, rather than it being, well, the car this, the car that. I mean, the only thing the car can really make a difference on in F2 is if it breaks down. And we saw that, obviously, for Théo Pourchaire last season when he was trying to fight for the championship against Felipe Drugovich. Théo had so many reliability issues. But thankfully gets another crack at the F2 title. Is Zhou's name now pronounced Joe? No, it's Zhou. Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Thankfully, nobody out there is doing the Paul di Resta pronunciation of Zoo, which was comically bad, I've got to say. Comically bad. I mean, what was it? From the F2 sprint, I got a few pronunciations wrong, and I have corrected a couple of them, such as Victor Martins. I think I mispronounced his name a couple times in my sprint watch-along a couple weeks ago. I think Miney, I pronounced Maney in Bahrain as well, and I think the reason that is because there used to be a driver with the same name called, I think, Arjun Maney or Miney. I can't remember what his pronunciation was, but I think that's why I was pronouncing it that way. But it's actually Miney rather than Maney. So yeah, I've got that correct now, hopefully. Still a couple other names I'm kind of struggling with, but yeah, I've learnt to get them right, and you'd think Paul di Resta, when he was part of the Sky F1 coverage, would at least, be a professional and try and learn correct pronunciations, but no, clearly not. Ingmar saying Max to go in the making. Let me try and find some other comments here before we get properly into the short build-up to F2. Which, yeah, the F2 sprint race starts in, 10 minutes from now, almost. So we are very close to getting underway. And it should be, maybe not as exciting as Bahrain, because there's not as many places here to overtake as Bahrain. It is a street circuit. Street circuits are harder to overtake at, but it should still be decent. I mean, there are still 3 DRS zones, so yeah, should still be a decent race. It just probably won't be as exciting as what we saw in Bahrain. Nib saying Sky low-key taking big W's this year. Yeah, they've improved their coverage, definitely, quite a bit. Obviously getting rid of DeResta and Johnny Herbert. And they've hired a new person, Bernie Collins, I think is her last name, who used to be the race strategist for Aston Martin last season, and was for years for Force India as well, Racing Point. And yeah, it's great that she's part of the coverage. She's been great, and she can now lend a great hand to Sky in explaining the strategic stuff to the viewers. Because in F1, I mean, we saw plenty of times last year with Ferrari, for example, strategy is very important in the race to your overall result. It's not like, I don't know, certain areas in F1 where the tyres don't wear out at all when you only make one pit stop at most, and it doesn't really matter when you pit. Strategy is very important in Formula 1. And yeah, she's a great person at explaining it all and getting into all of that stuff. Anyway, let's now get into building up to the F2 sprint race. So I'll just hide that timer quickly and we'll get into the results of qualifying yesterday. So Victor Martins, he got pole position at 1:41.3. And yeah, what a pole position it was. Just like Teo Pourchaire in Bahrain, 3/4 of a second quicker than Ollie Bearman. Just to make sure I get that correct, sorry, that name, because I kept calling him Bearman in Bahrain. Yeah, Ollie had a great session. Probably could have gone a 10th or 2 quicker in qualifying, to be honest, but was a bit scruffy at times. But yeah, great lap by him in the Prema to be second, just ahead by 1/1000th of a second of Teo Pourchaire. Pourchaire had a bit of a messy session yesterday. Doohan qualified in 4th, with Daruvala in 5th, Iwasa 6th, Vesti in 7th, Miney 8th, Boschung 9th, and Crawford in 10th. And the starting grid for the F2 race, the top 10 starting order, will be Crawford on pole, with Vesti, not Vesti second, sorry, Crawford on pole, Boschung second, Miney 3rd, Iwasa 4th, Daruvala 5th, I think, and then Doohan 6th, Pourchaire 7th, Bearman 8th, Vesti 9th, and Martins 10th. I'm pretty sure that's what the top 10 is for the sprint, and I'll get into what the rest of the order is below the top 10 in a few moments' time. But just a quick reminder of what the F2 Championship standings are. Teo Pourchaire leads by 4 points from Ralph Boschung, who had a brilliant Bahrain weekend. Zane Maloney, who is an interesting young driver for Carlin and a Red Bull Academy driver, he is 3rd in the standings, just ahead of Miney in who was on 14 points and just a point behind. Richard Verschoor, the Dutch driver for the Dutch team, Van Amersfoort on 11 points. And then you got Iwasa in 6th. Hauger, who is, I think, still a Red Bull driver, in 7th. Arthur Leclerc, obviously Charles Leclerc's younger brother, in 8th. And then Victor Martins, 9th. He is looking for a big weekend this weekend, because really, the F2 Championship should be between the two ART drivers of Pourchaire and Martins. So, yeah, he has to really deliver on the pace he's shown this weekend. And obviously, when we get to the feature race, the starting grid for the feature race will be what the result was in qualifying. So, yeah, he needs to win at least one of the races this weekend. And Hadjar is in P10 in the high-tech. But yeah, that is your top 10 for the F2 Drivers' Championship. And yeah, we should get a pretty exciting race, I think, for the F2 sprint. And I'll just quickly get the timer back on screen now. And hold on. There you go. We've got about 5 minutes to go until the F2 sprint race begins. And yeah, should be, again, not as exciting as Bahrain, but still pretty interesting. One thing I will do quickly is tweet the link of the stream back out. And just post it back out a couple of times to try and get some people to join us for the F2 sprint. So just give me a couple minutes, guys, and then we'll get straight into this race. Come join us to Watchalong, the F2 sprint in Jeddah. I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. And then we'll get into the proper watch-along part as Sky are just coming back from the ad break now. Come join us here to watch along the F2 sprint race in Jeddah. I'll just do a couple hashtags quick. And then we'll get going here. And there you go. Right, so let's pretty much just get right into it. Ronan, I think that's... Is it Ronan Brady or just Ronan? I'm not sure. Because obviously there's another guy called Ronan Brady. Asks, do you ever see Arthur Leclerc in F1? Probably not. I think, honestly, he could probably get into Formula E, but I don't think he'll get into Formula 1. I think the issue with him, he's a quick driver to a certain extent. I think the issue with him is consistency. He is a bit mental at times. We saw that in F3. He is super aggressive as a driver. And he's definitely very talented. Even if he doesn't make it into Formula 1, he's going to be probably somewhere a successful driver. Formula E, I could see him racing there. I think he'd be pretty good in Formula E as long as he had a team backing him that was of good quality. Maybe he could go race for a WEC team in the future. Maybe even venture over to IndyCar, like we saw, Callum Ilott do, I think a couple of years ago. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's F1 quality, but I think he will he will have a good career in motorsport. I have no doubt about that. I just don't think he's quite F1 quality. I mean, he's, as we'll get on to, he's a bit low down on the grid. He did break down. He didn't break down in qualifying. He hit the wall at the end of qualifying and then broke down on the track because of the damage. And then that's what caused the session to be red flagged 2 minutes earlier than... 2 minutes earlier, before the end of the qualifying session. Anyway, let's get rid of that, and let's get rid of that stuff. And get this up. So there you go. That is the top 20. Obviously, we've got 22 cars for the F2 race. I will, if 21st or 22nd, I can't remember exactly who is starting in those positions, but once they, if they do make any progress, I will obviously update them up to into the top 20. But your grid is Crawford on pole, Boschung second, Miney third, Iwasa fourth, Deruvula fifth, Doohan sixth, Paul Chair seventh, Behrman 8th, Vesti 9th, Martins 10th, and then Novalak 11th. Correa, of course, who was involved in that, horrific crash with Antoine Hubert a few years ago in F2, has, finally made his return to F2, and to be honest, it's been pretty good so far. And then you got Arthur Leclerc 13th, Enzo Fittipaldi, watch out for him. He was pretty decent in Bahrain. Hauger is 15th, pretty poor qualifying for him. Stanek 16th, Maloney, obviously who is third in the championship, 17th on the grid, and then Roy Nissany, who has to be the best reserve driver of all time. Hadjar 19th, pretty poor qualifying for him, and very poor for Richard Verschoor, who is 20th on the grid. And let me just hold on. change the text there. And let me just check quickly. When does qualifying start for F1? Qualifying for F1 starts in about an hour and 45 minutes, or just over that. Yeah, we're not a million miles away from the main event of the afternoon/evening, wherever you are, or morning. So it will be 20 laps, the F2 sprint. So I'll just get that ready. And actually, I've just seen Stanek is actually in 21st on the grid. So I'll have to quickly change up the order. The obviously correct one. In a second. Let me just get the lap thing in place. There you go. So yeah, 20 lap sprint race. Let me move on to the F2 pictures, not the F1 pictures. There you go. And yeah, formation lap has now begun. And yeah, I'll correct, I think, Stanek's position when I can. Remember as well, with the F2 running order I've got on the left-hand side of the screen, I can't update it the way I do normally with my F1 running order, where I just click the name and it moves up and down. I have to manually type it in, so I'm not going to be as quick updating the order as I do the F1 order normally. I tried to do a what do you call it, a JavaScript thing to try and get it to work, but annoyingly it just won't work. But it worked okay enough in Bahrain. As they're just entering the middle sector on their formation lap. As Crawford, the Red Bull Academy driver, just locking up on this formation lap. Obviously, tyres a bit cold. We're getting into the late part of the day. Still daylight, still sunny, but by the time this race ends, it's going to be pretty much dark. Especially if we get any red flags like we've had here in the past. As Crawford is, I think, just coming up to the start of the final sector. As they all are just coming through now. JD says Scott McLaughlin is my favourite in IndyCar. Yeah, he's a good driver. I try to watch IndyCar when I can, but obviously the timings of the race, I don't keep up absolutely with, you know, when the races are in terms of timing of the day, because sometimes it can be on at, you know, not a good time for me. But yeah, when I can, I do try to give it a watch sometimes. There was a race in IndyCar, was it 2 weeks ago? Was it St. Petersburg? Where, what do you call it? Romain Grosjean, I think, was leading the race. Obviously, he used to race in F1 and got took out by another driver. And then ended up, I think, punching the tyre wall when he got out of the car because he was so angry. I saw that. I saw there was a massive accident at the start of that race as well. Yeah. So I tried to keep up with, you know, what I can. I mean, the IndyCar races are pretty exciting. Maybe. I mean, you guys let me know. Should I cover IndyCar as well when I can? I mean, it'd be something I'd be interested in doing. It'd be, I reckon, pretty fun. Maybe I'll bring that to the channel as well. As the cars now just getting lined up on the grid. And we've got basically, I think, the top 10 lined up now. And just now the last few cars before we get racing here in Jeddah. So what more madness will we get from F2 in Saudi Arabia? Let's see as the cars are lined up. The lights come on. It's 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights. And away they are going. And Crawford gets a brilliant start. And Boschung immediately defending from Iwasa, who goes right round the outside. What a move by Iwasa, and he's up to second. What a driver he is. I absolutely love the guy. Brilliant racer. And I'm pretty sure that is him. Right up to second. As 3 cars side by side through there. That's, I think, Doohan and Martin side by side in the first sector. And not sure who has come out on top in that fight. As there's a Dams there. Getting a bit close with someone. And there's Teo Porcher, who I think is ahead of Ollie Behrman. I'm pretty sure. As they come through now, that's an Alpine car going side by side with a Prema car. And I think, yeah, it's actually Porcher is just ahead of Vesti, rather, in the Prema. And Martins is just behind Behrman. So there you go. So Crawford leads from Iwasa in second. And then it is Boschung in third. And then Miney is fourth. What a start from Iwasa. That is a perfect way to start off the grid. And remember, it's not, you know, a massive run down to turn 1. So very impressive. As Iwasa all over the back of Crawford as they exit the final corner. And we've got a massive train behind Crawford now, heading down into turn 1 at the beginning of lap 2. And Iwasa going for the outside line. And Iwasa brilliantly, what a start by him. He leads the F2 sprint. And we've got some other cars there behind. Oh, Red Bull there. Don't know who that is. Car number 3 spinning around. It's Maloney. And he's now to the back of the field. And has he stalled it? I think he might have stalled the car there. That's a shame. And yeah, he was side by side with someone and then just had a spin. And he was side by side with, I think, was it a Prema car? Or I think it might have been. And yeah, just spun and looks as though he's stalled it. And yeah, we've got a safety car. So he is stuck on track, and now they've got to recover that car. So that thankfully gives me time to update the order. So it's Iwasa in the lead, Crawford second, Boschung third, Miney fourth, and yeah, Maloney's car is still stuck on the track. Deruva fifth, Behrman sixth. That's a great start for Ollie. Obviously the British driver, who is part of the Ferrari Driver Academy, by the way. Great start for Victor Martins. From 10th up to 7th. And then Doohan, poor start for him. Is in 8th. And then Teo Porcher is has lost a position. 2 positions actually. And is now down in 9th. And then Vesti is 10th. So just doing a replay of the start. And yeah, what a start from Iwasa. Straight away, got a brilliant launch off the line, and then just sailed around the outside of Ralph Boschung, and then a brilliant taking of the lead as well from Iwasa. And he is one of the most exciting drivers in F2. There is no doubt about that. And we saw that in Bahrain. And here's a replay of Behrman getting very close to the Alpine there of Martins, and could have so easily gone straight over the back of Victor's car. And somehow got away with it. And here is Victor Martins, who obviously got pole yesterday and will be on pole for the feature race tomorrow. And yeah, I think just capitalised on Behrman and Porcher and Doohan having quite a yeah, so Doohan went off the track. Then Victor, brilliant move round the outside. And also took Théo Pourchaire as well in that little squabble into turn 4, 5, and 6. Here's Miney, who started third. And that's just a replay of him, I think, getting past someone. Then here's a replay of how Iwasa passed Crawford into turn 1. Brilliant move. And Iwasa, to be honest, given that the other really quick guys in F2, as there's a replay on the broadcast of Maloney spinning, the other very quick guys in F2 are still outside the top 5. Iwasa, I think, has got a really good chance of winning this sprint if he can pull a gap after this safety car. Anyway, let me get the order correct. So the top 10 is, as it says on my screen, and then you've got Correa in 11th, Arthur Leclerc, of course, in P12, and then Roy Nissany, the legend, up to 13th, and then Hauger is up to 14th, with Fittipaldi in 15th place. Enzo Fittipaldi, of course. And then you've got Novalak, Hadjar in 16th and 17th, respectively. Novalak has had an absolutely awful start. Started 11th, and he's just, well, no, it doesn't say started 11th. He actually started somewhere else, by the looks of it. They're showing the gained and lost, and it says Novalak has lost nothing. So I have no idea. I have no idea what the starting grid was outside the top 10. Clearly, I was wrong. But, yeah. Hadjar is 17th, and then 18th is Richard for sure. Safety car, by the way, in at the end of this lap. I'll update the lap counter in a moment. And then, yeah, for sure is 18th. Cordial is 19th. And they're not currently showing who is in 20th place, if anyone. So, yeah. I don't really know who to put in that position. I'll put that, the American guy, I think, Benavides or Benavides. Not sure how to pronounce his name, to be honest, still. I'll put him in 20th in case he actually is in that position. So, lap 4 out of 20. And, yeah, we are going to get racing in a moment. Not Emerson Fittipaldi, lol. No, definitely not Emerson. Yeah. We are soon going to be getting underway. They're just coming up to the end of the middle sector now. And the two Red Bull liveried cars, 1 and 2. In terms of the championship, Ralph Boschung is still looking good. Because obviously he's second in the championship. And could still get definitely at least a podium out of this race. And obviously that would help him compared to Théo Pourchaire. As the safety car is ending. All the cars coming through. Iwasa now becomes the pace car, of course, weaving to warm those and fire up those tyres. And now Iwasa. When will he get going? Of course, no overtaking until the start-finish line. So he doesn't want to go too early and give Crawford and everyone behind too big of a run on him. So when does he decide to go? He's still warming those tyres up. And there's going to be a lot of cold tyres and cold brakes going into turn 1. As green flags now. And Iwasa gets on with it. on now lap 5 out of 20. And Crawford under massive pressure from Boschung into turn 1. And does Ralph go round the outside? Yes, he does. Brilliant move. And just about keeps head. Teo Pourchaire has just overtaken Doohan for not 20th, for 8th place. The Teo now just one position behind his teammate. Yeah, Boschung up to 2nd as they all now get going. Arthur Leclerc has also overtaken Correa for 11th place. A good start for Arthur. Right, so let me just get the order correct. So Crawford now down to 3rd. Pourchaire is in 8th place. Doohan continuously slipping back. He's trying settle down if he can. And yeah, he's in 9th. Leclerc is in 11th with Correa in 12th. And hold on. Miney has actually dropped a load of positions. I didn't actually see that. And it's now Deruvala up to 4th with Behrman 5th and Martin's 6th. So somewhere, I've not seen it, obviously, Miney has had a shocker. As we're now on lap 6 out of 20. And very close there between Deruvala and Behrman. And he's got Victor Martins crawling all over the back of him as Behrman. And a very close fight for the final podium position. Ralph Boschung, though, right on the tail of Iwasa. Just 0.4 of a second, even closer now behind Iwasa. So Boschung really looking to get on with it with his, well, at the minute, you'd have to say, title rival, Teo Pourchaire, a bit further down the order. And Pourchaire is actually now past Miney for 7th. So Teo starting to get on with it. And yeah, Miney has had an absolute shocker of a race, really, so far. And here's a replay of what happened at turn 1. So he got overtook by Deruvala. And then, right, so Deruvala forced Miney to lift out the throttle on the exit of turn 2. And that's what let Behrman overtake him. And then I assume Martins overtakes him pretty soon after that. But just want to update that, yeah, Correa is down in 12th. And just a replay there. We just saw of Teo Pourchaire overtaking Miney. As we've got Hauger up to 13th with Nissany in... Oh, Hauger's actually in P12. I'll update that in a second. As we're now on lap 7 out of 20. And move going on there. And it is Deruvala. Oh, massive crash. Teo Pourchaire massively slams into the side of Ollie Behrman. That was a massive crash. Where did Pourchaire come from? He was behind Martins and Behrman, I'm pretty sure, going on to lap 7. And then out of nowhere, he's dive bombing them all, and he is smashed into Behrman, and they're both out of the race. And surely there's going to be a safety car now. There has to be a safety car. Because you've got 2 cars. And there you go. Yeah, safety car. What was Teo doing? That was a Daniel Kvyat in Singapore 2019 dive bomb that he did on Kimi Raikkonen. As Teo just making sure Ollie's okay. Behrman probably thinking, mate, what the fuck was that? And yeah, I think Teo's saying, my mistake. I think he knows that he just went way, way too deep. on the brakes there. But yeah, we're on lap 7. Daruvula is now up to 3rd, with Crawford in 4th place. Obviously, Behrman and Pourchaire out of the race. I will eventually relegate them all the way down. So now it's Martin's 5th. And this, I've got to say, with Pourchaire making a pretty poor mistake, as the safety car will take the cars through the pit lane, it says on the FIA race control. Yeah, with Teo making that mistake and out of the race, this is a brilliant result at the minute for Ralph Boschung and also Teo's teammate Victor Martins, because if they can get a good result here, and obviously Martins will be on pole for the feature race, then yeah, Teo's championship lead, I don't think is going to be existing that much longer, as Miney is in 6th place. Let me just update that we are on lap 8 now as the cars come through the pit lane. Probably safety car, I would imagine, will be out for another 2 or 3 laps whilst they clear those cars away. Right, here we go. This is on board Victor Martins. And yeah, I think Teo tried to overtake Victor and then just was caught out by how slow the others were in the braking zone. Yeah, and just couldn't control himself and walloped the side of Ollie Behrman's car. And that is a shame, because Ollie was having a great race there and was probably going to make up a couple more positions. Yeah, that is a similar to when what was it? Was it Max or Kimi when they smashed into the side of Fernando in Singapore in 2017? Similar type of thing there, but very poor mistake by Teo for a driver of his quality. And it wasn't necessary. We're not even halfway through the sprint race. I really don't understand why he felt the need to be so aggressive. But there you go. So 2 in this sprint race, contenders eliminated as Ollie Behrman there. I think maybe just having a chat with Teo and just shrugging his shoulders like, well, what the fuck was that? And yeah, that was a pretty poor mistake. Typical F2 driver mistake. Braking way, 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 way too late and then taking out a couple cars. Well, he didn't take out a couple cars, but he took out, obviously, himself and Behrman's Prima. But the top 10 is now Iwasa, Boschung, Daruvula, Crawford, Martins, Miney, Doohan, Vesti, Arthur Leclerc, and Hauger. And then you've got Correa in 11th. Nissany is in 12th. 13th is Fittipaldi. Yep, Fittipaldi is in 13th place. 14th is Hadjar. And then Novalak you've got in 15th. Richard Verschaw is in 16th place. With Stanek in 17th. And then 18th is Cordial. And then the driver's name that I can't pronounce in 19th. And then in 20th, I'll put Pourchaire. But yeah, Pourchaire, just to confirm, is out of the race. Him, Maloney, and Behrman all out of the race, as we are now on lap 9. Safety car still out, and we'll wait to see when we get going. Again, I'd imagine another lap or 2 behind the safety car, and we'll be back underway. Nib says, just crazy in F2, you got to limit your mistakes. It's what Piastri did so well in the junior formulas, especially when you have 3 years of experience in this category. Nissani, by the way. Right, okay, not Nissani, Nissani, right. And just another replay of Teo's accident. And yeah, it is, you know, it's not like, I know Teo is a young driver, but like you said, he's been around for a while. I'm pretty sure this is his 3rd F2 season. And he's been racing open wheel cars for like 4 or 5 years. So yeah, it is a poor mistake. And like I said, for his championship rivals, his teammate, for example, Victor Martin and Boschung, this is brilliant for them. I mean, if Boschung can win this race, then he might, if he gets a decent result in the feature race tomorrow, might come away with the championship lead. I mean, I still think Teo is the favourite to win the championship, but yeah, it is a poor mistake. And he's had a very scruffy weekend, I have to say. Qualifying, didn't quite get it together. Didn't quite get the best lap he could have done. And then, yeah, the race makes a unbelievably stupid error. And like I said, it was very similar to when Kvyat in the Singapore F1 race dive-bombed Kimi Räikkönen in 2019. Just way too late on the brakes. Was never going to get the overtake done cleanly. And just walloped both of them out of the race. As the safety car is in at the end of this lap. So we are underway very quickly. A lot quicker than I thought we would be, to be honest. And, well, the people to look out for, I would say, for the rest of the sprint, now that those two are out, is probably Martins, Daruvula, maybe. Duan, I hope that he makes a bit more progress from his bad start. Hauger as well. He had a poor qualifying and he's up to 10th place now, so watch out for him. But yeah, it is, of course, Iwasa leads, Boschung 2nd, Daruvula 3rd, Crawford 4th, Martins 5th. I doubt it'll end that way. As Iwasa now becomes the pace car once again, as they are slowly but surely heading into the final corner. And Iwasa, has he got on with it already? I think he has. Yep, Iwasa has decided to go for it, and he's left them all for dead. So Iwasa is in the lead comfortably. Nobody has got a run on him, thankfully for him. And we are now back underway on lap 10 as Martins very late pulling out from the slipstream of Crawford. But he is up to 4th place. And if he could win this sprint, that would be massive with him starting on pole for the feature race tomorrow. Really get his title bid going for 2023. As Crawford is down to 5th. Brilliant move by Victor, and clearly he has got the best pace out there. And yeah, F1 looking okay. Oh no, not necessarily, because Crawford having to defend again from Miney. Round the outside at the bank, turn 12, and has Miney got the move done? Surely not. What a move by Miney. That is a brilliant move. That is brilliant. That's the best overtake I've seen so far this year in any racing category. Brilliant. From Kush Miney. And he's up to 5th after a poor start. And Crawford, yeah, clearly at the minute out of his depth because he's lost a lot of positions in the green flag racing we've had so far. He is still, though, right up behind Miney. So Miney's going to have to look in his mirrors. As the Behrman-Pourchaire incident will be investigated after the race. Boschung, by the way, as Crawford dive bombs Miney at the final corner, but Miney on the exit, I'm pretty sure it's just going to get him back as I head down now to turn 1 on lap 11. And 3 wide. And Doohan has he got them both? No, but he's got past Crawford, has he? No, Crawford just about keeps the position as Vesti looking to get past as well. I thought Doohan had overtaken both of them into turn 1. But we've got close racing, I see at the back, but I can't see if there's been any position changes. I don't think so at the minute. As, yeah, Doohan still got Vesti hot on his tail. And Crawford has pulled away a bit further ahead of Doohan now. Doohan's under pressure, serious pressure from Frederick Vesti. And now we're looking at, I think, the battle for the lead, which is Iwasa, Boschung, and Daruvala. And all 3 of them are within a second. We could get maybe a 3 wide situation down to turn 1 again. This time for the lead as Daruvala has a great run on Boschung. Boschung not got his DRS open for some reason, even though he was within a second of Iwasa. And he gets the move done. Curious, though, as to why Boschung did not have his DRS open. He's coming back at Daruvala now. And he gets the move done into the first chicane. But yeah, I don't understand why he didn't have DRS open. He was clearly within a second of Iwasa, but he didn't have his DRS open down to the final corner. I don't get that, to be honest. As still, this fight goes on for the lead between Iwasa, Boschung, Daruvala, and Martins. And Nissany is actually now up to 11th place. I've just seen. So let me just correct that position change. Yeah, I think, is that the only position change we've got? Pretty much on lap 12. By the way, sorry if I went a bit quiet in the last couple of laps, but there was some dickhead banging at my door, and I've not got anyone else here in the house with me at the minute. Normally I do have someone else in the house to answer the door if, that does happen. But, yeah, banging on the door like a super loud twat. And, yeah, no idea who that was. Maybe it was the delivery man, not sure. Anyway, now on to lap 13. Boschung again under serious pressure from Daruvala. And Boschung defends to the inside. Daruvala around the outside. Gets the move done. Brilliant from Daruvala in the AMP Motorsport car. Boschung, though, is he coming back at him? He's going to try, but Daruvala has the position. As we're now on lap 13 out of 20. And Martins surely will pass Boschung in a second. As Daruvala not very far away from Iwasa in the lead. Only a few tenths of a second, and he does have his DRS wide open. He doesn't have it open currently, but when we get to a DRS activation zone, he will be able to have his DRS wide open, just like Boschung and Martins. So Iwasa still under serious pressure, as Victor getting quite close to Ralph. The third. Doohan still not able to pass Crawford. And he's dropped Vesti, and Vesti now under pressure from Arthur Leclerc for 8th place. And here is Martins when he go for the move down on the final corner. Nope, he's going to wait, try and get a better run on the exit. Can he? Not really, but maybe if he's really late on the brakes, he can have a go into the first corner. And he's getting close in the slipstream. Will he go for it? Surely he will. Yes, he does. Into turn 1. And that is brilliant. What a driver this guy is. I've not seen much of him before, but he is a brilliant, brilliant driver. And Martin's now up to 3rd. And to be honest, I think he probably can win this race. Because he's easily the quickest driver out there. As Martins, dive bombed into turn 1. Daniel Ricciardo style. Obviously not as good as Daniel Ricciardo, but you get what I mean. And made it look so easy. And, he is now half a second behind Deruvula. Just need to do a position change as Cordeal has dropped to 19th and is quite a few seconds behind the rest of the pack for some reason. Not sure entirely why, but there you go. As Deruvula getting close to Iwasa, as Dewan very close there to Crawford on the exit of turn 22 and into turn 23 and 4. As Deruvula had a look there at Iwasa, but couldn't really get close enough. But they now start lap 15. Will Deruvula have a move or go for a move for the lead on lap 15? Let's see. Down to turn 1. Iwasa defends to the inside. Deruvula goes sailing around the outside. Deruvula, though, goes off and comes out ahead of Iwasa, but lets Iwasa go back through. He's got to make sure, though, he doesn't let Victor Martins, who does a fastest lap of 1:44.8, got to make sure he doesn't let him get through. As Hadjar, I've just seen, has overtaken Fittipaldi for 13th. And still this very close fight for the lead between Iwasa, Deruvula, Martins. And I think Martins is probably the driver that is likely to win this race still, but still going to be very close. And really, he needs to get Deruvula out of the way, because Deruvula, if he keeps having goes at Iwasa and isn't able to get the move done, then going to hold back Victor. But Victor gets a brilliant run on Deruvula out of turn 22. DRS wide open. Surely goes for a move into the final corner. He's going to the outside. And he's going to wait. He's going to do a switchback to get the better exit off the corner. And he gets a brilliant exit. And here we go. Down to turn 1. He might even go for the lead on Iwasa. And Iwasa's going to have to defend to the inside. He does. Deruvula goes around the outside. And Martins locks up and I thought was going to go into the back of Deruvula, but thankfully does not. And this is a brilliant scrap with just a few laps to go in the sprint. And we've now got Boschung, Miney, Crawford, Dewan, Vesti, Leclerc, Hauger, and Nissani in this train of cars fighting for the top 11 positions. That is peak F2. And that's why F2 is the most exciting, one of the most exciting for sure, series in motorsport. And Deruvula had a look, but wasn't close enough on this occasion. Be a brilliant defensive job if Iwasa can hold on and win this. And, who knows who's going to finish in what positions yet. As Doohan still really close to Crawford, but he just can't get close enough to get a move done. As he got a poor exit there from turn 22, and Vesti is now on his tail. Only 3/10 behind. As Daruvala looks a lot closer to Iwasa. As Vesti dive bombs Doohan into the final corner, but will he actually keep that position into turn 1? We'll see. We need to see the race for the lead, though. Here we go. Daruvala. Iwasa defends to the inside. Daruvala round the outside. Does he get the move done? No. Iwasa dive bombs his way back, but Daruvala tries to go right around the outside, and Iwasa somehow holds him back, and Martins overtakes Daruvala as he went wide on the exit of turn 2, and Martins is up to second, and Vesti, by the way, kept ahead of Doohan. And surely, with a brilliant piece of racecraft there from Victor, surely he will now get past Iwasa before the end and win this sprint. So Vesti is in 7th, and then you've got Doohan in 8th. So yeah, Iwasa and Daruvala both went wide through turn 1. Daruvala went way too wide on the exit turn 2, and Victor just took the ideal line and brilliantly got to second. He's had a bit of a poor middle sector though as Martins, and he's got Daruvala closer to him than Iwasa in front of him. There's still a crazy battle going on for the rest of the top 10, with everyone engaged in a DRS train here in Jeddah. As Martins a lot closer now, coming through the final corner, as Hauger has overtaken Leclerc. No, Leclerc's got back ahead. We'll see what happens with that in a moment. Now to lap 18. Will Victor Martins go for the lead? No, he's not close enough. Iwasa was forced into a defensive move. And, that was close to contact between... who was that? I think it was Hauger and Leclerc, as Hajar has just passed Correa for 12th. And Hauger is ahead. Yeah, he is ahead now of Leclerc. So Hauger is up to 9th. And we've got, 2.5 laps pretty much to go of this F2 sprint race. And the question is, can Victor Martins win? And if he can win this and then win the feature race tomorrow, and with the pace he's got, he probably will. And if he can do that, then he has got a brilliant chance at being a title contender for sure in 2023. Fittipaldi is in 13th. Correa is in 14th now. He's lost 2 positions somewhere. But here we go. So Martin's still not quite close enough as they come down to the final corner. 4/5 of a second behind. What does he do on the exit though? He gets a decent exit. Daruvala though is closer to Victor than Victor is to Iwasa. And there is Vesti about to overtake Crawford. Victor has another look at Iwasa but does not get the move done. And Frederick Vesti round the outside into turn 1 and is up to 6th ahead of Jack Crawford, who of course started this sprint race on pole. Let me just update that quickly. Vesti up to 6th and Crawford in 7th. Also, there was a position change outside of the top 10, I believe. Who was it? I think it was Richard Verschaw overtaking Clement Novalak for 15th position. So I'll just quickly update that. There you go. And we've got about 1.5 laps to go, guys, of the F2 sprint. Don't forget, obviously, qualifying's coming up soon for F1. I'll be covering that as well. Qualifying starts in just over 1 hour from now, so we're not far away from the main event of the afternoon or evening or wherever you are in the world. As now, Iwasa leading Martins down to the final corner. Victor looks a tenth of a second closer. Maybe not into the final corner. Actually, no, into the final corner yet. He is about a tenth of a second closer, but does he get a good enough exit? No, he does not. As they now start the final lap in Jeddah. And what does Victor Martins do? Does he go for it for the dive bomb? Here we go. Victor round the outside. He's not going to go for it. He's going to try and do a switchback to get a better run on Iwasa on the exit. And no, Iwasa keeps the position. Nissany has actually overtaken Arthur Leclerc. Yeah, Nissany up to 10th. That's a big surprise. Didn't see that coming. So let me just update that quickly. And to be honest, with the Martins, I don't see how he can overtake Iwasa really until the final sector, because you just can't follow close enough really to do that until then. As Richard Verschoor is up to 14th now. So Correa in 15th on this final lap. As here they come. Iwasa, Martins, Daruvala, the front three, into the final sector of this sprint race. And yep, Iwasa is too far ahead, and he is going to surely win this race. What a start he had from P4, I think it was, on the grid, with a Fernando Alonso-esque start, and then a brilliant move for the lead on the beginning of lap 2. And here he comes now in the Red Bull livery car to win the F2 sprint race in Jeddah. Victor Martins gets the fastest lap and finishes in second. Daruvala finishes third. Boschung fourth. Miney fifth. Vesti sixth. Doohan on the last lap has gone up to 7th. And Hauger has overtaken Crawford as well for 8th. So Doohan 7th, Hauger 8th, Crawford 9th. And then Nissany 10th, Leclerc 11th, Hadjar 12th, Fittipaldi in 13th, Correa 14th, Novalak is 15th, with Verschoor in 16th. Let me just quickly do that. And then 17th, Stanek, Benavides in 18th, Cordial 19th, and your retirements: Ollie Behrman, Teo Porcher, and Zane Maloney. And that was a pretty good F2 sprint. Not as good as Bahrain, but yeah, that was a pretty good sprint. And what a win by... Let me actually just quickly find out what his actual first name is. Ayumu Iwasa. I probably mispronounced his first name, but there you go. What a win by him, and what a driver he is. And following on in the spirit of your Kobayashis and Satos, but being a brilliantly quick and truly mad driver that is capable of sheer brilliance. And yeah, Victor Martins, though, finishing second. He'll be very happy with that result, because he's gained 8-9 points in the F2 sprint. Obviously, Teo Porcher has not scored any points. And then obviously tomorrow, Victor starts on pole, so he can get his championship bid properly going after this weekend's race. As, yeah, that is the F2 sprint over and done with. So I think, guys, we'll now get on to, and I'll get rid of that. I think we'll now get on to the building up to qualifying. So, hold on. Let me just get all the stuff ready. And there is, 1 hour to go until qualifying begins in Jeddah. And let me just adjust that text slightly. There you go. So yeah, we're all done now with the F2 stuff. And it's now time to build up to qualifying. I can see at the minute we're on 121 likes. Thank you very much for that, guys. Let's try and get, I don't know, to 140 likes or 130 likes before qualifying begins. So if you haven't hit the like button already, make sure to do so, because, of course, you know, it is a great way of supporting the channel, and it does help the channel get seen more. So yeah, it'd be great if you guys could do that. But what we're going to do is, once again, go through the teams, and I will once again go through how I think they will all do in qualifying. And I will quickly start a poll to ask you guys, who do you think will be on pole in Saudi Arabia today? Who do you think will be on pole for the Saudi Arabian GP? And I'll do the options as Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Leclerc as usual. Just like I did earlier. Obviously, Verstappen won the earlier vote. But because we've probably got newer people in the stream now, I want to see what they think as well. So yeah, with just under an hour to go until qualifying begins in Jeddah, let me know, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying in the live chat, and make sure to vote in that poll, and let me know, who do you think will be on pole position? Will it be Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, or Alonso? Very curious to hear what you guys have to say. Before, though, we get into the build-up again to qualifying, and kind of do a bit of what we did before practice 3, let me quickly just have a drink and just stretch my legs, as we're 4 hours into this marathon stream, and I've still got another 2.5 hours really to go of this stream. Yeah, let me just stretch my legs, have a drink, and then I'll be back with you guys in just a few seconds' time. Right, so there you go. All good now. Definitely feel better after that. And yeah, great to cover F2, I have to say. I'm very happy that I am covering F2 this season. And yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's race. And just a reminder of the schedule tomorrow. I'm going live tomorrow at 1 PM UK time. Oh, God. Let me, hold on. Yeah. Let me just make sure all the water has finally gone down after my sip. What was I going to say? Yeah. The plan for tomorrow is I'll be going live at 1 PM UK time. And the first thing we're doing is the F2 feature race watch along. And the actual feature race starts, I think, 10 minutes into the stream. So that's the first thing we'll be doing. And then once the feature race finishes, we'll then be doing a 2 hour and 20 minute or 2.5 hour race preview. for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, by the way, starts at 5 p.m. UK time tomorrow, same time as when qualifying starts today. And then, of course, I'll be doing the watch-along. I don't believe I'll be joined by Niblo, because I think it's on the race just a little too late for him, which is no problem. Obviously, it is a massive ball ache for him. Well, thankfully for him, only 2 more weeks until he gets to see the cars up close and personal once again. But yeah, it'll be a solo watch-along tomorrow, and then obviously I'll do my typical race reaction after the stream. So that is the plan for tomorrow, and then on Monday night I'll be doing a live review of the big talking points from the Grand Prix weekend. So make sure to come along for all that content and be around obviously for the best bit. I think I'll just get cracking and hold on. Well, I think my OBS, certainly on my end, froze up quite a bit. Don't know if it did on your end, guys, but yeah, it looks to be all okay now. But yeah, let's get back into building up to qualifying, because obviously that is the main event of the day. And we'll start with Red Bull Racing. And yeah, from what we saw yesterday and even in practice 3, even though it wasn't the most representative conditions, Red Bull have got the best car. Not just at this track, they have the best car in Formula 1. And they are definitely 100% going to be on pole position. The only question is, will they get the front row lockout? Most likely, yeah. I mean, Perez would have to do a pretty poor job, I think, to not be on the front row. So yeah, I think Red Bull will be absolutely fine. They'll be... I don't think they'll be like a second lap quicker than the rest of the field. I don't think it'll be like that, like we saw in practice 3. I think Ferrari will close the gap a bit, but I think what is really making the difference around this track is the Red Bull's pace in the first sector, where all the corners are. That Red Bull in the first sector is just on rails, and there's no other car on the grid that can get near them in that sector. And the most depressing thing for their rivals is that with this Red Bull car and with the tracks we're currently racing at, these tracks, Jeddah, Bahrain a couple of weeks ago, kind of, I'd say, Melbourne in 2 weeks, they're more so, say, power circuits. And, if you don't have good straight line speed, you are going to suffer around those circuits for sure. Those type of circuits is where teams like Ferrari, for example, have more of a chance. When we get to the circuits where there's a lot more corners, I mean, Baku, I think you can kind of say that because obviously the middle sector is full of loads of slow corners. And just loads of corners in general. But then once we get to Miami, Imola, Monaco, Spain, Red Bull are going to be impossible to stop. I mean, I don't think they're going to win every race this season, just to be clear. That would be astonishing if they were to be able to do that. But yeah, I don't think it'll be that good for them. But yeah, in the first half of this season, it is going to be incredibly hard to stop Red Bull Racing winning so many Grand Prix. But let's go on to their, supposed main rivals. Firstly, Ferrari. In the middle of final sector, I know we haven't seen it so far in practice, but I think their speed through those corners is absolutely fine. The problem is, for the Ferrari team, a Ferrari car, in qualifying trim, is that in the first sector, their car is just too slow. It was, in practice 3, about half a second slower than the Red Bull. Yesterday in practice, it was about 0.3 of a second slower than the Red Bull. It just way too slow. You can't be giving away that amount of lap time in a sector and then make it up in the next two where you're a lot better. That's just not, you can't afford to do that. Maybe you can give away a tenth and a half, 2/10 of a second in a sector where you're not so good, but not 3/10 or 5/10 of a second. That's just too much lap time. So Ferrari, I still think, will be the second best team in qualifying. The race obviously will be much different. But yeah, third and fourth, third and fifth, I guess, is what they what their aim should be for qualifying today, because I don't think they can compete with Red Bull. I just don't see how that's possible from what I've seen so far. I mean, Max Verstappen, looking at the lap times he was doing in practice 3, he's probably going to break the lap record in qualifying later by quite a bit. I mean, the lap record is a 1:27.5, I think, from Lewis Hamilton in 2021. Max did a 28.4 in practice 3. He probably will go about a second quicker than that in qualifying, I'd imagine. So, yeah, it's going to be very, 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 very hard to get near even both Red Bulls, never mind Max Verstappen. All Sergio Perez needs to do in the second Red Bull is just be competent and do a decent job in terms of his own pace relative to Max. And that should get him onto the front row. I guess the only other negative for Ferrari that I should mention is that with Carlos Sainz so far this weekend, he has been lagging behind Leclerc by about 0.2 of a second. If he continues like that and is even worse in Q3, Carlos might be behind not just his teammate Alonso, but also a Mercedes, maybe even both Aston Martins. So Carlos really has to pull his finger out in qualifying, because if he doesn't, he could end up with a very poor grid position. And because of the way this Ferrari car is, if they do not have good grid position because of their race pace, you know, they're going to end up then with poor race results this season. So they've got to do the absolute maximum they can, realistically, in qualifying. So Carlos has got to make sure, really, he is no worse than 5th on the grid. And obviously for Leclerc, with his 10th-place penalty, he has to try and limit the damage. And I think just at minimum be in 3rd place, so he can not be too far away from the fight tomorrow in the race. But given how Alpine are looking so far this weekend, and obviously Mercedes Aston Martin looking around about in a similar position, when Leclerc, comes back through the field tomorrow, he might not pick up that many points, because if Ferrari's race pace is not even that much better than Alpine's, then Leclerc might not even take that many points. He may only take like 1 or 2 points from tomorrow's race. It is possible that that could happen. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen, but it's definitely a possibility if Alpine have legitimately got really good pace, like they showed yesterday, and like people think they have going into qualifying and the race tomorrow. So, yeah, dark days at Ferrari, even worse than last year, let's be honest. We're only, not even completed with race 2 of the season. Mercedes-Benz next up. To be honest, they just look about where I thought they would be. The only difference is they look to be slower than Aston Martin in quali trim. I did not think that would be the case. I thought Mercedes would be slightly quicker than Aston. I didn't think this track would suit Aston Martin that well. But yeah, credit to Aston Martin. Their car looks pretty good. Mercedes, their car doesn't look bad, but it's not really that good at the end of the day. And yeah, if they could just get both cars, because of Leclerc's penalty, if they can get both cars into the top 7, 8 on the grid, then I think that would be a good enough effort. Because if you're looking at the championship, of course, Mercedes are not going to win the championship. The best they can hope for this season is 2nd. I think the best thing, or the thing they should aim for at the minute, is to try because obviously Ferrari are having their struggles. They have still quite bad race pace. And, Mercedes, they did outscore Ferrari in Bahrain, and they are 4 points clear of Ferrari in the championship. If Ferrari have a poor race tomorrow, and because of Leclerc's penalty, if Mercedes can outscore them again, then maybe until they get this new car and big boost in performance, Mercedes can maybe try and be ahead and hang on ahead of Ferrari in the championship. Because if they can at least beat them this season, that would be I guess a positive. It's hard to argue though for this team, considering how lofty their expectations are, that that's a positive. But, compared to last season, at least that would be something. And then they can try and get after Aston Martin, who are probably going to be very, very strong contenders. And arguably, I'd say the favourites at this point, Aston Martin, for second in the championship. So, yeah, if they can just, for this weekend, focus on outscoring Ferrari in the race and getting a good enough grid position to be able to execute such a thing tomorrow, then I think that's decent enough for them. And would put them in a not too bad position, going into the European season when they should have, hopefully, a much faster and better car. But, yeah, Mercedes, this weekend, they are probably the 4th fastest team in qualifying trim, in race trim. To be honest, I haven't looked at the race pace data from FP2 yet, so I don't know what it's looking like. But they're probably going to be, I'd imagine, 4th fastest team again. Like they were in Bahrain. So yeah, Mercedes still pretty poor. That's not the case, though, for Aston Martin, who, yeah, they look very, very quick. Lance Stroll, thankfully, looks like he's almost on the pace of his teammate, Fernando Alonso. What a recovery it has been for Lance, the young Canadian still, from this wrist injury. And he's still, I think, medically not at 100%, but he is driving very, very well. And I thought his performance in Bahrain was one of the best out of the entire field, considering what he's been through in the last, say, month or so. So, yeah, great effort from Lance. Was just behind Alonso in practice 3 in P4, Alonso 3rd. Like I predicted earlier, I think Alonso will be 4th on the grid. Or not 4th on the grid, he'll finish in 4th. I think he'll be 3rd on the grid for the race because of Leclerc's penalty. With Lance Stroll, I've got him splitting the two Mercedes. I still think he'll lack a bit of speed in the end. Obviously, we know qualifying not his best area. And in the past, he's not been that terribly quick here. So I'm not expecting a stellar performance from Lance this weekend. But yeah, Aston Martin are at minimum the 3rd best team in qualifying trim. And then probably in the race, they'll have the 2nd best car, which is great news for Aston Martin and Alonso and Stroll fans. But yeah, Alonso could very well be 3rd on the grid. I just think Leclerc's, amazing quali pace that we normally see, and the fact that Ferrari in the middle of the final sector will be so quick with their brilliant straight line speed means that Ferrari will just have a little too much pace, kind of like they did in Bahrain. But I'm sure it will come back to Aston Martin tomorrow. And now we'll go into the midfield teams. Alpine, they are the dark horse probably of the entire field. Definitely at minimum the 5th fastest team here. But they could be as quick, maybe quicker, as Mercedes. That's definitely been something that people have been talking about going into qualifying here. And yeah, Alpine look really quick. Both drivers have been very quick here in the past. They've looked very quick so far this weekend. Ocon yesterday in practice 2 was 4th. Gasly was 6th. And they were right on pace of Mercedes. I do think Mercedes, though, will be quicker today than they were yesterday. They tend to be a bit slower in practice, Mercedes, than they do show in qualifying. So I still think Mercedes will have just that extra speed. But Alpine, really, they should be, at minimum, getting both cars into Q3. And then after that, we'll see how they do. And I think, let's be honest with Alpine. Obviously, 4th in the championship they finished last season. They're not going to finish there this season. I don't see them gaining that amount of time on Ferrari, Mercedes, and definitely not Aston Martin or Red Bull to be faster or just as fast as them by the end of the season or anything. So really, 5th place realistically is where Alpine will be finishing in 2023. But, you know, they could really this weekend, if they can get a good qualifying result and have good pace in the race as well, they could really score a good amount of points here and firstly get in then to 5th place ahead of Alfa Romeo, who are currently in that position, and then start to build a pretty sizable gap to the rest, because I think Alpine have pretty clearly got the 5th best car in Formula 1 and pretty clearly are quicker than all the other midfield teams of Alfa Romeo, McLaren, AlphaTauri, Haas, Williams. Haas also looking pretty quick, but overall, in all aspects, quali pace, race pace, you know, grip levels, straight line speed, the Alpine looks, a good car for sure. And it will be a double Q3 appearance today, I'm pretty sure, but they just won't be, in my view, as quick as Merc, Ferrari, or Aston Martin. But let's now go into the rest of the teams. McLaren, I mean, in practice 3, they were, was it 6th and 7th? They're obviously not going to be there in qualifying. McLaren, they're not that quick around this circuit. They will definitely not be in the top 10. I think the best I can see for McLaren is, and I think what I've predicted, which I will show, by the way, on screen, once I've gone through all the teams again, my final prediction for qualifying for all the positions. My prediction for McLaren was Norris to be 13th, and then Piastri to finish up in 16th place. The only difference really between Norris and Piastri compared to Bahrain is that the pace difference would be a lot closer than it was in Bahrain. But yeah, Lando, because he's such a special driver in qualifying, I think somehow does drag that car to 13th. Piastri is better around here, but still the McLaren car is pretty poor. And that's really why Piastri won't be having a great race this weekend. Not because of himself, but because McLaren is just pretty slow around this track. And yeah, McLaren, they're going to be really fighting Williams and Alfa Romeo today. I just don't see how they can get really that close to Haas F1 or Alpine. I think Haas and Alpine are in a different fight compared to what McLaren are in. And we'll see if they can end up, say, as the 7th best team, which is the best I think they can hope for, not just in the not just in this qualifying session coming up, but in the race as well. I think that's the best they can hope for around a track like this. I definitely expect McLaren to be a bit quicker in the next Grand Prix in Melbourne, because that track is a bit more, like, you need a bit more downforce for that track. It's not as flat out. I know obviously the middle sector in Melbourne is very flat out, but yeah, the final sector and the first sector, not so much. I think McLaren will be a bit stronger at the Australian Grand Prix, but still not that strong at all. But yeah, this weekend, if you're a McLaren fan, this weekend is going to be a struggle. The only way McLaren are going to score a point is if one of the drivers pulls out a brilliant lap in qualifying, or if one of the drivers in the race just produces a brilliant performance to get into the top 10. The car just isn't good enough. And that is a sad fact. But they got big upgrades coming for Baku, so let's wait and see what they can do. Alfa Romeo, they have looked pretty slow this weekend. Even in practice 3, they didn't look very quick there either. I think their car is just a bit... One thing I have noticed with their car is compared to the Haas and the Ferrari car, the other two Ferrari-powered cars on the grid, their straight line speed doesn't seem to be anywhere near as good. So my feeling is that Alfa Romeo have got a bit of a draggy car, and they don't... The car, at least, is not optimized in a way that gets the best out of the strengths of the power unit. Because, yeah, we saw it in Bahrain. They were very slow in the main speed trap there compared to, say, Ferrari and even Haas. Or not very slow compared to Haas, but definitely the Ferrari works team. They were very slow. And, yes, so far here, around what is pretty much a power track, they have been... Yeah, not that quick at all. I think they've got good downforce. I just don't think they've got... Well, not good downforce, say decent downforce. Definitely not as good as the Alpine or probably not as good as the Haas at the minute, I'd have to say. But they just don't have a lot of straight line speed. And yeah, I think they've just got a bit of a draggy car at the minute. I mean, we saw in the race, obviously, in Bahrain, it didn't hurt them that bad because Bottas... His race pace was very good, looked after his tyres very well, and finished in 8th place. But I think this weekend, if that is the case, and they've got quite a draggy car, that's really going to hurt them because they just won't be able to compete with teams like Alpine and Haas for the better midfield positions. So yeah, Alfa Romeo, I think, will be fighting with McLaren, Williams, maybe AlphaTauri to a certain extent. Opulence saying both Ferraris have grid penalties. I don't believe that's true. I think it's just Leclerc who has a grid penalty. Let me look. And yeah, can't see anything about that. So no, I'm pretty sure that Sainz does not have a penalty. But, yeah, Alfa Romeo, yeah, just not quick enough in the middle and final sector where really they should be with the power unit they've got. And that is not helping them at all. So they will be, yeah, quite far away, in my view, from getting into Q3. And I think we'll do well to get both cars into Q2, to be honest. Haas F1, though, at a bit of a different end of the scale. They are the next best team after the... Sorry, let me do that again. My throat really gave out there. They are the next best team after the top 5 of, obviously, Red Bull, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Alpine. Yeah, they look pretty quick. The only issue, I guess, is that in the first sector, they're really dropping quite a bit of pace to Alpine. A couple tenths of a second in that first sector. That's what we saw yesterday from the Alpine, not from the Alpine, from the Haas team compared to Alpine. The middle sector and the final sector, though, the Haas is as quick, if not a tad quicker than the Alpine. So it's just that first sector that is costing them, and I think that's what will cost them getting into Q3. Watch out, though, for Nico Hülkenberg. What a return he's had. Brilliant first weekend, I thought. And yeah, he's had a great weekend so far. I think it was in the top 10. Yeah, yesterday in practice 2 in 8th place. Looked pretty quick. And he actually did the second best final sector time. Yeah, did the second best final sector time or the third best final sector time, actually, I think, overall, in practice 2 yesterday. So, yeah, Hülkenberg is very quick here, which I was not expecting. Of course, he did race here for Aston Martin last season to cover for Vettel, who had COVID. But, yeah, I didn't expect Hülkenberg to be this quick. And, bit interesting that Kevin Magnussen has still not quite shown up yet. I wonder if he will today. He was pretty quick here last year. We'll see whether he shows up finally today. But yeah, Haas, not as good as Alpine, again, because of that first sector. But if they can somehow improve that first sector, maybe they can sneak a car into Q3. And the final 2 teams, AlphaTauri, they're the slowest team. I think pretty comfortably the slowest team. I mean, they're not miles slower than everyone else, but I'm pretty confident they are the worst team here. Tsunoda, I mean, ended up 19th. I know he only did his best time on the medium tyre, but yeah, his pace wasn't very good when he was on the soft compared to everyone else earlier on in practice 3. What was very baffling with this AlphaTauri car is in Sector 1 yesterday in practice 2, the AlphaTauri car was the 5th best car, and then in the final 2 sectors, it was the worst car by a decent margin. So I have absolutely no idea what they're doing with the setup of this car. I don't know if it's just this car has too much drag, or if they put just way too much downforce on with the setup. I have no idea, but I don't know how you can be so good, really, in the first sector and then be so bad for the rest of the lap. No idea. But yeah, AlphaTauri, by the looks of it, they've got the worst car. Nick De Vries did not do practice 3 because he had a new power unit fitted. And surely has it fitted by now for qualifying coming up in about 30 minutes' time. But yeah, I'd be surprised if AlphaTauri were to get a car really into Q2 because both drivers not really that quick here. Nick De Vries has never raced here before. And yeah, I think both AlphaTauris will get eliminated. And finally, Williams. They are looking pretty good here, are the Williams team. They look as though they have got definitely the pace to get even maybe both cars into Q2. But Alex Albon here on screen, watch out for him. He is going to be, if there's going to be a surprise from behind the top 5 teams, it's going to come from Alex Albon. He has been very quick this weekend. The Williams is very quick. It's been very quick in the middle and final sector. Been one of the premier midfield cars, really. And yeah, watch out for Alex Albon. He could maybe get into the top 12 or even top 11 on the grid. I mean, we saw it last year and we saw it was possible. So maybe he'll be able to do it this year. But yeah, watch out for him. I'm pretty sure he will be into Q2. I'd be very surprised if he was not in Q2. Logan Sargent, I think, will get knocked out in Q1 because I still think he's, still taking time to come up to his absolute best level. But I think Logan also has got a pretty good opportunity to get into Q2 as well. So look out for both Williams drivers and this Williams car that is so much better than last year. And, well, Williams could very well rise from the bottom of the championship by 2 or 3 positions this season, which would be a brilliant thing to see going forward for the future, because my hopes for them were not very good, I've got to say, coming into 2023. I'll just quickly hide the timer, though, because I want to get on to my predictions for qualifying. So these are my full predictions. Verstappen on pole, Perez 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Alonso 4th, Sainz 5th, Russell 6th, Stroll 7th, Hamilton 8th, Ocon 9th, Gasly 10th. And then Hulkenberg 11th, Magnussen 12th, Norris 13th, Albon 14th, Bottas 15th, Piastri 16th, Sargent 17th, Tsunoda 18th, Zhou 19th, and Nick De Vries 20th. I think there's a decent chance that'll most of that could happen, but we'll see whether it actually does. Yeah, I'll go back to this page and I'll just get the timer back on the screen as we've got 26 minutes to go until qualifying starts in Jeddah. I just want to say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I'll be doing a race watch-along tomorrow. And of course, we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. So make sure to subscribe and hit the notifications bell for all the content coming up. And as well, yeah, for everyone right now watching, if you haven't smashed the like button, make sure to do so. Let's try and get to say 150 likes by the time qualifying starts in 25 minutes from now. That would be great if we could. And yeah, let me just have a look on Twitter quickly to see if there's any news, anything going on at all. No, can't see anything at the minute. But for the next 25 minutes, let me know, guys, in the chat. What do you think is going to happen in qualifying for all the teams, all the drivers? What is your top 5 prediction for qualifying? Make sure to put that in the chat as well. Make sure to vote on the poll in the chat currently. Who do you think will get pole position? Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, or Leclerc? I'm interested to hear what you have to say on that. And yeah, just let me know now, guys, what you think for the next 20 to 25 minutes. And I'll have another quick sip on my water. And yeah, cannot wait to get into qualifying, because even though at the very front it's probably going to be pretty boring, the fight from 3rd all the way down to say 10th, I think is going to be very exciting. We might get a surprise or two. Yeah, it's going to be exciting without doubt. But right, I'll come to you guys now in the chat. I will make sure as well, in the next 5 minutes, to post a link of the stream out again. Get people to join us to Watchalong qualifying, of course. Right, let's see what you guys have to say. Mohammed says Verstappen, Alonso, Perez for his top 3. Opulent says Max, Perez, Fernando, Russell, Hamilton. Aline says Alonso, Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc. That's very interesting. You've gone for Alonso there on pole. Not sure my throat would even exist by the end of qualifying if that happened. Stroll for pole, said nobody, says Prank. Nib says Max, Perez, Alonso, Russell, Stroll. So clearly he thinks Ferrari are absolutely in the mud, which I'm not surprised if he does think that. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be massively shocked if they produced a really poor performance, because it's Ferrari. That's what they do. Prank says Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Sainz, Russell. Mohammed says Verstappen, Alonso, Perez, Stroll, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton. Ronan says Hulkenberg for pole. Obviously, what was it, 12.5 years ago was his only pole. God, 12.5 years ago feels about 25 years ago, to be honest. And, I mean, I myself am 25, so tells you just how quickly time has flown. But, yeah. Keep letting me know, guys, in the chat how you think things are going to play out. Dylan Forrestal says Verstappen, Alonso, Perez, Leclerc, Stroll. A few interesting predictions in regards to Lance Stroll, I've got to say. I'd be surprised, like I said, if Stroll had a really good qualifying here, because I know the Aston Martin car's good, but in the last couple races here, he's not been that quick. I'm not really, with Stroll, I'm not really expecting him to really be properly quick until Baku, where obviously that's one of his circuits where he is super quick. As long as he doesn't bin it in qualifying like he has done for the last 2 years in Baku, where he always ends up starting from the back, seemingly, in Baku. I think there he's got the chance to be possibly on the podium. And then after that, he's pretty decent at Imola, I know. I think he won there in Euro F3 when he was like 16 or something. Did Lance. And he's had a couple decent results there in F1. So, yeah. And obviously, it's not 100% yet, so I don't think he'll be quite at his absolute best just yet. But I think Lance will definitely be on the podium this season. I know Fernando is better than him, obviously, but Lance is a better driver than people give him credit for. I know last season he wasn't absolutely amazing, but he has still made gradual improvements to his overall game, I guess you could call it. And yeah, I think with the car being the way it is now, I think Stroll will surprise some people this season. I'm not saying he's going to be one of the top 5 best on the grid this season, but I think he might surprise people. I mean, we saw in 2020, didn't we, with Racing Point? I know, obviously, Perez is not at the same level as Alonso as a teammate, but look at 2020. There were some races there where Stroll was really good. Hungary, I remember, he was really quick. Turkey, obviously, where he probably deserved to win, to be honest. I know Hamilton produced an amazing drive and won that race, and it was a brilliant performance by Lewis, but Lance was so good that weekend. There was other ones that year where I thought Lance was competitive. I just need to remember exactly what races those were. I think the Spanish Grand Prix, I think. There was another one where he qualified in 4th place or something like that. So, yeah, I think Lance will be on the podium this season. I don't know what race, but I think he'll be on the podium this season. Nib saying, I mean, how long have we been saying Stroll's quali pace has always been his downfall? Yeah, it's been a while since we've been saying that. I mean, the only benefit for him, I would say, this season is in terms of like how he compares to Alonso is Fernando isn't, one of the absolute quickest in qualifying, so it's not like he's alongside Leclerc or Hamilton or Verstappen, but yeah, I think that is going to be, compared to Fernando, and for Lance's chances of getting a podium, even winning a race, that's going to be the downfall, is his qualifying. But I'm really excited for Aston Martin this season. I think they could absolutely win a race, and maybe more than one race in 2023. Anyway, before we get to qualifying, and before I get to any more comments from you guys, let me just quickly post the link of the stream out again. Right, so come join us here to Watchalong qualifying in Jeddah. And I'll just post it on Twitter quickly. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to say, which I think I talked about in Bahrain, was I talked about me starting to unlist the streams after they finish and not clog up the channel page with loads of streams and that. Which the reason I said that was because I believe it is an algorithm thing that if you have listed public streams and loads of them, that it doesn't help your chances in the algorithm. Hold on, let me just do this tweet. Watchalong F1 qualifying in Jeddah. Yeah, I might start doing that after this weekend's Grand Prix. Again, though, just to be clear, the streams will still be public. Before I go live, you will still see the stream on the channel page, and when I'm live, you will also see the stream. It will still be on the channel page, and I'll still be, clearly visible. But it's just, after the stream finishes that I'll unlist it, and I'm going to try and unlist all of the streams on the channel if I can at some point, because again, I believe that is a thing with the algorithm, that it does make it does help your channel. Actually, let me just Google that and see if that is the case. By the way, I've seen we're on 143 likes. Let's try and get to 150 if we can. So if you haven't smashed the like button, make sure to do so. Hold on. I do. Oh. Streams. YouTube. And just trying to see. Quickly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen other streamers that I watch do it where they do loads of streams, but they will then unlist them and just have really the recorded video, much shorter content as what is seen on the channel page. And yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing again from after I'm done with the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend. I'll probably try and do it on like Tuesday, Wednesday time. And yeah, that will be what will be happening from now on. But we have got, guys, 14 minutes to go until qualifying. Get your predictions in if you haven't. Let me know so far. Vitster says Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Leclerc, Sainz. Kamel Kaya says Verstappen, Perez, Alonso. Dylan says, watch Stroll put it on pole now. That'd be truly incredible. Lab Gorilla says Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz for his top 7. I think that is. Vince says people picking Stroll, wanting him to be great, not actually thinking he will be starting at the top. Maybe, who knows? Maybe only keep the best race streams limited. Or listed, not limited. Yeah, maybe you could argue for that, but yeah. I mean, if I was to unlist them all, they will still all be in a playlist, and you would all still be able to find them if you wanted to. You'd have to just go to the playlists tab on my homepage and then click on that and then scroll through and try and find a particular stream if you want to listen back to it. But the majority of my views from the streams comes from the people that view it whilst I'm live. So, yeah. I mean, I still need to do some research to see whether it actually does help, like, in the algorithm and all of that. I don't know if it actually does or not, or if it's just a decision by certain streamers to just, not have it clog up the channel. Not sure, but yeah. I don't think there's anyone in the F1 community who streams and also does videos that unlists their streams. I know Tomo and F1 Word, I know they still do their streams and they keep them public alongside their video stuff. So, yeah. Maybe I won't absolutely do it. We'll see. Hello to Braven, by the way. Good to see you. What was it? 2 weeks ago, didn't you say that your significant other was pregnant? I'm assuming that you now have a child. Is that true? Let me know in the chat. I think you revealed that in the chat 2 weeks ago in Bahrain, if I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm misremembering things. Opulence says, what I think was funny is Hamilton saying Merc can win if Red Bull doesn't finish 2 cars. Fernando doesn't finish Ferrari. Goods up. Yeah, Merc can win a race. He knows 5-8 is, or 5th to 8th is the best Merc will do all season. I mean, if they were to keep this car, yeah, the best they would be able to do is most occasions 5th to 8th place, but Mercedes' season hasn't quite got going yet, and when they bring this new car, I'm not saying it's going to work, it might not, it might be just as bad as what they've already got, but let's wait with Mercedes. kind of like with McLaren. I don't think McLaren's chances in 2023 are, you know, what do you call it? I don't think their chances in 2023. And Bradman saying that's correct, could happen any moment. And Frank saying it takes 9 months, Chazza. The reason I'm asking that is because I'm pretty sure Bradman said that they were expecting any minute now, or any moment now, like a couple of weeks ago. So I was just wondering if it happened. But what do you call it? Actually, I need to let me move back onto these pictures so you guys can stop staring at bloody Williams. But what was I talking about? Yeah, with Mercedes, yeah, their season hasn't properly started yet. Let's wait to see until they bring their like B car to see what they've really got for 2023. Same with McLaren. You know, when they bring their big upgrade in Baku, they might be right on the pace of Alpine then, and maybe we'll have like a 2012 situation to a certain extent where we've got like 6 front-running-ish teams. Yeah, we'll see, obviously, what goes on with that. But still a bit to wait for McLaren and Mercedes to get those upgrades on the car. The Azerbaijan Grand Prix, I think, is another 6 weeks away. So, yeah, still quite a bit of time. And thankfully, for those 2 teams, after this weekend, there's only one more race between, now and the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. But I think, guys, I will finish up the poll in the live chat. And there you go. So, thank you guys for voting. 264 votes. I asked, who do you think will be on pole for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? You guys voted number 1, Max Verstappen. Number 2, Alonso. Number 3, Leclerc. Perez, number 4, Verstappen winning with 67% of the vote. So, yeah, thank you guys for voting in that poll. And, yeah, I agree. Max Verstappen, he is the man to get pole. Very surprised if he's not in pole position. It would take a monumental effort from, I think, really Sergio Perez, from his teammate, of course, to be able to stop Max. Perez did out-qualify Max in qualifying last year, so not like it's impossible, but from what I've seen so far this weekend, Max is in much better form than he was at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend in 2022. As George Russell there on the pit wall, just having a discussion with one of the Mercedes engineers. And Russell has looked pretty quick this weekend. I mean, he was slower than Hamilton in practice 3, but practice 2, he was quite a bit faster than Hamilton. I think half a second quicker, nearly. So, and obviously last year, Russell out-qualified and out-raced Hamilton by a country mile. So, yeah, he might be the main man for Mercedes this weekend. We'll see. As Fernando Alonso, I can see on the TV broadcast, is just walking to the Aston Martin garage. And as long as Alonso can qualify ahead of everyone else except for, realistically, Verstappen and Perez, and even if Leclerc gets ahead of him on the in qualifying, of course, with Leclerc's penalty, Alonso would then start 3rd for tomorrow's race, which, to be honest, I think Alonso could probably maybe have a crack at Perez if, say, Perez is 2nd on the grid tomorrow, for 2nd place. But yeah, I think if he can start ahead of both Ferraris on the grid, I think Alonso has a very, very, very good chance, like a 80-85% chance of finishing on the podium, because the Aston Martin car, as we've seen, is very quick in race conditions. As we are just moments away, guys. We've had well, the last two qualifying sessions here in Jeddah have been pretty exciting. 2021, obviously, we had the epic finish with Max on a great lap, but then turned it into a awful lap by smashing into the wall on the exit of the final corner. And then last season, I don't think anyone expected Perez at that Saudi Arabian Grand Prix last year to get pole, but he just about got in front of Leclerc and Sainz and got the pole position, and was very unlucky in the race because I think Perez could have had a fair crack at winning that race. I mean, he was leading up until the first safety car that really screwed him quite a bit and helped his teammate Verstappen quite a lot to get properly back into the action. But let's see if there's any more comments to read out quick. See if we can find some other good comments here before we get going. Opulent says, am I allowed to switch teams? I want to be an Aston fan as my second team. I can't have Ferrari and McLaren as my two favourite teams. Your choice. The battle for last place also says Opulence. Might be the teams with polar opposite names, Alpha and Alpha. Yeah. Could very well be. Yeah, Vince, if you can't see Opulence comments, it might be because you've accidentally blocked him or something. Not sure, to be honest, how you where you would go to correct that, but yeah. Anyway, the F1 intro has now concluded playing, and they're just going through the motions. The only other key information to tell you ahead of this qualifying session is the tyres for this weekend. The C4, C3 and C2 are steps softer than in Bahrain. Obviously, this track, the tyre wear should not be as bad as it is in Bahrain. So, yeah, understandable why we've got the C4, C3 and C2 compounds. But I think we will hide that timer and just get into one final thing before qualifying, and that is a reminder of the championship standings. Here's your top 10. Verstappen obviously in first, Perez second, Alonso third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth, Stroll sixth, Russell seventh, Bottas eighth, Gasly ninth, and Alex Albon in 10th. And then on the constructors side, it is Red Bull already quite comfortably in the lead, Aston Martin second, Mercedes third, Ferrari fourth, Alfa Romeo fifth, Alpine sixth, Williams seventh, AlphaTauri eighth, Haas ninth, and McLaren dead last. And they might probably remain there, McLaren, until, say, race 4, race 5 of the season. But now, let's get into the qualifying session. And let me just, hold on. Let me just get rid of that and change that as well. Obviously, Q1, 18-minute long session. I'll get the dotted line out in a second to illustrate where the cutoff zone is. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark as I normally do. So yeah, let me just get that dotted line ready to illustrate where the drop-off zone is. Oh god, that is absolutely massive. Let me get it there. Yeah, that's good. Nice and clear. So there you go. Anyone below, of course, a dotted line at the end of Q1 will be out of first qualifying. And the candidates to be eliminated in Q1, not that they want to be candidates, the two AlphaTauris, probably one of the McLarens, one of the Williamses, and probably one of the Alfa Romeos, I would imagine. I think AlphaTauri are probably the only team that will get both cars knocked out in Q1 most likely. As the Lewis Hamilton there just getting seat belted in to his car, ready for the session. Hamilton, of course, holds the lap record. Another key stat to remember, though, in regards to Lewis Hamilton, is that the last time he won an F1 race was here a year and a half ago in the 2021, the very controversial 2021 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. That was his last win in F1, and that is the longest drought he has ever had in his career. And looking at how things are at the minute, he might have to wait at least another 6 months, if not longer, to win another race again. Sergio Perez there in his Red Bull car. And, we've now got cars on the exit of the pit lane. And have we got a green light? Not quite. Still red light flashing. And the two Williamses and the two AlphaTauris will be the first on track. And there you go. Session underway. And let's hope for another classic qualifying under the lights in Jeddah. As the two Haas's are the next two cars after that. The reason we've got cars piling out to track immediately is because we have seen this in the past, but also so far this weekend. It's taking for quite a few teams. They need an extra warm-up lap to get the tyres properly fired up into good enough condition to be able to do a flying lap. So we're going to see more of the cars on circuit in this session than we would do at other tracks where you don't need an extra warm-up lap, such as, Bahrain a few weeks ago. As the Ferraris still in the pit lane. And I'll sync up the time in about 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And there you go. Let me just adjust the position. The timer. Oh. There you go. And I'll see if I can adjust the text very slightly. And, well, let me just try and get it slightly more right. Oh, a bit too far. There you go. That should be just about all right. Yep, session underway. And first to start a lap in qualifying is the dark horse of qualifying, Alex Albon in the Williams. And let's see what he can do for his first run. As he comes into turn 1 and 2 now. Williams' car handling pretty well through the first chicane. Slight bit of oversteer on the exit, but looks good. And yeah, the first sector definitely where the Williams is not at its best. But I mean, it still looks good. Nothing wrong with it. And for the first sector, Albon does a 32.8, which is not very quick at all. And the AlphaTauri there I couldn't see who that was. There was an AlphaTauri who has obviously spun at turn 1, and he's just slowly now coming back onto the track. So thankfully, no red flag or anything. That's right where Pogacar and Behrman had their big crash in F2. As Albon completing the middle sector, and may as well put him in P1 because he is going to do the first lap time of the session. So Albon up to first. Let's see what his lap time is. A good first lap time for Albon would probably be like a 1:29 something. What is it? It is a 1:30.1, so yeah, not quite good enough, but I'm sure he'll improve on that. I think for the teams in that, say, Williams, McLaren, Alfa Romeo area, Sargent actually goes quicker than Albon. Yeah, To start off, a 1:29 would be a good lap time. Sargent is quickest, and that is Nick de Vries, who spun, and the rear end of his car just completely locked up. Nothing he could do. And yeah, back out to track he comes, but that is a disastrous start for him. Hulkenberg is second, interestingly, still behind Sargent. And then Albon third. Magnussen is in fourth place, with Bottas in fifth. Pretty slow lap time, the Alfa Romeo to start, I've got to be honest, as we're currently looking at the two Ferraris who are on their first laps of qualifying. Norris is up to sixth. Piastri is in seventh. That's where they were exactly in practice 3. And then you've got Zhou in 8th and Tsunoda in P9. So there you go. Those are the times so far in qualifying 1. Here comes, as Logan Sargent has had his lap time deleted, Carlos Sainz comes to the line, does a very slow lap and goes only 9th. I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, let me just relegate. Hold on. So Charles Leclerc now up to. Yeah, let me just relegate Logan Sargent because he's had his lap time deleted. So, yeah, and put Leclerc up to second. So it's now Nico Hulkenberg in first position with Leclerc second, as Sergio Perez is about to complete his first lap in qualifying. The two Mercedes not lapping very well on this first lap. They're currently both going slow after the first two sectors than Hulkenberg. He's done a decent first time of a 29.8. As Perez to the line he comes, 0.6 of a second quicker. And P1 it is. So Perez is quickest. Russell goes third. Max Verstappen has done 2 purple sectors and comes to the line and does a 1:28.7, exactly half a second quicker than Sergio Perez. So immediately stomping his authority in this session. So it's Verstappen, Perez, Hulkenberg, and then Russell in 4th, with Leclerc 5th. Hamilton is 6th. Not the best first laps, I've got to say, from Ferrari and Mercedes. I'm hoping they can do a bit better than that. Hamilton 6th, Albon 7th, then Magnussen, Bottas, Norris for the top 10, and then Piastri 11th. Well, not anymore, because it's now Tsunoda 11th. So Tsunoda 11th, Piastri 12th, Zhou 13th, Sainz 14th, and then Sargent, Alonso, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, and De Vries have not done a proper lap time yet. So let's wait to see what they will do, as Hulkenberg improved his lap only by, I think, like a 1/10 of a second. Zhou improves up to 6th place for Alfa Romeo. Bottas goes just up to 9th. And Nick de Vries now goes 13th for the AlphaTauri team, as the McLaren car, the onboard glitching so much, it actually made me feel a bit uneasy, to be honest. As Piastri goes 8th with that lap. So good lap there for Oscar. Kevin Magnussen has gone fourth. So third and fourth for Haas at the minute. These lap times, though, are not quite the best lap times all these cars can do. So we've not seen we haven't seen proper quick times yet. I mean, from Haas, we've definitely seen, quite a bit quicker times. And that's what happened to Norris. He turned into the final corner, and his inside front tyre hit the wall. Hope he hasn't broke the suspension on that, because if he has, then he is screwed. As Esteban Ocon is on his now first flying lap. Alpine usually do this in qualifying. They did it last year a lot, where they'll send their cars out late in Q1 to get the first times on the board. Carlos Sainz goes third. So much better. As just an onboard there of Alonso going slowly, I think, on an outlap or something. Leclerc now goes up to third. Still, though, 0.6 of a second away from Verstappen. As Ocon, decent lap so far. He's probably on course to go 6th or 7th, I would say, is Ocon. The two Mercedes improving. And I think Hamilton and Russell probably going to go 4th and 5th. As Ocon exits the final corner. And to the line he comes. And where does he go? 13th only. So that was a very poor final sector. Hamilton goes 4th for Mercedes, as expected. And now Russell goes just ahead of him into 4th place. So 4th and 5th for the Mercedes team. Pierre Gasly has, unless he's going for another lap, he's done a bit of a poor run. So is Stroll. I'm guessing they're going for another run, maybe? I'm not sure. But yes, Stroll's done a poor run as well. So, Ocon is 13th. And then Lance Stroll only went 14th with that run. And, right, well, that's what happened with Alonso. He spun. I don't know where that is, but he spun around somewhere. That's why they cut to his onboard. So, your top 10 currently with 6.5 minutes to go in Q1. Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Zhou, Piastri, and then Albon 11th, Bottas 12th, and then Ocon, Stroll, and Lando Norris, the most at risk, in 15th. And then in the drop zone, it's Tsunoda, De Vries, Gasly, Sargent, and Alonso. So, yeah, Gasly really needs to step it up because, that was, I guess, a legitimate lap, and he's very slow. And Ocon as well, really slow. What's going on at Alpine? As here comes Fernando. What's his middle sector like? It's 0.8 of a second quicker than Lando in the middle sector. So Alonso is definitely going to get himself into the top 10. Fernando is probably going to go up to 4th, 5th, 6th place, something like that, as he exits the final corner now. And Alonso, to the line he comes, and where does he go? He goes 4th. That's a great effort from Fernando after a bit of a tricky start. And yeah, he is up to P4. And he should be okay now, I think, Alonso, to get through. I don't think the gain of lap time on the second runs here in Q1 is going to be monumental, as is a replay of Logan Sargent. Okay, your lap was deleted for track limits turn 27. Yeah. Looking at that on board, how was his lap time deleted? I no idea. I didn't see anything there that indicated he violated the track limits. I have absolutely no idea what the FIA are on, unless I've clearly missed something obvious there. As Williams has spun in the final sector on the exit of turn 22, going into turn 23. And it is Logan Sargent. He will, though. Oh, he's now going the wrong way down the track. And now he gets spun around and he's going again, thankfully. That was scary. And that's not good for Logan. Hopefully he's not flat spotted those tyres too bad because, well, he's last. And he's not done a competitive time so far, as here comes Stroll, about to finish a new lap. Currently 15. Oh, the Ferrari there kind of got in his way. He dealt with it really well, but there wasn't a great run into the final corner. And Stroll goes 10th. Yeah, he might want another crack at that, because that Ferrari was loitering a bit on the apex. Not on the apex, but on the entry to the final corner. And here's a replay. And Sargent, yeah, as soon as he turned in, the car started spinning. And then thankfully did not hit the wall. And here's a replay on board. Yeah, that's just a Williams car problem. He just threw it in. A bit too aggressive. And the rear end was like, nope, I can't handle that. That's, yeah. So, oh dear. Lando Norris has clearly broken something in his suspension/brake area, or the wheel hub, as the McLaren mechanics are now desperately trying to get it fixed in time, but I am pretty sure that he is done for. So Norris, I think, is out. He's currently 16th, so he's out anyway. And if all the drivers below him can improve substantially, then Norris is probably going to start the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix from the back. Yeah, Nib saying in the chat, Norris is done. Yeah, not quite sure at this point while the McLaren mechanics are still rushing, because there is no chance of him getting out now. As Ocon begins his final run. Ocon, the main driver at risk, in 15th. Where is Alpine's pace? The 15th and 19th going into the final run in Q1. Surely not another Q1 exit for one of the Alpines, or even maybe both. Not a great run through turn 1 and 2, I've got to say, from Ocon. Gasly has started his final run. Ocon into the first sector, where, compared to all the other midfield cars, the Alpine should be the best car. And yeah, the Alpine looking brilliant through the first sector. What's his first sector time like? It is good. And now just needs to keep it all together, really, and just not make any big errors for the middle and final sector. And I think Ocon should be fine, unless Alpine, legitimately haven't got that great a pace. We'll see. As all couple cars ahead of traffic, they get out of the way, though, for Ocon. And he's 5.5 tenths down on Max after the first two sectors. So, yeah, Ocon should be okay. And is probably going to go into, say, 7th, 8th place with this lap. Maybe 9th at the absolute worst. Gasly, though, not doing great on his lap as Alex Albon improves up to 11th as we enter the final 15 seconds of Q1. Ocon goes 7th. He should be all good now to get through to Q2. Pierre Gasly currently in 19th. Goes up to 11th. Great final sector for Gasly. Will that be enough? As now in the drop zone, Bottas, Norris, Tsunoda, De Vries, Sargent. Carlos Sainz is up to 5th. Lance Stroll in 12th, trying to improve his lap. And so is Zhou and Tsunoda. Tsunoda, of course, in the drop zone. The driver at risk now is Oscar Piastri in 15th. As Hulkenberg goes up to 6th. As a checkered flag now flying. Stroll goes up to P4. where will Zhou Guanyu go? He comes to the line and goes 9th. Good job from Zhou. He is in to Q2 as Valtteri Bottas gets out of the drop zone, but not very far, only up to 14th. Tsunoda goes 15th. Here comes De Vries, only 18th. And here, where is Oscar Piastri? He's in the final sector now in 17th place. And can he, and what would be a good job by Oscar, get into Q2 and out-qualify his teammate? Yes, he can. P11, Oscar Piastri is in to Q2. I am very happy for him because he was really not helped at all by his team in Bahrain, and that is a great effort from Oscar. Lando Norris out in Q1. And, well, it's all his fault for turning in way too early to the final corner and breaking his car. And, yeah, that is, I think, I've got all the positions correct. Yep, I have. So, Q1, guys, is over and done with. Let's go through the drivers who are making it through to Q2, sorry. Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Stroll, Alonso, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Russell, Zhou, Hamilton, Piastri, Ocon, Magnussen, Gasly, Bottas. And knocked out in Q1, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, very surprisingly, Nick De Vries, Lando Norris, and Logan Sargent. And Q2 will be underway in 2 or 3 minutes' time. But yeah, did not expect Albon and Norris to be knocked out in Q1. That is a shock. Right, let me just hide that. And yeah, Q2 underway shortly. And I'll just get the dotted line ready for the next part of qualifying. And there you go. Obviously illustrate the drop-off zone for Q2. But you look at that. Oscar Piastri. Great job by Oscar to get into to Q2. Out-qualify his teammate. And, you know, you can't sit there and say, well, Lando had a reliability issue or anything. No, Lando, you know, he made a mistake, broke his own car. And obviously the mechanics could not get it finished in time. And Oscar delivered. And we'll see what he can do in Q2. I'm not expecting much from him in Q2, to be honest. I don't think the McLaren can get really anywhere near Q3. But that's a good effort for Oscar. And hopefully in the race tomorrow, McLaren don't decide to become a circus and have a million issues at once. And yeah, just waiting now for the session. Q2 to get underway. Obviously 15 minutes long, obviously, but I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. The only other thing to remark upon in that session was Alpine were not very quick, were they? 12th and 14th. Haas looked pretty much quicker the whole session, so I don't quite understand what's going on at Alpine. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why were they so slow? They should have easily got through to Q2, but Gasly only barely made it through, look, 14th. I got to say, Tsunoda, I thought, did a pretty decent job in which is a pretty bad AlphaTauri car. But yeah, not quite sure where the pace has gone at Alpine. Maybe we'll see a bit more in Q2. Opulent saying Lando Ferrari'd himself. That's an interesting way of putting it. Let me just read out quickly. Super chat from Turbo GSR for $5 who says, or asks, is Heinz Harald Frentzen and Jordan Mugen Honda still the favourite for pole? Trusting Paulie Five Fingers to Resta champions. No. It's for that, mate. But yeah. Is a replay. And Logan Sargent making another mistake on his final run of Q1. He locked up, went deep at turn 2, and then on the exit, he looked like a drift car. Rear end all over the place. Looking like a 1994 Ferrari F1 car. We're about a minute away from Q2 starting, and should be interesting, because if Alpine have not quite got the pace we expected, then maybe we might get a surprise. Maybe an Alfa Romeo into the top 10, or a Haas. Something that we didn't quite see coming into this session. So, yeah. We'll find out soon, as we've got half a minute to go until Q2 gets underway. And James Vowles on the Williams team pit wall. Obviously, the team principal he is now. Talking to Sky F1. And, not a great session at all for Williams. I don't think they really maximised the potential of the car there. So, yeah, that's underwhelming performance from them. But in the race tomorrow, I'm sure they can do better. But there you go. Session has started. I'll sync up the time, like I said, at the 14-minute mark. And then we'll see whether we can get some surprises in this session. As I think the first car on the track is a Red Bull. Not sure who. They're just doing the skyline shot, showing the circuit. Circuit sure does look bright compared to everything else. And, well, no, the first cars on track, or the cars that are going to start their laps first are the Alfa Romeos, and then a Haas of Hulkenberg, I think. There's Alonso passing a Haas. And yeah, trying to get on with it are the drivers. As Alonso just warming those tyres up nicely. There's Martin Whitmarsh, the Aston Martin Group CEO. Honestly, I thought after he left McLaren, I thought we'd never see him again in Formula 1, because obviously he was around in Formula 1 for quite a while with McLaren. And I thought his time was done, but he's back at Aston Martin, and things are going great. I mean, he is a quality guy in the motorsport industry. Obviously, his time as McLaren team principal, he probably didn't do as well as he maybe could have done, but, not everyone could be Ron Dennis. But here comes Alonso. I've completely forgotten to sync up the timer talking about Martin Whitmarsh, so sorry about that. I will sync it up at the 12-minute mark, as we've got about 12 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Alonso is on a lap now. And really, well, for Aston Martin to get both cars into Q3, they need to be lapping in the, I would say, low 29s to absolutely make sure, at the very least, of getting through. As Alonso continues on, purple first sector out of anyone who's done a first sector so far. And he continues to push on. Does the Spanish maestro. And yeah, I'll get the timer on screen in 3, 2, 1. There you go. 12 minutes to go in Q2. Who will fall foul of the cut-off zone? As Alonso into the final corner. He is about to come now. And through he goes, as Zhou goes quickest for Alfa Romeo. Let me just update that. Alonso comes to the line and goes quickest himself on a 1:28.7. That is a very good first lap time in Q2. And Lance Stroll goes half a second slower in second place. There's Alonso, Stroll, then Bottas is third with Zhou in fourth place. Esteban Ocon actually is now up to third. And Piastri has popped it in to fourth place. With Carlos Sainz only going fifth. Charles Leclerc goes second, does a purple final sector, but 0.3 of a second slower than Alonso he is on that lap. As Russell goes fifth. Mercedes, not a great lap, I've got to be honest. As Hamilton goes behind him into sixth place. And, right, so it's Alonso, Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Russell, Hamilton, Piastri. And then here's a replay of Verstappen at turn 4 or 5. And, big moment as he turned into that corner. And Verstappen saying, oh, big moment, basically repeating what I just said. Yeah, that came out of nowhere, seemingly. But yeah, top 8 is Alonso, Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Russell, Hamilton, Piastri, Sainz. And then completing the top 10, Bottas and Zhou. Well, not anymore, as Nico Hülkenberg does a good lap and goes up to fourth place. And Magnussen hasn't really done a lap. Verstappen, Perez, Magnussen, Gasly all have not really done a lap. As Max Verstappen there did the first sector and then backed off. I don't know if it was because of his teammate distracting him or not, but yeah, he's backed off. And he's given himself a lot of space. Unless Verstappen's got an issue. Has he got an issue? No idea, but he is going very slowly. As Kevin Magnussen goes 7th for Haas F1. Haas look pretty good here. And does Max have an issue? Because this doesn't look like, it doesn't look good. As a green flag. Don't know if the yellow flag was briefly for Verstappen. Yeah, he's just slowly touring back to the pits. So it looks as though Max Verstappen has got a car problem. As Pierre Gasly goes 9th for Alpine. Here's a replay. So Verstappen. Oh, yeah, something come up on the dashboard. So he's got a problem with his car. No idea what it is. Don't know if it's a gearbox problem. He's had a new gearbox put in. That is, yeah, not good at all. Because obviously Red Bull today should be getting a front row lockout. But maybe they can fix it. Engine problem. Oh no. And Sergio Perez, we're looking at now, who is about to complete his first lap in Q2 as Verstappen is back into the pits now. There is still time, though, to get that resolved. It might just be a simple thing, who knows? As Sergio Perez into the final corner. So far on this lap, Perez has not been that quick. Maybe he can still go quickest ahead of Fernando Alonso. To the line, Sergio Perez goes second, 1/10 of a second down on Alonso. Bit surprised Perez didn't go quickest, to be honest. And now, Verstappen is having his car, or surely will be having his car worked on, as Charles Leclerc improves his lap time, but stays in third. And, well, Fernando Alonso now sat in the Aston Martin garage. If Max can't get into Q3 because of this issue, can Alonso maybe have a look at pole position? And Verstappen getting out of his car. And is that confirmed it for Verstappen? Transmission, Nib says transmission for sure. He over-revved, or it over-revved massively. Yep, it looks like, guys. It is. He's walking to the FIA weighbridge. Max Verstappen has had an engine issue and is out of qualifying and will start 15th, if not, yeah, he'll probably start 15th on the grid. What a shame. And that definitely spices things up now, doesn't it? For Q3 and the race tomorrow. Should be fun to watch Max coming through the field, but that is a disaster for Red Bull because really, pole position, and I still think if Max, you know, had not had the issue, the front row really was theirs. Is a replay of Carlos Sainz. And, oh, big moment. That's where Mick Schumacher spun last year. And really got to grit your teeth through that section. It's such a fast part of the track, as Oscar Piastri just found out. Piastri on another lap, but he's not done a personal best first sector. Sainz is currently in the drop zone with 4.5 minutes to go. So could we get a Ferrari and a Red Bull knocked out in Q2? I'm sure we'll find out soon. As I've just seen, actually, Hulkenberg has had his time deleted. The Hulkenberg back into the drop zone in 14th place. So that sees Oscar Piastri, who is on a lap but has not improved his first or second sector, currently into Q3 as it stands. Zhou, though, in 13th is on a better lap. So is Bottas. Piastri to the line. Does not improve. No, he's quite a bit slower than he was before. Zhou does improve, but only up to P12. Bottas stays 13th. So Zhou ahead of Bottas. If Alfa Romeo can't get into Q3, at least for Zhou, if he can get ahead of Bottas, that would be something. Lewis Hamilton goes up to 5th. Lance Stroll stays in 4th. As George Russell now exits the final corner and comes to the line, currently in 7th, now goes up to 4th. And, well, with Verstappen and Leclerc having to take, well, obviously Verstappen's going to start 15th, Leclerc's going to start 13th, 14th on the grid once he takes his penalty. A good chance for teams like Mercedes and Aston Martin to pick up a real big load of points. I mean, Verstappen is still a threat to win, even from 15th on the grid, with that type of car he's got. So let's not pretend like Verstappen hasn't got a chance of winning from 15th on the grid. I mean, we all saw Spa last season. But, yeah. A chance nonetheless. But in the top 10, with just over 2 minutes to go in Q2, Alonso, Perez, Leclerc, Russell, Stroll, Hamilton, Ocon, Magnussen, Gasly, Piastri, and currently knocked out with 2 minutes to go, Sainz, Zhou, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Verstappen. Verstappen is out of Q2, if you guys don't already know. If you've just joined us, because Max Verstappen has suffered an engine problem and is out of qualifying. So really, it's the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, which is up for up for grabs, but you know what I mean. As Carlos Sainz was on a quick lap then, but has backed off again Got to make sure he gets this final lap right, Carlos, because he is in 11th place and he can't afford to be starting down in 11th or 12th place. Especially with the race pace Ferrari have got. As the Alpine there of, I think it was Esteban Ocon, just exiting the final corner to start a new lap. Same with Carlos Sainz, and yes, can Carlos in the Ferrari get into Q3? He has to. He has to. He cannot afford to miss out. He was third on the grid here last year. Finished third in the race as well. He's got to be up there again for the Scuderia. As Carlos through the first sector now. And slight correction there. He didn't quite get the front end in like he wanted to. Turn 12 though went a lot better for him than it did previously. And he is 0.3 of a second up on Piastri in the first sector. As Magnussen has completed his first sector as well. And the checkered flag now flies as Oscar Piastri goes up to 7th place. Can he get through? Joe in the Alfa Romeo has gone up to 8th and has met the checkered flag. Lance Stroll goes up to 4th. Carlos Sainz, I'm pretty sure he's going to be fine here to get into Q3 as Hulkenberg goes 8th now for the Haas team. As Ocon improves up to 6th place, I believe. Carlos Sainz improves all the way up to P4. As Kevin Magnussen to the line. Stays in 12th position with his teammate out qualifying him. Sergio Perez comes to the line now and goes quickest by 1/10 of a second. And now we just got to wait on Pierre Gasly. Can he get out of the drop zone? Yes, he can. Barely. And Pierre Gasly... Pierre Gasly is into Q3. Only by 0.04 of a second. Brilliant effort there by Pierre to get into Q3. But yeah, that's Q2, guys, over and done with. So let's get into who is into Q3 and eliminated in Q2. So, into Q3, it is Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, Lance Stroll, George Russell, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton, Oscar Piastri. Into Q3, that's got to be drive of the day so far. What an effort from Piastri. I knew he was quick around here, but that is an incredible effort. And he has clearly shown so far today just how good of a driver he truly is. What a brilliant job that is. Pierre Gasly is also through to Q3 and 10th. So both Alpines thankfully through. But knocked down Q2. Nico Hulkenberg, Zhou Guanyu, Kevin Magnussen, Valtteri Bottas, and your two-time defending world champion, Max Verstappen. And Q3 will be underway in about 3 to 4 minutes' time. But yeah, Verstappen out of play. So who is going to get pole? Will it be... will it be Sergio Perez? Or could Fernando Alonso take his first pole position since the German Grand Prix of 2012, which was what? Almost 11 years ago. A very, very long time. That day, it was in the soaking wet. And obviously a lot has happened since then. But yeah, Q3 underway very, very soon. Let me just quickly mute my microphone, guys, to just clear my throat. Have a drink. I'll be back with you guys in a second. Right, so hopefully that should be better. And yeah, brilliant. I can see Nib so happy. Yeah, that is such a great lap. And so far, I think Oscar has been driver of the day in qualifying because nobody saw that coming. Yeah, nobody saw McLaren getting into Q3. So a brilliant effort by Oscar. And, with Leclerc taking a grid penalty, Oscar might start the race from 9th or even 8th place. It is certainly a possibility. And that would be a brilliant grid position. But yeah, in terms of who is going to get pole position, guys, let me know in the chat. Max Verstappen is now out of play because of his engine issue. So who gets pole? Is it Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Carlos Sainz? Let me know in the chat. I still think it's probably going to be Sergio Perez, to be honest. But will it possibly be the first time in almost 11 years Fernando Alonso on pole position? Let me know what you think before we get into Q3 and get to find out what our starting grid is for tomorrow. As just a replay of Jos Verstappen's dad. Just putting his headphones down and knowing that it was all done, and Max knowing also that it was all done. But again, because of how quick that Red Bull car is, he is still a threat to win from 15th on the grid. It's not as easy to overtake here as it is in Bahrain, or as it was at Spa back in August last year, where he came from, 13th or something on the grid. But yeah, he can still win the race from there, but it will be a bit more difficult probably when he gets to, Perez and Alonso. But I'm pretty sure everyone else he should be able to deal with, because the Red Bull is so incredibly quick with its race pace. But it definitely has made things quite a bit more exciting. Opulent says Perez for pole. Frank says Perez or Nando. Juan Albert says Alonso. Vamos Checo says no one that you know. Lab Gorilla says Perez easily. Yeah, I'm going to stick with Perez. I think the Red Bull car's still too good. Lab Gorilla says this is good. We need Perez to give Max a challenge and also for Alonso to have a go. Anything that goes wrong with Max's car must be taken advantage of. Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. G Walker says Checo, Alonso, Leclerc for his top three. Nib says it's crazy in testing. We saw very few reliability issues and now bang. Yeah, it is. It's weird how in testing, the amount of red flags we had was so little for breakdowns and stuff. I think the only two I can remember was, I think there was three, was there in total. I think Drugovich in the Aston Martin, Russell in the Mercedes, and Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. Maybe one of the McLarens had one as well. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it was. But all the teams seemed pretty reliable. But yeah, so far this season, reliability doesn't seem to be got on top of for a lot of the teams. Also, remember what I sent you, Chaz. Maybe it was true. I'm guessing you're talking about the data stuff with McLaren and Aston Martin. Let me have a look. Yeah. Yeah. And now I've seen lots of people very excited now for tomorrow's race. It should be a great one. Now about Red Bull. You're talking about the gearbox stuff, I'm guessing. As Q3, guys, has now started. Out of the blue. And we've almost got 11 minutes to go. Let me just get that timer on the screen very quickly. And 3, 2, 1. There you go. 11 minutes to go in Q3. Who will, with Max out of action, get pole? Yeah, I did think, maybe it was a gearbox thing because, obviously they've had issues with that, but we'll see. We'll see what is said later. But Alonso, Leclerc, Sainz, Ocon, Hamilton, Gasly on the track. Perez, Stroll, Russell, Piastri still in the pits. Russell, though, is about to enter the fray. He does now. But how great would it be if Alonso got pole? But let's see whether it is actually possible. As Fernando Alonso starts his first flying lap of Q3. As he heads now into turn 1. And, slight correction in turn 1. Wasn't the greatest first chicane. As we've got 10 minutes to go now in qualifying. And that was a very good turn 4, 5. And obviously flat through 6, 7, 8. And yet, Aston Martin car looks absolutely brilliant. Got to say, one thing I have found very annoying this weekend is the onboard cameras have been very glitchy on the F1 broadcast. As, Aston Martin there stepping out on Fernando. He tried to apply the throttle a bit too early. I was a bit too close to the apex there. And let's see what Alonso's first sector is like compared to the Ferraris. It is quicker than Carlos Sainz in the first sector. And Leclerc also slower than Fernando as Fernando flies through turn 22. Perfect through turn 22 and 23. And now, through the final sector, what will his lap time be? As he comes into the final corner now. And slight loss of the rear end on the exit. Gasly goes quickest on a 1:29.6. What does Alonso do? A 1:28.9. That is not as quick as he went in Q2. So there's more in there than what we have seen just then. Ocon is up to second. Gasly is in third place. Here comes Carlos Sainz, who only goes third. Ferrari are legitimately pretty slow. Well, not anymore, because Charles Leclerc goes on to provisional pole position with a 1:28.7. Obviously, still got his 10th place penalty, but he's a 10th and a half up on Alonso. And like I said, Alonso, that's not the best lap he's done in qualifying so far. He was a couple tenths quicker than what he just did. Here comes the two Mercedes, though. What have they got? They just tweeted out, after Verstappen was out of the session. Do they fancy a crack at pole as Hamilton comes to the line and goes third, half a second away from Leclerc? And George Russell comes to the line and goes second. Brilliant lap there from Mr. Saturday himself. And at the minute, Russell would be on pole position for the race tomorrow. How amazing would that be? Still plenty time to go, though. 7 minutes to go. Perez has not done a purple first sector, interestingly, as he's now into the heart of the middle sector. And about to complete the middle sector. And 2 tenths up on Leclerc. Surely Perez has got the pace here. As he now comes down, slowly but surely, into the final corner. As there's a couple Ferraris parked to the inside to get out of the way. And Sergio Perez, with a brilliant exit, surely gets onto provisional pole. What will the lap time be? It's a 1:28.2, almost matching his pole position time from 12 months ago. Sergio Perez on to provisional pole. Can he get, for the first time in his career, pole at the same track 2 years in a row? And there's a replay just of Perez sparking away on his lap. And that should blow the other teams out of the water, really. I'd be very surprised if Ferrari, Mercedes or Aston Martin had, 5 to 8 tenths of a second more in the bag. But what a lap by George Russell, as he says, check damage, exit turn 10. I hit the curb pretty aggressively, and he did. So they'll have a quick check. Looks okay to me. I didn't see anything flying off or anything. But, what do you call it? Yeah, what a lap by Russell. And as it stands, Russell would be on the front row of the grid. That's something that nobody expected for this Grand Prix. Here comes Oscar Piastri. Looks as though he's only going for one run. And what can he do? Well, I mean, he's already done well enough. But if he can get any higher than 10th in this session, that would be brilliant. As Lance Stroll as well is on an out lap and is now started a flying lap. As Piastri has completed the first sector, handles turn 10 very nicely. Let's see what his first sector time was like. It's okay. Hard to tell, though, after the first sector, how quick you're going to be at the end of the lap. Really, the middle sector tells us a lot more. As a good first sector for Stroll. Only a 10th down on Perez. But still, need to wait to the middle sector point to see truly how good of a lap he is on. And Piastri, 9/10 down after the first two sectors. A good lap. He's going to go probably... What? He might go up to 7th place with this lap ahead of Carlos Sainz. I mean, Sainz is on an outlap now and he should improve. Stroll, 3.5 tenths slower than Perez after the first two sectors. Stroll might go onto the front row of the grid here. As Oscar Piastri to the line, only goes 9th. And yeah, final sector letting him down where the McLaren is pretty slow. But yeah, good effort from Oscar to even be in Q3. Here comes Stroll. Can he get onto the front row of the grid? No, he's had a very poor final sector and he's gone 5th. And both Aston Martins, I feel like, have underwhelmed so far. They're definitely not showing as much pace as I think they've got. And that should be Stroll done for qualifying. So, well, unless he decides to do just a quick cool down lap and then warm up for one final run, maybe they'll decide to do that. But if he doesn't do another quick run, Stroll, that improves on his best time so far, Stroll probably going to get relegated down to 7th place. As all the cars now starting to pile out onto track. Can Perez hold on for pole position? Nib just saying Sainz on used tyres for that first run. Right, cheers for letting me know that. He's currently on an outlap, so is Hamilton, so is Alonso. And here comes Carlos Sainz to start what is probably going to be his final lap in qualifying. And oh no, it's not going to be. Surely not. As he was held up there quite a bit. Yeah, this is... he's going to have to do another warm-up lap here because the car that was released from the pit lane, I think it was a Mercedes, really got in his way on the exit of that corner. And here's a replay. So it comes into turn 1 and turn 2. And yeah, the Mercedes just where the pit lane exits. It's right on where you would be with your car on the exit of turn 2 when you're actually on a lap. As here is Fernando Alonso. Can he get that first pole in almost 11 years? As he's completed almost the first sector. And it's not an improvement. That's not great. But this turn 13, that's where he made a mistake on his best lap so far. And he looked okay that time, so maybe he can improve now. Now through turn 17 and 18. Alonso, what will that middle sector time be? It is a 10th down. Probably good enough for second. I don't think he's got enough here for pole, unfortunately. But still, a great lap by Fernando Alonso into the final sector. And light traffic there of the Ferrari. And another Ferrari, I think, or maybe a McLaren. And Alonso through the final corner. Brilliant final corner for him as Lance Stroll is on another lap as well. And Alonso to the line. Goes second, 4.5 tenths down. But will that actually be enough? As Lance Stroll does a purple first sector for the Aston Martin team. Could he outqualify his teammate? As Lewis Hamilton has not improved his first sector. Leclerc has, and has done a very good first sector. Very good first sector. And here comes Stroll. And slightly down. Oh, rear end drifting a bit through turn 22. He was on the ragged edge there as Piastri goes up to 7th place. Brilliant effort from Oscar. Almost quicker than Hamilton. And Lewis Hamilton, by the way, is not improving on his lap. As Esteban Ocon goes ahead of Hamilton and up to 6th place. As here comes Lance Stroll. Where will he end up on the grid for tomorrow? Oh, what a poor final sector. And because of that mistake at turn 22, I'm pretty sure. And he ends up 5th. Gasly finishes up in 10th. Here comes Hamilton, who remains in 7th and is out-qualified by Ocon in the Alpine. Charles Leclerc goes 2nd. 10.5 down on Perez. And surely, as George Russell does another lap time and finishes up in 4th place, Carlos Sainz, the last man to finish his lap. Surely Perez has got pole. And Carlos Sainz goes up to 5th place. So yes, Sergio Perez is, despite Max Verstappen's issue, Red Bull have claimed pole position in Jeddah. By a 10.5, was a lot closer in the end. Obviously with Verstappen out of play would have been a lot more comfortable. But Sergio Perez, the 2nd year in a row, is on pole position in Jeddah. And to be honest, with his teammates so far down, and with how unlucky he was 12 months ago in this race, surely Perez has got a great chance at finally winning this race. So Perez ends up quickest. Leclerc finished up 2nd, with Alonso 3rd, Russell 4th, Sainz 5th, Stroll 6th, Ocon 7th, Hamilton 8th, Piastri 9th, and Pierre Gasly in 10th. Great job by Piastri. He almost out-qualified Lewis Hamilton. Hülkenberg 11th, Zhou 12th, Magnussen 13th, Bottas 14th, Max Verstappen will start 15th for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And then you've got Tsunoda 16th, Albon 17th, De Vries 18th, Norris 19th, and Logan Sargent in 20th place. But with the grid penalty situation, this is what the grid will be, because Leclerc will drop to 12th on the grid. So it will be Perez on pole, Alonso alongside him on the front row, Russell 3rd. What a brilliant day for him. Brilliant from Russell. Carlos Sainz will be 4th. And then it will be Stroll 5th, Ocon 6th. What a job by Esteban. And then Hamilton 7th. Oscar Piastri will start 8th on the same row of the grid as Lewis Hamilton in his 2nd race in Formula 1. And then it'll be Gasly 9th, Hülkenberg 10th, Zhou 11th, Leclerc 12th, and then everyone from 13th down will be as is. Wow. What a qualifying. What a qualifying we got here. And yeah. Nib says Ferrari would actually win this race if they were competent. Yeah. They'd have a pretty good chance if Leclerc did not have his penalty, but he does. And yeah, Ferrari are in, not a great position starting wise for the race. They'll be 4th with Sainz and 12th with Leclerc. But what a topsy-turvy grid we've got for tomorrow, guys. You know, we're going to have Max and Leclerc coming through the field. Lewis Hamilton probably to a certain extent. Because I don't think Hamilton got the absolute potential out of the car there. Because with his final run, he did not improve. And then you've got, Ocon in there. Piastri, what can he do? So many stories. Obviously, Lando Norris, I hope will improve from 19th. But wow. What a qualifying session today, guys. And what I will do before we get into reacting to qualifying here is let me just set up a poll in the chat to ask you guys who you thought driver of the day was in qualifying. Who do you think was driver of the day in quali? And the options I am going to go for are Perez, Russell, Perez, Russell, Ocon, and Piastri. I'm going to go as the options. So, there you go. Make sure to vote in that poll. Who do you think driver of the day was in qualifying? For me, it is Oscar Piastri. To be, I think he was just under a second off pole position. Just then in qualifying. And to qualify 9th. Just out of nowhere is, just amazing from Oscar. Brilliant from the young Australian. We've been saying, he's got bags of potential. Great to see him showing that. And I'm sure that'll improve the ticket sales for the Australian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. Because we didn't expect McLaren to be quick here at all. So for him to deliver that out of nowhere is, just really quite something. Just hoping McLaren can be reliable tomorrow. Something they were not at all yesterday. But let me know, guys, in the chat. What were your thoughts from qualifying? What did you think of all the teams? Drivers' performances? What do you think of Verstappen? Having his engine issue, and he'll be starting from 15th. What can he do you think, in the race? Who do you think, looking now, who do you think could win the race tomorrow? Let me know in the chat, and I'll get to your comments in a second. Lol, the GP is sold out. Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to see. Let me try and find some comments here if I can. Turbo says, not hard to pass here. This track's tyre deg is fairly low, isn't it? I wonder if Verstappen could pull off another miracle like Spa or Hungary. I mean, it's not hard to overtake here. It is still easy to a certain extent, but it's not as easy as Bahrain or, in my view, Spa. Because, you've got straights, but it is, in areas, quite tight. And, it can get messy. Look at the F2 race earlier that I did a watch-along for. It can get a bit messy in there. And if you guys are wondering, Max had some sort of engine issue. It sold out after 3 days, I think it was, isn't it? But that's very impressive. Vinster says, I think Perez will win, but I want Alonso. Perez will win the race tomorrow, says Kofi Dixon. Max will still win unless he breaks down. I gotta be honest, I I mean, Max has been really quick this weekend, but I don't see him being that quick that he could catch and beat Perez in the same car from 15th on the grid. I just don't see how he can do that. If he does that, then just give him the championship now. Because that would be ridiculous. I know that car is the best on the grid, but still, that would be a ridiculous thing to do around this circuit, which, again, is a bit harder to overtake at than Spa, where he, obliterated everyone, even though he started us on the top 10. But, yeah, I think with Sergio Perez, as long as he stays ahead of Alonso on the first lap, I think Perez probably wins the race. And then Alonso probably finishes in second place, I would say. With then probably Max Verstappen in third. I think most likely Verstappen finishes third or second. I don't think he wins the race. I think that would be... He would need like a safety car at the right time, red flag at the right time, stuff like that. And I just think that, it'll be too much work for him. And I don't think Red Bull are obviously going to tell Checo to let Max through. Vince says Perez had 20 seconds on third last week. I think we have to remember, though, with Alonso, I don't think in Bahrain, in the race, we saw the absolute true representation of how quick Aston Martin are. Because remember, Alonso had a bit of a poor start, getting hit by Stroll and losing a couple positions. And then for most of the race was, overtaking people and making his way up to third place. We didn't get to see a lot of him in clean air. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see tomorrow if he can hang on to second on the grid and not get jumped by Russell or Sainz or anyone. Whether he can, lap at a decent speed or a similar speed compared to Perez. I still think most likely the Red Bull is just a tad too quick, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Juan Alba, what about Russell? No podium chance for him? Realistically, no. I don't think so. Max will just be too quick coming through the field. I don't see it happening. I think the best thing Russell can hope for is that one of the Red Bulls has a big... makes a big mistake, doesn't finish the race, or one of the Aston Martins, say Alonso, has a big mistake or doesn't finish the race, and then Russell can get onto the podium. But realistically, I think Russell will finish in fourth place, ahead of Stroll, Sainz, Hamilton. But yeah, I don't see him finishing ahead of Verstappen. I think Max will just be too quick. I mean, we saw on average in Bahrain, the Red Bull was a second a lap quicker, at least, compared to the Mercedes. So, yeah, as long as Max can keep his nose clean on the first lap, then he should be able to pass Russell like midway through the race or something. Frank says, I'll see you all tomorrow after finish my work day with a meeting. Cheers for coming along, mate. But yeah, I really cannot wait for the race tomorrow because, yeah, we have got such an exciting grid for we've got such an exciting grid for the race. Way more exciting than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a Red Bull front row, and then because of Leclerc's penalty, I thought it'd be Alonso third, Stroll or Sainz fourth, and then Russell fifth. But we've got 4 different cars in the front 4 positions on the grid tomorrow. Red Bull on pole, Aston Martin second, Mercedes third, Ferrari fourth, and then an Aston Martin in fifth, and then an Alpine in sixth. So, yeah, it's going to be very exciting tomorrow. We've got a really great race on our hands, and I will obviously look into the data to see what the race pace from FP2 looked like to get a good idea as to what to expect today. But I did see someone say that Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Alpine looked similar on race pace, so that at least it makes it exciting in terms of having Alpine in there, and having a good old scrap for all 10 positions. Darren J. Griffiths says it's ridiculous how F1 isn't available for free anywhere. Yeah, it's sad, obviously. Yeah, it's not been, well, in this country, free to air for what, like 12 years? In terms of like full free to air live coverage of every single race. And just to confirm, Red Bull have said it was a drive shaft mechanical failure for Max Verstappen. And drive shaft, that sounds like he did that on the curb of turn 12, probably. And yeah, that's a big shame. Because, it's a big shame for him. It's not a big shame for the race, because it's going to make things more exciting. Because if Max was on pole, he'd win by probably about 20-25 seconds, knowing him. But yeah, it's going to make things more interesting, for sure, with Max in 15th. And unless safety cars come out at the right time for him, I don't think Max is just going to come through and win, like he did in Spa last year. And my favourite to win, absolutely, is Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. And, if Max can only finish in third, like I think will probably happen if there isn't a safety car, then Perez would actually go into the lead of the championship by 3 points if that was to happen. And I don't think, Sergio has never led the championship before, so that would at least be something for him. Let's find some other comments here if I can before I go. Because I will admit, I am pretty knackered. I've been live for nearly 6 hours and 20 minutes. So, yeah. Probably going to just read out a few more comments and then see the results of the poll. And then we'll come to the end here. So if Max takes a power unit, asks Vince, does he get a grid penalty? No, because it is he hasn't taken on new power unit elements, I don't think yet. And if he was to, then he wouldn't get a penalty. Well, no, if it was certain parts, he wouldn't get a penalty. I think if he was to do what some teams do if they've qualified way out of position, if they decide to change basically the whole car to optimize it for the race, and they've changed the whole power unit, all of that stuff, then I think he would have to start from the pit lane then. But yeah, and right. So let me see a couple more comments. Hamilton should be careful around Ocon, says Lab Gorilla. Yeah, obviously Ocon definitely got his elbows out, didn't he? In the race here last year with Fernando, to the point where it screwed him over a bit. Sainz, says Lab Gorilla, who of course is a Ferrari fan, as some of you may know. Says Sainz simply not good enough. Yeah. Carlos really should have been 4th at worst. And obviously that'd be 3rd for the grid. And that put him in a decent position for maybe a crack at Alonso early on in the race. But yeah, just simply not good enough from Carlos. He's been too slow. Is Nick De Vries getting grid penalty? No, he's had a new power unit fitted, but it was before the Parc Fermé came into effect. So, yeah, he should be absolutely fine. Let me try and find one final comment, and then I think I'll basically bring the stream to a close. Vinster says Alonso to win tomorrow. You know what? That would be just brilliant. It would definitely get us going into the rest of the season. Get us very excited, and I really hope he can get a win. I mean, just this season, never mind tomorrow. But I still think it's probably just slightly too out of reach for Fernando. But yeah, that Aston Martin car, once again, it is super quick. Also, let's make sure to mention Lance Stroll, qualified 6th, and will start 5th. And with Aston Martin's great race pace, Stroll, I think he could maybe nick a 4th or even a 3rd if Max and Leclerc have issues coming through the field and just issues in general in their respective races. And yeah, just to confirm, Leclerc does have a 10-place grid penalty for a 3rd control electronics, which is too many. And yeah, embarrassing from Ferrari to already have a grid penalty and not even fully 2 races into the season. But anyway, let me end the poll in the chat. And thank you guys for voting. 112 votes. I asked, who do you think was driver of the day in quali? And you guys voted for Perez, number 1. Piastri, number 2. Russell, 3rd, and Ocon, 4th. Perez winning with 58% of the vote. And then I think Piastri, 20% of the vote. I'd still go Piastri because, yeah, to do that in that McLaren car that's been, really not that good is, yeah, very impressive in my view. So, yeah, great job by Oscar. But, guys, that is it for my qualifying day stream. Again, I've been live for almost 6.5 hours, so thank you guys for coming along for all of today's stuff. And will be great if you guys can join me tomorrow for another long day where we're going to be doing plenty of stuff, such as this. We are tomorrow going to be going live at 1 PM UK time. Firstly, we're doing a feature race watch-along for Formula 2, and then a extended race preview for the F1 race and the watch-along for the 2023 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Make sure to join me for that because it is going to be a very exciting race. And of course, I'll be doing a reaction after the race as well. So I'll be live from 1 PM till probably nearly 8 o'clock at night. And then obviously on Monday night, make sure to join me then to review all the big talking points from the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend as well. Yeah, Monday night live at 8 PM UK time. And just to let you guys know as well, when I go live at 1 PM, the F2 feature race starts 10 minutes into the stream. So we're going to be getting going pretty quickly in tomorrow's stream. But guys, thank you so much for coming along today. Been great to have you all. If you've subscribed, thank you very much. And if you are new to the channel and you want to keep up with what's going on during the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend, then make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notifications bell. If you haven't already, before you go, make sure to smash the like button and try and get the likes up as much as we can to, I don't know, 180, 190, something like that. And also, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 for to keep up with content on this channel. And don't forget to join the Discord server, link below in the description to join our community. And also, again, keep up with the content on this channel. But until my race day stream tomorrow, again, starting at 1 PM UK time, make sure to join me for that, guys. And until then, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.